what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny, what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
I was about to say, wow, just in time. Just in time. It's like literally the end of the track, which is an extended track to begin with. Anyway, yeah, you can hear me now. I can't hear me. It's still frustrating. It's super frustrating to not be able to hear myself. It's due to my microphone, and while I could replace this microphone, I am opting instead to start the process of getting a more professional microphone, a industry standard microphone. So that is on my throne. If you see that to the side there, somewhere around that area, right, is a little throne icon. I have a throne. You can find it on my Twitch if you want to contribute to me having a better mic, to me being able to hear myself in my own ear. It's not going to be cheap, unfortunately, but I don't want to, do the levels thing where I just go with like a little bit better one and a little bit better one and a little bit better one. I think I need to just like have one more mic purchase and that's it. So we're going to try to get up to an XLR mic with a semi-professional interface and see how I sound on that. Welcome to stream, everybody. It's been a little while. I've just had like a lot to take care of in terms of so much. Riz girl, thank you. Oh god, and I still don't have that problem fixed where I can't scroll on the restream chat. I thought I had that fixed. There's gotta be a way to do that, right? I think I know how to do that. But what we got a lot going on today. All right. The other thing I didn't explain to you is, yeah, if you've noticed my sub goal, like this is the thing about Twitch, right? I gotta say, people have been doing a lot for me, and I massively appreciate that. Like honestly, like carrying 200 subs for as long as I did. That's pretty amazing, right? That's pretty amazing, and it's definitely something that I am super thankful for. However, the thing about subs is that they expire every month, and when they come and they go really quickly. So we're very far down where it comes to subs. That's just like the monthly thing. So we're going to do a subathon, right? What that means is that I've got kind of like unlimited content like loaded up, right? It's in the chamber, right? Now, whether I fire off that content or not is kind of up to people in chat. It's up to people to keep the stream going. So I've never done one of these before, right? But the basic idea of a subathon is that as long as I get a certain number of donations per unit of time, I keep streaming. And therefore, this could be a very long stream. I've got the attention span. It is a day that I can do that, right? And so we'll see how long we can keep going. We'll see how long we can, roll this up and keep covering all the content that like there's just so much stuff that's happened that like I guess this I wouldn't want to do like let's just put it this way, I wouldn't want to do a subathon on a day where there wasn't much going on and just like stare at the grass grow. Although some of you might like that. Who would be here to watch the grass grow? If I did a watch the grass, No Comment Chick reacts to grass growing, like literally just growing. The unified chat is looking clean. Yeah, I like it too. You know, the one thing about it though, I don't know. I'm still trying to make it better. Wait, what am I doing? What am I doing? We need music. This part needs music. Yeah, if I'm going to talk about stuff like this, the correct music for that segment. That's the other thing I want to do, is start using music more often. Maybe not all the time, because like, I don't know, when you're trying to listen to when I'm trying to react to something, sometimes music can kind of get in the way. But when we're just introducing the show, or we're getting done with a segment or something like that, I feel like music really does have a place, right? But like the other thing about this chat, the other thing about today is that like not only are we gonna do a subathon, right? So we're gonna set up let's see, we've got the iDubbbz apology, we've got the Moist Critical response to that. We've got that stuff to cover, and we've got a little bit of from Blowblacks. Blowbacks? Is it Blowbacks? I always get this person's name wrong, but they do like Twitter content where they do a pretty good job of like summarizing stuff that happened on Twitter, right? Stuff that happened on Twitter that day. And so I like to go to them for stories like this, because it's easier than like going to Twitter and be like, okay, look at Moist Critical said this, and then Bloby, according to Ethan Klein, is that how it's pronounced? So yeah, it's potentially a very long stream today, if you want it to be. Yeah, the iDubbbz thing and the Vaush thing are all that I've got for sure that I need to get done with today. After that, it's going to be, you know, a question of, you know, do you want me to go longer? Like, right? Do people want me to go longer enough to keep the subathon going? And the people that are making the subathon keeping on going, what do they want to see, right? Because I've got a lot of content loaded up. There's so many things we can talk about today. There's so many things that we need to talk about, so many things that we haven't talked about, but there's also like stuff that like you might want to talk about. So if you want to step into that role of executive producer today and tell me what to do, this is your chance. And all it's going to take is some subs. It's Blowblacks. Okay, it is Blowblacks. I was not sure. I was like, am I pronouncing that right? Some people love to whine about leftist infighting while casually making excuses for people who always start it. Yeah, I know, that's the weird thing. It's like a bully, right? If you see a bully beating somebody up on a playground and your response to that is like, stop fighting, right? You know, just like a coward, you take the coward's way out rather than adjudicating like what exactly is going on here, and you just say stop fighting and you punish all the kids. You've kind of taken the bully's side, right? And you encourage the bully to do more, because right, whoever their victim was just now got in trouble for being victimized. That's weird, and that happens. That same dynamic happens, you know, when you're talking about Vaush, when you're talking about Xander Hall, when you're talking about any of these debate bozos. So wait a minute. I don't know what's going on. So I can see, yeah, the unified chat is looking good. The only thing that's not looking good is the fact that my version of the unified chat is only Twitch. Now, I mean, we are concentrating, I guess, on Twitch. I don't know, that's the other thing too, is like, I'd like to be able to let YouTube get on some of the action too. Like, I wish there was a way that we could make this like a subs/membership counter and like let YouTube continue with memberships. Okay, I'll put it this way, right? Blowblacks. Was I saying Blowblacks? Oh my god, I don't know what I'm saying. I think I said Blowblacks, right? I pronounced it right. spends an inordinate amount of time defending big status quo names, moist critical. I couldn't tell what he was trying to do in that though. I couldn't like honestly, like to me when I watched the Bo Black's video, it didn't really. I couldn't tell like what if he had a side. Yeah, you see like the screen itself, right? The unified chat right here. Cheers to my unified chat together at last. Oh my god, thank you, Zara. Thank you for the resub. Yeah, so it's like it's unified for you, but it's not for me for some reason. And anyway, I'm just gonna have to figure that out myself. But yeah, we've got a lot to get through today. I guess we should start at the very beginning of everything. Oh my god. You know, Illuminati has given me like the worst spelling habits, right? When I type out iDubbbz, I want to put 2 I's. It's 3 B's, it's not 2 I's, right? 2 I's is Illuminati. Actually, Illuminati has 4 I's. It's like 2 I's here and 2 I's here, and then like not like in a, anyway, I had to learn how to spell Illuminati, and it took me a little while to get it right. iDubbbz, I don't even know. Oh, let's look at my Twitter post. Let's see if I spelled it right on my Twitter post. That's an important thing. What? Okay. This is the apology video, right? I feel like he's changed the name a few times. That's iDubbbz, if you don't know. Obviously, if you look on my thumbnail on YouTube, you're gonna see a different iDubbbz, right? He looks different. He looks massively different, right? When you look at the iDubbbz from 2015, 2016, and the stuff that he's saying is massively different as well, right? iDubbbz, if you don't know, is part of old YouTube, right? Definitely somebody that people look back to with nostalgia. And there's kind of 2 sides to iDubbbz, right? To old iDubbbz. There's 2 sides to old iDubbbz, right? One side is that old iDubbbz called out Keemstar, Leafy, like a ton of people. A ton of people that are worse than him, right? With these videos called content cops, right? Now, there's something about these content cops. I watched the Keemstar one yesterday because despite the fact that like I've had an account to comment on YouTube for years and years and years, I never really got into this content. I didn't know who iDubbbz was when he was popular. I didn't know who Keemstar was. I vaguely had seen some stuff about Leafy, but I kind of didn't pay attention because he seemed like an asshole, right? There was no reason. There was nothing for me. In that early content creation sphere, what am I saying? Commentary, right? This is the, largely speaking, when we talk about Ethan, when we talk about iDubbbz, when we talk about Leafy, we talk about Keemstar, these are commentary creators. That is the niche of YouTube that they occupy, right? And, in the day when he was doing Content Cop, which was like, instrumental to, what commentary was, it wasn't just that, because you'd expect when I say he does a takedown video of Keemstar, what are you thinking? You're thinking he's like, okay, here's why Keemstar is bad. He doesn't really do that. He doesn't really do that, right? Unless something's been cut out of it that I missed, that's like of substance, right? Content Cop is not about proving why somebody is bad. You already know that Keemstar is bad. You already know that Leafy is bad. These are people that you already hate, right? So, that puts a different light on it too. This isn't like a brave thing where like there's this massive bully out there and iDubbbz was, taking care of business to do what's right. These people are bullies, are bad, but are also kind of targets of opportunity for iDubbbz, right? So these takedown videos, like I watched iDubbbz brutalize a garden gnome like made to look like Keemstar, right? He had a Keemstar garden gnome and he shot it. He like bashed it with a baseball bat. He like hammered it. He just like, he was turning it into rubble. He was absolutely decimating, like atomizing it, destroying it, right? And that is actually something that got YouTube to make some community standards, right? So there's a rule now that like, no matter how much you hate another content creator, you cannot like, you know, you're not going to see the click pull out an Illuminati plushie and just go to town on it, right? That's not going to happen. That's not allowed. Symbolic violence towards another content creator is not legal. It's partially because of what iDubbbz did. I don't know if he did something similar to Leafy, if he had some, you know, he really made fun of Leafy. But yeah, like this is a big thing about what Content Cop was. It was usually bad people, like Tana Mojo, you know, says about is on video saying a bunch of racist stuff too, right? So he's taking on bad people, but he's, oh my God, Dragon Princess, thank you for the raid. Meow, 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 meow. Welcome to the stream, meow, meow. Welcome to, oh my God, I gotta fix that somehow. Maybe if I put it over on the other side, it'll feel better. Like that. At least it won't look like it's coming out of nowhere. Okay, that's what we got. That's what we got. I'm gonna move that. So if anybody wants to, if anybody follows my channel in the next few minutes, you're gonna see the emote spam from over there. What's up, Chromatic Mage? Chromatic Mage? Symbolic violence is pretty, sorry, also you changed your name, that's what I was wondering about. That's what I was wondering. I was like, I know a cryptid mage. I don't know a chromatic mage, but apparently now I do. Everybody welcome Chromatic Mage. New name. Awesome. All right, so evangelizing the use of slurs in the 2016. Yeah. So there's another side to that, right? So I talked about Tana Mojo, right? Tana Mojo obviously, you know, said the N-word in an outright racist way, right? So iDubbbz, what is his solution for Tana Mojo? When he does a content cop about Tana Mojo, he goes to see Tana Mojo appear, right? Now she doesn't recognize him. She doesn't, I mean, I think she knows who he is, right? But she doesn't recognize him. But like he pays money to do the, you know, whole, you know, put your arm around somebody and take a picture with them thing. And when they do that, he says, say the N-word, except iDubbbz says the N-word with the hard R with everything, right? It's different than how Tana Mojo would say it, because, you know, she would say it in like a, you know, unambiguously, like, you know, racist way. But his explanation would be like, no, I'm not racist, but it's just a word. And either everything's okay or nothing's okay. And I'm fighting a worse person, right? So that was what kind of people like put up with. Like that was the best that we could do, you know? We couldn't say like, you couldn't say that like say white people saying the N-word is messed up, right? But you could say that you know, like, I don't know, somehow owning Tana Mojo's racism with the N-word was seen as acceptable, right? Somehow, like, harassing Leafy and Keemstar in the manner that they do to other people was seen as acceptable. That's what I mean when I say there's not a lot of substance, like, at least in my opinion. Correct me if I missed something, right? I told you, I am not an old YouTube head, right? I'm not an E3 person. I'm not part of this commentary community, right? This is all kind of new to me, right? I've been catching up. I've been doing the research. I've been trying to understand this because I don't want to bring you coverage of anything that I am just ignorant of, right? And I gotta admit, I was pretty ignorant of this stuff. But from what I've seen of the content cop videos, it's not so much about like, this is why Keemstar is bad, this is why Leafy is bad. It is like, we know that these people are bad, we hate their guts, and let us do to them what they did to others, right? So, you know, fast forward to today, and you got an iDubbbz here, essentially making an apology, seeing himself in his fans and not liking what he sees, right? Rethinking either it's all okay or none of it's okay, and deciding, you know what, God, what was I thinking? I shouldn't have been saying the N-word, right? And like, look, like, not everybody's forgiven him, right? Okay, so this is an apology that he's made for his old content. I think it's mainly mainly targeted at the marginalized people that he hurt. I think there might be a little like inkling of a like, you know, maybe I lowered myself to the level of a Keemstar, lowered myself to the level of a Tana Mojo. Like he doesn't necessarily like these people, right? But he's you know, I don't think that he likes what he did, but the main thing that he's trying to apologize for, at least in my mind, is normalizing normie racism, right? Which was pretty big in 2015, 2016, etc. Everyone literally sucks for some reason. Oh, Twitch never brings you to the channel that you raid. You always have to pull another tab to navigate. Oh my god. She said E3? Did I say E3? What is E3? I definitely meant H3. Wow, wow. Okay, that's esports. Okay, that's a thing. That's the thing. H3 is different. I'm talking about Ethan Klein and Hilda when I'm talking about H3. I don't know why I said E3. I wasn't a big like esports person either. But I mean, this is just iDubbbz like saying something out loud about a change that he's experienced, about regret that he has, that you can kind of see from his content. Like, he doesn't do the same kind of content that he used to do. What's up, Shaxby? Welcome to the stream. He doesn't do the same kind of content that he used to do. Like, obviously, the content... Now, wait, I'm trying to think, like, do the content cops get banned, right? Because, like, I saw the Keemstar one. It's like, on a playlist, I think on his channel, actually, still, because he's not, like, trying to hide this stuff. But there's something about content cop getting banned. Maybe it temporarily got banned. There were a lot of videos that got banned at one time, and it was, I think, like a Goku Naro video about H3. See, I do know. She's learning. Look, I'm learning as much as I can. I am a YouTube girl in addition to being a Twitch girl, and I want to be able to competently cover YouTube stories for you. So that I'm trying to learn. Hilda, did I say Gilda? What? Oh my god, why? Why? Oh my god. Okay, well, I'll get it in my head eventually. Apparently, he unlisted them when he uploaded the apology video. Okay, so he unlisted... Yeah, but I think the Keemstar one was banned on the, you know, on the principle of that, like, simulated violence against another content creator, even Keemstar, who is not banned. Did I say Hilda? Hila. So embarrassing, so embarrassing. But anyway, I'm just trying to kind of set this up for you to explain for anybody who, like me, you didn't, you know, you're not deep into this stuff, because this lore runs deep. This lore runs so freaking deep. When I say a name like Goku Naro, like, some people's ears prick up, right? And they know, you know, this was the call out video of H3, not E3, that that you know, that also got banned, you know, for being a little harassy too. But yeah, so yeah, there is some regret in iDubbbz, right? And he's been expressing more of that. He talked about a trans person, that a fan of his, that came up to him and said, like, he wasn't sure if he was going to be cool with him, because, like, you know, like, back in the day, like, his like, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, right? But, like, his catchphrase was, like, Insular F slurs, like, hey, Insular F slurs, right? So that was the kind of stuff that he normalized, right? And you know, I think that his thought was, like, if you're not doing it with, like, overt hate, then it's not the same as it's not hate speech, right? Whereas, like, a lot of the people watching at home were like, oh yeah, that's totally a cool thing to call people now, right? So yeah, he was kind of shocked that a fan of his that was trans thought that maybe, like, he wouldn't be cool with them because of them being trans, right? So, you know, that was something that he wasn't reaching the audience, or he wasn't connecting with the audience that he wanted to connect with, right? And he was connecting with some really odious people, right? And these are the people right now saying, I miss the old iDubbbz. iDubbbz sold out. What happened to iDubbbz, right? These are the people basically enacting the same kind of harassment, you know, that a lot of the commentary channels would on other people now on iDubbbz, right? And it's... he's in a tough spot. He's in a tough spot. That being said, like, right, nobody has to forgive him. All right? He did stuff. It's not just that he said a no word, right? It's not just that he said that. It's when you say that with the power of a big channel like iDubbbz, you're like normalizing that stuff, right? And you're injecting it into the culture, and you're giving people like an excuse to do it, right? So yeah, there are people hurt not just by like what iDubbbz said, right, but the ripple effect in the audience that he cultivated, and they haven't forgiven iDubbbz yet. And the thing I get from iDubbbz is he understands. He understands that, right? And he's got to on some level, right? If you do shit like that, not everybody's going to forgive you. But that's not stopping him from wanting to not just like make this turn in his content, but also to say something and to try to do as much as he can to, you know, he's also never going to undo the damage that he did, right? Nothing that he says, right? Because he doesn't have this audience anymore. This audience has turned on him. They think he's a sellout. They think he's a, you know, the word that starts with C and rhymes with duck, right? That, like, he... I'm trying to stay monetizable here, folks. Okay, so let's get going with the iDubbbz content before I decide to pause an obby again.
While I felt like
you're very quiet.
I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value. But I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, you know, run my channel and live my life. So I think it's, you know, if I'm gonna have the balls to go to Tana's fan meetup and say slurs at her and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs, I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, you know, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they you know, some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, you know, get it confused about, you know, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it.
So if there's anything wrong, in my estimation, with what iDubbbz is doing here, it's not that he's flagellating himself, as Moist Critical is about to say, right? It is that he might have needed to be a little bit more specific about what he feels regret about. Yeah, because like, as it is, like I said, he's a mixed bag, right? Does he feel bad about going after Keemstar? Maybe in the way that he went after Keemstar, but I don't think he doesn't like those people. Those people don't like him, right? So it's not like he's sorry, and he's not like, you know, oh, Tana Mojo, you should have just been able to say the N-word all you wanted, and I never should have said anything about it. But that you know, he's noticing that there's like a little hypocrisy in the fact that, like, you know, he says the N-word, he says without malice, right? But he's still sort of normalizing like white people saying that, right? He's still sort of contributing to that negative thing, that phenomenon that's going on. So you're gonna pick up on that with Moist Critical, that maybe that if I could, because I don't want to like Like Moist Critical's video is like kind of hard to understand. It's like, you know, it's criticizing somebody for criticizing themselves. And why do you think that happens, right? And it's not just Moist Critical. It's not, it's a lot of the internet right now that like look, if you don't agree with this, if you don't think that iDubbbz did anything wrong, okay, fine, right? Right? Why is this bothering people? Why is this, you know, triggering people? Why are people upset about this? Why do people feel called out by this video? And I'm gonna say it's that he is self-critting a part of himself that they see reflected in themselves, right? So when he does this self-crit, even though it is all about him and he's not like, you know, he's not really spending a lot of time like criticizing other people, they feel called out. They feel called out because this content was so damn instrumental to them. They have such fond memories. Like, I mean, you hear people like Xander Hall. I mean, I don't know if he's gone off about iDubbbz necessarily, right? But you hear people about Xander Hall just pine for the days of like when it was okay to be edgy and like, oh my God, what a, like you would think like if you listened to like a lot of white YouTubers that this was this epic wonderland. This was the, well, you're gonna hear Moist Critical say that this was a time when the Earth Nation and the Air Nation and the Fire Nation and the everything in Avatar was at peace, right? This was the golden era. Oh my God, if you're marginalized, this was not the golden era. You're talking about the beginning of Donald freaking Trump. Like you're talking about the internet culture, and I'm not gonna give the crew the credit for memeing Trump into the presidency. That is their shared distortion, right? That's not real. But I will say that something like this, you know, this kind of internet culture does facilitate in a way, right? So you can't like blame Donald Trump on one thing, right? There's so many things, starting with Hillary Clinton, right? First and foremost, who's to blame for Donald Trump being president? Hillary Clinton, all right, and the DNC, right? This was not the year to run somebody like Hillary Clinton. They absolutely gave it to Donald Trump, right? 2016 is not the year to run an outsider, like run an insider like Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton is absolutely just like textbook insider. So when you run Trump, for who, you know, is ridiculous and is a clown and is like all kinds of, you know, screwed up against somebody like Hillary Clinton, you know, it wasn't the majority of people, but it was enough people to give Donald Trump that electoral victory, right? So blaming, you know, anyone or anything specifically for that going on would be an overstatement, since there's so many things that contributed to that. But at the same time, when it's that close, you know, yeah, you gotta say that, like, you gotta call it out, right? So yeah, we're gonna hear more of that.
Content I'm talking about specifically.
It should have been Bernie versus Trump. Yeah.
Are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on. And I'm not.
YouTube chat is now realizing that I've kind of fixed it. Yeah, somewhat. I don't know. I should be seeing you on, let me see if I can fix this on the restream chat too.
I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes. And, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on. But it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave. And it's not. It's super irresponsible and shitty. I am very insecure about my ability to create interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly. And it's one of the reasons why I, you know, kept making this hurtful content. You know, I ended up pivoting it into other things because I felt bad about it, like innately. But it's still something that I struggle with, and I don't want you to interpret that as an excuse, but I hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing. I'm not confident in my ability to entertain, And I think if I had to rely on my personality to entertain people, that I wouldn't have any amount of success.
So now that's vulnerability, right? That he's showing right there, like insecurity about himself as a content creator. And basically what he's saying, if you don't speak YouTube content creator, is that you get big if you get big, in part because of your niche, in part because of the kind of content that you do, right? And it's a very difficult thing that a lot of people fall down on when they change that. When they said they started out doing this, and for whatever reason, like in iDubbbz's case, it's like he doesn't believe that anymore, right? How terrible would it be to like feel like you're doing harm, to not like the person that you've become on, online, and to have to keep doing that, right? Because you feel like this is what people are paying me for. This is how my career is working, right? So when you change it, like, right, what he's saying is like, he doesn't know, did I get big because like I'm actually good? Did I get big because there's something that I can give that people appreciate? Or is it just like they were looking for hate, they were looking for blood, and I said, here we go, blood for the blood god, right? So that's kind of what's going on. Yes, I can see you all now. I can see YouTube. He reframed from calling Quaffreen, Black Rapper, the N-word until Quaffreen called him out for calling everybody else that. How can somebody give me a time period on this? Because that's the biggest thing about like trying to like understand this stuff, is like putting everything on a timeline, and the timeline becomes kind of important here. But basically that's vulnerability, right? That's another thing that these people don't like to see. They want to see the big, strong, like, content cop come out here and be like, but like, right, it's that swagger. It's that, it's dominance paradigm, It's the same thing that you see from Debate Bros, right? That's the only person in their mind that should have a voice on YouTube, right? Somebody that comes out and says like, I'm feeling unsure of myself. I don't know if I really, succeeded, or if I rode a wave of hate into this success, right? And like talking about that, right, is just like, it's like not cool, bro. It's not cool. Like what, I've learned people don't want apologies and don't know how to judge them. Hey, that's true too. That's true too. And like there are a lot of people out there that are not like, they're not accepting this apology. That's totally, their right to do. I think that iDubbbz understands that, or at least, he says that he understands that. I mean, he needs to, right? Because you can't expect people to just be like, oh, okay, so you apologize, right? Like, you can't just 7 score and 3 years ago.
And that is really hard to come to terms with. I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos.
Yeah, like it, and also like the stream, right? If you're in YouTube chat, you can help me out by hitting that like button. It opens up all kinds of possibilities down the line, and can put the stream into other people's suggestions, into other people's. You have the power, right? Usually we think of the algorithm as this big mean thing that is like, I don't like no comment chick, I like this stuff, let me jam this garbage at you, right? But in reality, the algorithm is us, is all of us. The algorithm is like kind of a sum total of our choices, right? And you don't have a lot of choices about like what, whether like, other than whether to watch something or not, right? But there's one that you do, right? And that's that like button, right? So it's like what you're doing is you're not just watching it, you're super watching it. You see what I'm saying? You're putting your thumb on the scale. Yeah, that's a thumb. Like that's like this, but in actuality, the thumb's on the scale and it's saying, watch no comment chick. You have no choice now. So I appreciate everybody who's gonna, help me force my content down the throats of all the edgelords, right? That's what we love to see.
And I justified it because...
No comment chick forcing things down people's throats. What could be better? Anyway.
I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say. it doesn't matter what my intentions are. Like, if I'm hurting people, I'm hurting people. And, you know, who the fuck knows what my intentions are? Like, sarcasm and like jokiness and jokey tone only goes so far, especially over the internet. Even in real life, that's like an impossible thing.
There's a lot of self-awareness, and there's also like, in a way, this is like stepping outside of the box, stepping outside of the fourth wall and saying, hey, iDubbbz here, the person behind such videos that you loved as content cop. Let's like talk about this for real, like real talk, right? You know, and they're not ready for that. They're not used to that.
To know with 100% certainty. I've just always had this dumb philosophy that I'm not responsible for, you know, my audience and how they behave beyond what content I put out, and that's stupid, and it's led to a lot of hate and a lot of bad outcomes. And I just want to make it clear that I am absolutely responsible for my audience. And you know, I guess if you want to, you know, look out for people who are red flags, it's definitely people who had my mentality that say, I'm not responsible for what my audience does. I know that this apology isn't enough. I've clearly done a lot of damage. You know, these videos have been up for a long time and have accumulated millions of views. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach
Hey, what's up, Dankest? Yeah, Lynn. They feel like he's betrayed them. I think what people might not understand about this video is it's basically just targeting marginalized people and leftists who dislike him, not his fans who didn't turn on him. Wait, when you say targeting, like, you mean he's appealing to people like... The apology, so the target audience of the apology, in other words, right? The apology is directed towards so there is like a little bit of that, maybe, right? We're gonna watch Vaush Critical's response recently, and this was the thing that people reacted to. Now, as much as like iDubbbz is the subject of a lot of hate right now, because like I said, everybody that saw themselves in him, you know, has turned on him, right? And also like I gotta say the Sam Hyde thing too, right? Sam Hyde is like the lightning rod for all the toxic garbage in the commentary community, right? You can tell if you want to see is somebody cool or somebody not cool. Like, you know, Sam Hyde is a good, like, what do they think about Sam Hyde, right? That's a pretty good thing. And so obviously with the Froggy Fresh drama, right? The Froggy Fresh drama was literally about Sam Hyde. Froggy Fresh started drama around after being invited into Creator Clash and being told, hey, the one thing that I want you to do, okay, you can like whoever you like, you can be friends with whoever you're friends with, you can do content whenever you're with whoever you're gonna do content, but please, considering how Sam Hyde has been coming after me and coming after oh my god, I always pronounce her name right, Anise. Is it Anise? Is it just Anise? Is that how you pronounce her name? Right. Given that, can you just please like not like, you know, sort of bring Sam Hyde into this? Because right, Froggy Fresh, I guess, was training with Sam Hyde and you know, had content in the works with Sam Hyde, and he was just like, okay, you know, like he gave him a lot of chances, right? iDubbbz did not want this turning into drama. This is absolutely drama started by Froggy Fresh to benefit him, and he's being portrayed as the victim here. But you know, he's really just kind of, I don't know what to say other than like it's an asshole move. It's an asshole move to do that, right? To you know, and he wanted this drama, he wanted this blow up, and he got it, sure, right? So he's being targeted for that, right? When he did a video about the Froggy Fresh, people are saying that he called Anais. Okay, I was so close. I just needed one more syllable there. Anais, iDubbbz wife, is who we're talking about. Anais, yeah. I'm mispronouncing everyone's name today. Did I call Hila Gilda or something? I think you're pretty sure. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm trusting your word over my faulty impression. Moist response was inexplicably bad, says Topelsi. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna get to that in a second, but yeah, you know, it's just weird. It's strange too, because my understanding is that like did Moist Critical like participate in a creator clash? Did that happen? Am I mixed up? Did that actually happen? Either way, I think they knew each other. I think they were friends, right? So for Moist Critical to kind of beat him up over he was the commentator. Oh, nice. For Moist Critical to like beat him up over the I don't know if he got in the mix with the Froggy Fresh thing, but he definitely got in the mix with the apology, and for him to beat him up over the apology is just kind of weird. Moist is like the archetypal liberal dude bro with his takes. Yeah, you know, you're right about that. What's up, One Love? Doesn't really feel targeted towards anyone in particular because of how unspecific he is. That, I think, One Love, I think you diagnosed the problem right there. It feels like he's telling his old fans that this behavior is unacceptable. Yeah, and they're just like not gonna hear it, are they? They're just not. They're not gonna take it right. But at the same time, like a part of this is that I think he would like those people to unfollow him, to unsub him, right? And a lot of them are. A lot of them are doing exactly that. But a lot of them are also just like hanging around, commenting on the videos, commenting on the Twitter stuff, just all that kind of stuff. And it like he just wants to sort of move past them. So maybe this is like in his mind ripping off the Band-Aid to you know, call these people out in a way that they're going to react to. Penguin Zero is a whack libertarian that is white before he is funny. Ooh, yeah.
A life that I would think would be like acceptable. I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video I'm going to match and donate to an organization that, you know, would have been particularly affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing, this is just the start. I don't feel like a lot of this content represents me as a person, at least not anymore. There was a time where it probably perfectly represented me because I was a nasty, apathetic, insecure person. Now that I don't feel like it represents me and I want to distance myself from it and keep it from, you know, indoctrinating more people, I'd like to unlist the videos so that people, you know, can access them still for whatever, you know, purposes they might want to do that for, but it's not being proliferated on the website. I feel like that's the best solution, at least for the time being. And for anyone who liked those videos, I want this video to be an example and a lesson for you. You know, you can like content, but you can also think that it's irresponsible and it's hurting other people. So just tap into that part of your brain that's saying like, oh, okay, it's probably not that important that this video stays online because truthfully, I've seen it, I've experienced the content, but it's done a lot of damage. We can just let it go. I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's like when I watch the content cops, they seem like mainly designed to just like sort of direct that wave of hate. Now with Keemstar, like, I would be lying if I say that like if I felt sorry for Keemstar, right? I would be lying if I said I felt sorry for wait, what is the leafy thing? I can't do it like, you know, where you put your hand in front of your face. Anyway, yeah, I would be lying if I said I had like, you know, any, you know, felt any sorrow for people like that. But at the same time, it's I feel like something that would have stood the test of time better would be, you know, I don't know. Here I am trying to backseat drive from something that happened years and years ago. How would I have done content cop? I don't know. If I was thinking like, just from a place of no, the view from nowhere, right? I would think that it would be more about explaining like what's wrong with these people rather than just being like, yeah, this guy, right? Because like at the end of the day, that's all it is iDubbbz beating the living crap out of a garden gnome. And while it's probably cathartic. If I'm guessing, like what was the motivation there? It's cathartic. It is like a culture that is overall profoundly negative. The idea that videos, because like in addition to videos like entertaining you and transmitting knowledge and challenging what you're thinking about and giving you an emotional reaction, right? The videos are also going to direct your attention and direct the emotion that they're channeling in a certain way, right? And if that emotion is just like pure unbridled hatred, it's not a sword you want to live by. If you know what I'm saying, right? Because yeah, Keemstar and Leafy deserve a lot of shit for what they did to people. But is this how we want to solve problems, right? Maybe not. Maybe not.
Particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video. I harassed Tana in person and then harassed her online.
And it's really hard.
And
it's honestly really hard for me to feel sorry for Tana.
Deplorable behavior. It's so stupid.
But yeah, he's right. He's right. Like, look, showing up to anybody's, like event, like live for a hate video against them, even if it's Tana Mojo, it's gross. It's scary, right? It's not. You don't want to see that, right? That could have gone wrong in so many different ways, and also, the thing that he did, right? Like how did he own her? Oh well, she said the N-word, so now I'm gonna say the N-word, and I don't know what what message you're sending there, right?
Viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video and put up with the phrases.
You're sort of reinforcing the cycle, even if it feels good to see a mean person get humiliated. That is something that I've had to learn, yeah.
I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And that's just so dangerous.
To be clear, you're not talking about Tana, I figured. If I was Ian, I would have played some of the clips with minimal censoring, because I feel like if you give the full context, less people would be defending the videos.
It's stupid. I have made content that I'm proud of over the years. It hasn't been as consistent.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, so I think Hassan had an answer for this. The question that we're asking, that Tapelzi's talking about, and that I've been kind of, touching on, is the idea of whether it's, like, if he maybe wasn't specific enough, right? That because he's just saying, I'm sorry, I regret stuff, right? Some people are like, do you regret calling out Keemstar? Do you regret calling out Leafy? Like, do you, that there's an uncertainty to like what is being regretted, and like Tapelzi's saying, showing the clips in question, showing exactly what you regret, exactly where you think you went wrong with minimal censorship, like that might do it. Now, Hassan's idea of why he didn't do that is because if he starts to parse what he got wrong, it's gonna sound like, to a lot of people, an insincere apology, right? If I'm like, I'm sorry for this specific thing, but the rest of that I didn't do anything wrong, I don't know, a lot of people, that leaves a bad taste in their mouth.
As maybe I'd like it to have been, but there is a lot of content that I think had a net positive on the world, and I'm going to strive to continue on that trend. But again, I'm absolutely going to continue to make mistakes, but I want the mistakes.
And if you want me not to continue on this trend of throwing a subathon and having nobody sub, it being like the opposite of a subathon, like an anti-subathon, and make me worried about like my future athon, then you can use your Amazon Prime, if you have it, to get a free Twitch sub, which actually puts money in my pocket. That's right, takes no money out of your own pocket and puts money in my pocket, and more importantly, fills up this highly symbolic goal thing that we've got down there that is right now like completely white. Oh my god, Chromatic Mage, thank you for the community gift sub. Oh my god. Oh, to Starry VR. Oh, that's the one thing though. I gotta make this I gotta bring this to the forefront somehow. Twitch alerts need to go forward. I'm glad that we're testing this out. Here we go. Goes in front of unified chat. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so now you'll see it. But yeah, Starry VR, you just got a gift sub courtesy of Chromatic Mage. Thank you so much, Chromatic Mage. So yeah, the other thing, you know, if you don't have a Twitch Prime, it is only $5. $5 may not seem like that much, but it every bit helps. And if it is in fact too much for you, do not fear either, because just hanging out here and contributing to chat makes it more likely that you will be selected for a community gift sub if you get lucky. And there's a lot of like really generous people here, so you know it's more likely that you think that somebody will see you without a little like face by your name. Actually, yeah, it's they show up in chat, right? We're not seeing them on the screen, right? But you can see if somebody has a gift sub or is subless and therefore is subjected to the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad break by looking and seeing if they have like a little Persona 2 icon next to their name. We gotta make that subathon happen. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. I've got a lot of content to cover today, so we can rock. I don't get why people even like Moist Critical. He's just another edgy commentary dude. It was his gameplay, right? He got famous for doing games like, oh my god, like doing those weird little games. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember like what was the first game that he did? Was it Happy Wheels? Was that what he did first, right? And like he's a goofball, like, right? That's mainly what he got famous for. Then he just started doing more and more commentary. Now he's kind of like the commentary dude. He's like the king of commentary, right? Not in the sense that I'm not casting him in the same light as you know the more pernicious commentary people, but you know he is, as Hassan will say, like he's just like a representative of, if Hassan wants to know what liberals think, he'll go with what Moist Critical thinks. This is one that's kind of thrown him for a loop though, right? Because he feels like Moist Critical is actually kind of out of touch with the normies here.
Takes to be a lot smaller and a lot less serious. I also want to give some clarity to the post-fight speech that I gave. I mean, it wasn't a speech. It was a phrase. I was like, you know...
You have a cool badge that you don't know what or who it is? Oh my god.
I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but I really do appreciate the support, and, you know, thank you for coming.
That was addressing the people over the years that I neglected and I left behind. You know, the people whose feelings I, you know, didn't take.
Okay, so Princess Monocle, you're telling me that you need to get into the lore of Persona 2, right? And I'm actually halfway through Persona 2. If you don't know Persona 2, like you've probably, a lot of you have played Persona 5. Less of you have played Persona 4, and even less of you have played Persona 3, but almost none of you, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, have played Persona 2, right? And Persona 2, like it's old. That's from like the you know 90s or early 2000s. Like it's a very, very old PlayStation game, but it's actually a pretty good game. It actually, like in my opinion, it holds up. I'm charmed by the low res sprites and all that stuff, and I think the story is pretty good, right? So the game is actually divided up into two games, right? There's Persona 2 Innocent Sin, that is the first game where the main character that you are is Tatsuya, right? And then there's Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, which is Maya. Now I got like mostly through, you know, all the way through the first one, mostly through the second one. I still need to finish that. That's when my computer died and I lost the saves that I had. I am thinking about like just starting over like a let's play of that, right? I have certainly not played Persona 2. You're right. I was like, is that a tiny Norman Reedus? Wouldn't it be cool if it was? Wait, is it Aikichi? Maybe who looks like Norman? See, I can't see your Persona 2 badges, right? Only you can see that, chat. You never played Persona anything. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've got so much content. Well, I don't know. I never play video games anymore.
Into consideration.
Except for Minecraft.
Those are the people who I was addressing as, I know I'm not everyone's cup of tea. Anyone who thinks that I should be shouting the N-word from the rooftops, I don't want to be your cup of tea. Now I want to talk about events and situations that have happened over.
And the people that like want that person, right? These are your quintessential edgelords, right? That is edginess for edginess' sake, right? These are the free speech, like, monarchs of the universe, okay? That are just sitting there and they think it's hilarious when somebody says the N-word because a bunch of people get upset and in their mind, it's just a word. It's just, and that is a really easy thing to say from a place of privilege, right? When the word doesn't apply to you, when you are beyond like having a meaningful, you know, the most like the worst slur somebody could throw at you is like a crispy, salty snack, right? Then you might not quite understand what the effect of the normalization of that kind of stuff is. And it's edginess for edginess sake, right? Because these people will hang their hat on the fact that they themselves do not hate black people. And that's not what they're saying. But either it's all okay or none of it's okay. And like the more you don't want me to say this word, the more I gotta say this word. And yeah, I mean, like this goes back to, you know, like we've dealt with a lot of this in the debate community with Vaush's tactical deployment of the N-word with the hard R to own the Nazis, to let those Nazis know that they're not any tougher than he is. Because how do you tell if somebody's tough? You say the N-word with a hard R. That makes you tough. No, Vaush, that makes you pathetic. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. That so cringe, right? And then Destiny with the N-word Andy discourse, right? So you know, like both ends of the clout human centipede have been spewing this garbage, and it's kind of nice that instead of just kind of slinking away from what he did, iDubbbz is actually calling out what he did. I followed the scientist here on Twitch because they were shouted out by a cool science stream. Oh my god, he was like, yeah, I'm just like Sam Harris. Oh no, the clout human centipede. Yeah, it's coming back. It's coming back around.
5 years of my life that have led me to the place I'm at now. One year I was at a convention and a bunch of fans were, you know, wanting pictures. And this particular fan came up to me and said, I know you probably don't like transgender people, but can I, you know, get a picture? That smacked me in the face. I was like, oh, holy shit. Why would you think that? But I mean, it was fairly obvious. I was being...
It's so sad to me to see so many trans people that... Like, I mean, with iDubbbz, it's probably a good thing that you said something, right? Because that's obviously not how iDubbbz feels. But... should we need people that we have to be unsure of if we're like okay with, right? There's so many trans people that are like the best that we can hope for. The best that we can do is Vaush and Xander Hall. Like oh my god, Buffy Geek, thank you for the gift sub to City of Doors. Meow. And thank you for making that bubble sound happen, because that is totally ASMR for me. Yeah, isn't it sad, One Love? It's super sad, right? As a trans person, it saddens me to see... Oh my god, Buffy Geek, another tier 1 gift sub to Whittlebug. It's just an incredibly cute name, I must say. I have to say. I'm contractually obliged to comment when somebody's name is adorable, and Whittlebug is definitely one of those names. Très adorable. What was I even saying? These folks saying they're not racist is literally the family from the movie Get Out saying that they voted for Obama. He needs to eat some grass, not just touch it. Yeah. I don't like calling any use of the N slur tactical. It rubs me the wrong way. Yo, it's absolute, like, I mean, it's like one of the most, like, mind-breakingly, like, I don't even understand what he's thinking. Like I told you, like my thought is that like he was using it as a way to, like, the Nazis are like, we're not like the Nazis. I'm talking about the kill stream, right? He went on the kill stream. That's, you know, that's kind of who the kill stream is, right? And so he wanted to debate them, but to debate somebody, because like here's how debate works, right? On the left or in the center, you might have like an aesthetic that's like this. Was this person using logic? Did the logic follow? Did they rely on any kind of logical fallacies, right? You know, that's what you're looking for, you know, as far as who wins the debate and who loses the debate, right? Does it make sense? Does it pass the BS test, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? On the right wing, it's a very different test. The thing that they're looking for is dominance. Who looked strong? Who looked dominant? Who was the big man towering over the little man? And, you know, I say man because it's very much, you know, enmeshed in the patriarchy, right? So Vaush doesn't just want, in fact, if you listen to his philosophy about debating Nazis, right, he feels like the real, you know, power in that, the way that can go right, the goal of him even talking to these Nazis in the first place is to embarrass their parasocial daddies, hand those dudes the L, right? So I guess you can see kind of like how he rationalizes it. But it's I think they just laughed at him, right? I think they saw him as incredibly hypocritical and they just laughed at him. The US is worse what am I missing here? Like, it's like how many people turned on Jordan Peterson until people started making fun of him. I mean, see, I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Do you see what do you see what that does to you though? Like, if you take Vaush's like strategy seriously, and you say that if we want to defeat fascism, we've got to internalize how these Nazis think. We got to run a little process, a little virtual machine in our brains that is like, what is the Nazi thinking? How is this coming off to the Nazi? Does that strike you as maybe being a little dangerous? Like, as long as the virtual machine stays in the virtual machine, like, which, you know, in a computer it would, right? But in your mind, nothing is quite as nothing is quite as compartmentalized as reliably as you'd think it might be, right? So having that little process operating means that you're always looking at the world, at least part of your mind is always looking at the world through a very reactionary framework, right? And that's how you're trying to conduct yourself in the interview or in the debate. That's how you're trying to burst the bubble of the Nazis' like parasocial fandom and embarrass them in front of these people, right? I don't think that actually makes you stronger. In fact, you know, if Vaush's platform, if his version of leftism is based on strength and dominance paradigm, that is a way in which he performs very submissively to the far right, right? By appealing to their aesthetics, by appealing to their optics, right? It's just not, it's not helpful. It's pro wrestling. No one would watch this if they were cordial academic debates where they share notes ahead of time. His strategy is we have to make socialism become fascism, essentially. Yeah, and where have we heard that before, right? Where have we heard that before? Unfortunately, a lot of this edgy, like, dirtbag leftism sort of leads in that direction. It's fundamentally, self-effacing to adopt that, right? Because leftism does not start from dominance paradigm. Leftism is not about dominating people, right? It's trying to stop the domination of people. And if your strategy for going about that is to perform dominance, you've really lost the thread, right? Our power comes from our union. How many times do I have to say this? Our power comes from our solidarity. It's not about celebrating vulnerability, because I know that's, if I was to talk to Vaush himself, that's what he would say. Like that, it's a wallowing in my vulnerability, wallowing in my victim status, my marginalization, etc., etc. But in reality, it's a starting point that we have to accept that we all have vulnerability, and that forming a coalition in solidarity is the way that we're going to overcome that, not by dominance, right? It's not just like these are the tools of our enemy, which they are. These are tools that get us closer to the goals of our enemy, that get us closer to the goals of fascism, right? So I mean, it should be pretty self-evident why that's wrong. At first, I don't see anything wrong with humiliating Nazis, because that's the logical approach. The problem is not debating against the same type of people and using the same tactic. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to, really have a moral, and this is the thing, right? A big part of what debate bro leftism rejects is a basic sense of morality, right? They feel like the big brained approach is ethics. And I gotta tell you, ethics in and of themselves, they don't get you anywhere, right? That's a ship without a rudder. And you need to care about each other at the very least, right? If you wanna see a better world. But no, they're above it. They're beyond it. They're
being cruel, hateful, bigoted, and being very uncaring about people's feelings. That is a
the hammer phrase, like when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, or we're not going to dismantle the master's house using the master's tools. Vaush literally loves using reverse races. Yeah, Nazi talking points, exactly.
Very fair assessment to make. I was giving this person bad vibes, and I think I've given a lot of people extremely bad vibes. Another event that was very important for me to experience was I went on a boxing podcast. I was basically trying to walk back my Tana content cop. I was still very insecure and uncomfortable with the fact that I made that video, and but I was still coping. You'll see me struggle in this clip to say that it was wrong.
So I just wanted to let you talk on that, right? Because obviously using the N-word is definitely frowned upon by a lot of people, especially by a non-African American. But I was just curious.
That was a very weird video because I wanted to criticize her for her sort of flagrant use of it. I've been pretty flagrant about it too, not in the same way. Mm-hmm. I thought there was a message to be shared there, and I don't think it was particularly. It was okay in criticizing her, but I think I probably wasn't the person to deliver the message, if that makes sense. There was...
doing anti-black racism is a tactic, but it's not a leftist tactic. I mean, it's essentially, it is a right-wing tactic, and it's not... Okay, so, we're going to get kind of meta here, right? But my opinion is that at its very core, fascism is some kind of sick worship of power. If you want to get to the Tootsie Roll center of the Tootsie Pop, that's a very nasty Tootsie Pop, a very fuzzy Tootsie Pop, a Tootsie Pop that you should never be putting in your mouth, right? But that's what's at the center of that, right? Is this bizarre and I would say absurd, worship of power. And so it serves a dual purpose. Is there hate against black people? Yeah. Is there hate against gay people, trans people? Yeah. Absolutely, right? But the hate in some way is a tool, and it's a tool to not just eliminate one marginalized group, but to eliminate all marginalized groups, right? So when Vaush does his like anti-whiteness shtick, right, his reverse racism shtick, and yeah, people have pointed out, rightly so in chat, that that is a right-wing racist talking point. He's like appealing to the path of least resistance, right? People with privilege tend to be more comfortable in a situation where you say, well, yeah, you got some privilege, right? But look at the other side. There's these anti-white racists too. You got the N-word, but then you got, the C-word, right? And there's like, these two things are not equivalent. Not in any way. You're completely ignoring the power dynamic there and the very nature of whiteness itself, that it is not like a, reverse image of blackness, even though like it just appears like that because it defines itself by that which it excludes, right? And the first and foremost thing being blackness. So this, I probably shouldn't even, I'm getting into terminology here, right? But it's like in party politics where the mainstream parties try to win back far-right voters by being racist. You could look at like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton in the early 90s. Like, right, Hillary Clinton gave the speech about super predators. Bill Clinton picked a fight with a rapper named Sister Souljah, right? And basically at least Bill's point was trying to be like, look at this anti-white racism coming from, right? And it's not comparable. It's not comparable. But like it is the path of least resistance, and that's why people like Bill Clinton and Vaush. Yes, Vaush, I just compared you to Bill Clinton. Put that in your pipe and put that in your vape. And wait, no, Xander Hall's the one with the vape. Anyway, put that in whatever you put it in and smoke it.
A message that I was trying to put out there, and like I'm not really the person to put out that message. I don't regret making the video. I think there's bits and pieces to take from it that I think are valuable, but I probably wouldn't make it these days. I'm very grateful to those guys.
Okay, so that's his, wait, is that his video or is that somebody else that added the still coping?
And how they broached the subject, because, it didn't put me on the defensive. It just made me realize, like, I'm stupid. And I really need to, like, acknowledge.
Bill Clinton is a wealthy white governor of Arkansas. He didn't have to make a special showing of racism to appeal to a certain demographic. When Bill Clinton was attacking Sister Souljah, I think that the demographic that he was appealing to was actually more of a centrist Washington insider demographic. There was some idea, because Bill Clinton like did have the support of like black people in Arkansas. There was somehow impression in the chattering class, right, that Bill Clinton was beholden to black voters, and they didn't like that. Do you see? This is some strange stuff right here, because we're taking a group that's disempowered and acting like, oh, are you beholden to them? That sounds pretty. We don't want you to be in the pocket of anti-racism. Like what, right? But yeah, I'm sure. Like I don't think it necessarily came that hard to the Clintons, right? But there was a perception that he was fighting by picking a fight with, essentially, somebody that you're the people that that he was appealing to, we're not going to pick the side of, right? AKA he was already super racist. I mean, yeah, it's hard to deny that. Wow, that Sister Souljah beef is a deep cup. I forgot about it. Vaush's entire career is a Sister Souljah moment. Oh my God, YS. That's like I gotta make a thing where I can take one comment and like put it up here in like big things. If somebody makes a banger comment, that is a banger comment right there, YS. That is a banger comment. Vaush's entire, yeah, you're not, yeah, you summed it up right there. His entire career is a Sister Souljah moment.
These things, like what am I doing? I'm still trying to make excuses for myself and like, why I made that video. It's like, it was a dumb idea. I harassed someone. I was saying slurs and I was trying to justify it all. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment my wife Anissa has received over the years. She's had to deal with it from the beginning of our relationship, and I have done a horrible job at acknowledging her and her feelings for it. A lot of the time I just thought that was her problem, or that was other people's problem. Like, it's not my problem that you're getting hate and harassment. And it's like, no, it absolutely is. That's the culture that I cultivated, and I, didn't do anything to change that. Over the years it's changed a little bit, but I don't think I've still fully acknowledged how responsible I am for the amount of harassment that Anissa has had to deal with. And this year I decided to speak more candidly and be more open about who I am as a person, and to speak on my life a little bit more. And I did that on Anthony Padilla's podcast. These are the people that I'm attracting. These are the people that I'm entertaining. Like, I need to reevaluate things.
You gotta love Anthony's reaction.
They're relating and enjoying this content for a reason, and that's not maybe the same reason that I'm trying.
Where does he get that from? Is it like a Joe Rogan, like that? Is it like a kind of a Joe Rogan response?
To make. I had a very Wild West mentality when it came to online behavior. Like, people are going to do what they want to do. People are going to say what they want to say. And I can pretty much do the same because it's the internet. But I think you have to be a lot more responsible. If you guys are at all interested in how I've arrived here, that video gives, a good bit of context and talks about some of my life a little bit. There is a clip from this interview that's been floating around the internet, and it's me calling my fans antisocial and basement dwellers, and I was like, I didn't like, interacting with my fans. I just want to be clear, like, that was my realization. I think a lot of people are like, of course that happened, is because you were creating that culture and you were attracting those people. And it's like, yes, I know. I know now. I didn't know before. It was my realization upon, meeting more and more fans that I was like, oh shit, you guys are struggling. It was easy for me to identify them struggling when they were outside of my body. But the antisocial basement dwelling incel that was inside here, I couldn't acknowledge that. I couldn't recognize that. So I needed the mirror to be held up to me. In close,
So I feel like this is another aspect of, the reaction against him that I've noticed, is that people will call him a hypocrite, right? That, like, all that stuff that he says about, his audience applies to him too. And there's this idea that he doesn't recognize that. I feel like he does, though. I feel like he gets that. I don't know. Like, I mean, can you call him a hypocrite for this? Is he being, like, overly harsh towards those people? Yeah, hence the apology, right? But like is this really hypocritical of him? Like, in a sense of, like, he said this at this point, and then he says this now, right? I mean, some people will call that hypocrisy. Alan Moore, when stans tell him that their favorite hero is Rorschach.
I want to say that I have always thought that I was an empathetic person, because I thought, well, I get angry, I get sad, of course I got empathy. Seems easy, right? Empathy. I definitely have that. There were moments where, like, a dog would die in a film and I'd cry. So it's like, of course I have empathy. But I never did. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability, empathy. And I'm very ashamed to admit that.
It's because he is claiming to have moved on. Well, wait, what does he say? I mean, like, it's about, as far as empathy, he says something like his empathy meter is, like, only a quarter filled up, right? So he's not, like, claiming to, and he has made comments like that. He doesn't want to, he doesn't think he can undo everything that he's done. Do you have to learn empathy, or can you? I mean, a lot of people say that a lot of people like he's not the only person I've heard say this, right? I don't know how true this is, if there's like if this is like backed up with science or anything like that. Right? There's this idea that empathy generally, the empathy of a person is less pronounced at a younger age, right? And the evidence for this is like the way that kids treat each other, like sort of bullying that goes on in middle school and high school for a lot of people is maybe more cruel than seen as more cruel than what goes on in adulthood. However, I would say that that might not be true. I don't know. I don't know if I can agree with that. That's like a phenomenon, like all like a universal phenomenon, right? Because I feel like in some ways we just do a better job hiding it as an adult. I mean, what are kids doing when they're tearing each other down for social status? They're exploiting each other, right? And it's gross and it's ugly, and a lot of us have experienced it, and it sucks, and it kind of sucks too how instead of like when it's seen, when it's noticed, when it's like when a group becomes aware of it, the tendency is for people to stand around and kind of back up the bully, right? To the one who is perceived as strong, to back that person. But at the same time, like, I don't know, in a capitalist society, can we really say that there's like less exploitation that happens to you as an adult than what happens to you as a kid? I'm not sure if I'm willing to make that pronouncement. I wonder if that's like primal. Oh, you mean the Lord of the Flies kind of primal? It's part of maturing, but not everyone does it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Learning empathy. I mean, I could say that like I feel like I have more empathy than I did as as a teen. And I feel I've been able to express it more after having gone through what I went through in terms of content creation, right? I feel like there's less getting in the way of me expressing like my maximum amount of empathy, which I still think is limited, right? I was talking to somebody about this morning, that there's like certain cases that I have to turn my empathy off just to deal with the situation, and it sucks for me because it feels gross. I in a lot of ways like make sense of the world through empathy. Like in a lot of ways, like my empathy, it's like my eyes and ears, right? And when I'm feeling when I'm feeling empathy, I'm in touch, with the world. Like I feel like I'm able to perceive. And when I'm not, it feels like I am not perceiving. And I'm scared of what can happen then. I'm scared of the part of myself that that I have to go to when I turn that empathy switch off. And it's not an easy thing for me to do, right? If you've been around for a while, you've seen, when I've had people that I care about do really bad things to me, that I maybe continue to care for them for longer than it's appropriate, right? Because you got to have those boundaries, like, right? To just survive as a human being, you got to have those boundaries that when somebody has shown that that they don't care about you, and they're willing to hurt you to help themselves, like just to protect yourself, you got to be able to hit that switch and say no more no more empathy for you, right? And I could never do that, or at least I couldn't like do that readily. Empathy might be one of those evolutionary traits that separate us from other animals. I do think you need a certain amount of life experience to max out your empathy. Yo, I love that we're talking about this like gamers. This is such a gamer chat now. Empathy is also about how much you can view people different from you as well, people, and that you can definitely be learned It can definitely be learned by being around people from different backgrounds. That's a good point. Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, yeah. Chappelle was saying it makes sense that kids are less empathic for that reason. Um, it is possible to have empathy and strong boundaries. I have a terrible time trying to discuss my feelings if I am currently experiencing the feeling. Oh, yeah, yeah. It can be hard to talk about stuff when I know I'm acting like a robot. I looked it up, and empathy is a work in progress for kids and teens. However, researchers have noticed that they've noticed it in babies too.
It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy, but I have.
Achievement unlocked, empathy.
And I've realized it because I just like can't help myself but like feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up potentially, but it's at least there. And I just want you guys to know that you can unlock ability empathy if you experience more life. It might take you getting hurt a little bit, but it's worth it. It is so worth it. So thank you for watching, everyone. I do want to create more regular content, and I don't want to just have the next 5 videos be apologies. So I have uploaded a squirrel video.
Squirrel video. It's like I feel distracted by the squirrel. I think it's important to notice that empathy is only part of anti-racism, because empathy can be used. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Chromatic Mage. Empathy can be used to harm as well. Antisocial empathy is encouraged among police as a tactic to manipulate. And it's also something that I've noticed in debate bro spheres. It's not that they don't have empathy. It's that their empathy is pointed in the wrong direction, right? Their empathy is towards the, white person that doesn't realize they're racist, that's getting called out for racism. Right? You've heard people say that, like, that's one of the worst things that you could say about a person, and react like the idea that you get from these people is, if it wasn't like this person, marching down the street with a sign that says that they hate black people, then it's not really racism, right? If there's any sort of plausible deniability for their intent, then you can't blame them for the impact. Oh my God. You've got to, right? That's if you're not understanding, that it's impact that really hurts people, not intent, then you're really missing the boat on any kind of intersectional leftism. That's just non-functional at that point, and that's the kind of leftism espoused by your average debate enjoyer, unfortunately. I don't think it's all that unusual. Oh, I don't think it's unusual. I don't know if I want to make the assumption that it's like a universal trend, right? Because I definitely know of content creators who I won't speak of right now, who, instead of gaining more empathy like I have after being involved in content creation, or actually seem to have refined their lack of empathy in a very scary way. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I generally agree with you that it's probably not unusual for people to gain a greater sense of empathy as they age. 32 is not that old. That's how old iDubbbz is, I'm guessing. You really just starting your adult life to some degree at that point. True. Antisocial empathy seems like a tool generally used for hierarchical systems. When you say antisocial empathy, what exactly are we talking about? Chat might have some insights that I need to listen to here. The way that you hear some men talk about women, even women they love, makes you feel like they have no empathy. I've seen that too. Yeah, I've definitely seen that. So another thing that I want to talk about here I wanted to make sure to touch on this. I'm so glad that you reminded me of this, Michael. Something you said like cued this in my mind. Okay, is the idea that I keep on hearing from a lot of people. Yes, it's mainly the debate sphere. Okay, I'm not trying to get on the hobby horse or direct any hate towards them. Remember, I don't hate anybody. You know, I'm not here for hate. But there's like an assumption that everybody has an edgy teen phase. Some of us it stretches into our 20s, right? And that this is normal and this is understandable and it's part of the development, and that, like, you know, we should kind of have a different standard for people expressing, you know, racism, homophobia, transphobia, ableism, etc. in at a younger age, right? And they project it like this is this universal phenomenon. However, I gotta disagree. It's not universal, and the fact that you might think it's universal, it kind of is just a self-report on your own privilege. Now, like I always say, being privileged doesn't make you a bad person, right? This is something debate bros need to understand. Being privileged does not make you a bad person. It's what you do with that privilege. It's your awareness of that privilege. And, you know, it's, you know, whether or not you can leverage that privilege to, you know, debase it in some way, right? So, you know, just having privilege is not like, when you're noticing that, you are not noticing like a character flaw in yourself, right? Because this is how they'll react, right? You know, you're calling out my privilege. Well, I didn't choose to be white. I didn't choose to be cis. I didn't choose to be like all these things that give me privilege. So how can you possibly say that I'm a bad person for that? The thing is, we're not saying that you're a bad person. That's not what that is. It's that, but it's something that you need to be aware of, and you will do bad things with that privilege the less you're aware of it, right? So, but this normalization of like an edgy, racist, you know, I don't know, teen, like, or like early life, like I feel like that's coming from a very privileged place. That only makes sense if you aren't on the receiving end of some of that stuff, right? So for those of us who grew up on the receiving end of that stuff, getting called the slurs, we like, especially, you know, as a teen yourself, like, you don't want that shit to be normalized, right? And like iDubbbz's main, you know, fault here is that he helped to normalize that, right? It's not that he was, you know, saying anything out of like a malicious, you know, overt like hatred of, I mean, I don't get the feeling, at least, that that's where that's coming from. It's that he thought that, you know, it's just a word. It's either all okay or none of it's okay. He's like, he's trying to prove a point or something like that, right? But that normalization of, you know, what is essentially abusive behavior, right? Because when you're saying a slur, it's not just a word. It's a word which disempowers one group and it like puts them in their place. That is the purpose of that tool. That's what the slur, that's how things become slurs, right? They're used to put a marginalized group down, right? And so if you're not the one who's on the receiving end, then for you to say that it's like totally normal and understandable, you're gonna have an edgy teenage, you know, era, you're gonna have an edgy early 20s era, and then at some point you're like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. And you're like, okay, welcome to humanity. Congratulations. Right? No, we gotta stop normalizing that, right? Because like when you're normalizing that and accepting that, you're not, you know, just, I don't know, remembering how you used to be, right? And trying to normalize that in some way. You're also making it harder for people that are currently at the receiving end of those slurs, right? I'm glad he's finally saying something. It's hella late. I was almost done with college by the time he started making Content Cop, but I know people who were bullied by his fans. Yeah. That's the thing, and that's the thing that he's recognizing. Like people are saying a little too late, that he is enabling something that actually does cause harm, even though he doesn't have the intent, in his own mind to cause harm like that. I don't know what antipathic socialization means, but oh wait, sorry. Did I miss something about antipathic socialization? Oh my god, thank you for the memberships. Wait, why is it not saying the name? Do I need to pull this up? Oh my god. I gotta, well, you know who you are. If you just re-upped your membership on YouTube, I thank you very greatly. I think that NCC is right about how people can use pro-social empathy selectively, like supportive hegemony. Yeah. And I'm like think about a Karen. What the phenomenon of Karen, right? Is somebody that is leveraging their perceived vulnerability, usually as a white woman, and they're they're utilizing the inordinate amount of empathy, shown to you in that cross section of privilege in order to hurt somebody, right? That's what the phenomenon. I mean, like, I guess Karen could be like a larger phenomenon too, but at its very base, and I would say at its most pernicious, that's that it is a weaponization of empathy, and enough. You could even see like the empathy as being distributed in like a hierarchical way. Will Destiny's edgy personality ever tone down? Yo, now that's a good question, right? What do we have? I'm going to talk about Destiny a little bit here, right? What do we have when we've got a personality like this, right? That enjoys saying the R slur like well into their 30s. What do we have with Chud Logic? If we want to look at an even more extreme and absurd version of this, right? You've got a British man, like in his, I don't want to judge, I don't know how old Chud is, but I know that he's at least in his 30s, right? He's beyond the schoolyard like period of time. He cannot say this is like my edgy teenage phase, sorry, right? And like the weirdest thing about it too, right, is my understanding is that the R slur, like, it's not something that is as universal in British culture as it is in American culture. So it's just kind of bizarre to see this like 30-something-year-old dude with his go-to insult being calling people the R slur, right? Like, it's like, what is going on with this? Like, right? Look, I'm the least of the people to call somebody out for being immature, right? And I don't think the problem with Chud, the problem with Destiny, is their immaturity. I think that there's a reason that they're like that. I don't think it's that they like lack development or something like that, or have like some. I'm not gonna diagnose them with like Peter Pan syndrome or something like that, right? Even though I might be tempted to. I think it's something to do with their communities and the fact that they want that, and the fact that a Chud Logic and a Destiny like definitely like play to the crowd. It's like the way that he stays relevant in some ways. Like that is literally Chud Logic saying, "Hello, fellow kids." You know what I'm saying? It's actually, you should be embarrassed, Chud, is what I'm saying. All right. No hate, again, no hate. But that's just my comment on Chud Logic. In Britain, they say like spaz and another word more. Yeah, so for him to adopt this like American like edgelord teenage like go to, and that's the thing, everything is like that you like, that's, he uses it for, you're overusing the R slur, Chud. And like, I don't know if you understand this, but you're actually, here's my prediction. He's gonna make the R slur uncool, right? Because I mean, I guess it's that there's like some audience that is maybe younger than Chud that follows Chud. Is that kind of what's going on? He's a middle-aged Englishman trying to sound like a teenage American kid in a Fortnite I won't even say Fortnite. I feel like I'm insulting Fortnite there. I don't. There's another video game that's probably worse than Fortnite, right? They're interacting with a chat of primarily young 20-somethings all day. Like, at what point is that chat gonna like be like boomer? Right? What are you're really like, like you're really okay with Chud Logic, sitting down on the chair backwards and then taking his hat, his baseball cap, and turning it backwards, and they're like, all right, we're gonna have some real talk here. We're gonna have real talk with Chud, like, right? You're all a bunch of R slurs.
On my second channel, if you want to watch that. I guess as one final thing, I just want to thank everyone who's given me the space and the compassion to grow as a person, because it's taken longer than it probably...
I was gonna say, is it just our old men that say the R slurred, or do kids say it too? I mean, I'm sure there's examples. We weren't supposed to say it in school as a kid. Yeah, you get in trouble for that. Maybe that was why. I don't know. But I mean, like, somebody saying the R slur could make the same. In fact, like Vaush, Sanderhall, Chud, like Destiny. There's a lot of like it's almost like considered like de rigueur for debate streamers to use this as their go-to insult. They could make the same argument. In fact, I think I have heard them saying the same argument. They're basically saying, now, when I call somebody the R slur, do you think that I'm saying that they're developmentally disabled? No, I would never call a developmentally disabled person the R slur. That would be, like, right? So they got some idea of, like, the impropriety of ableism when it's directed towards, the groups that it's targeted at. But they never think of the fact that, like, okay, so I get it. So you're not making fun of a group of people, right? When you say this, but you are using a word that is disempowering to that group as a general insult. No, understand, like, it's like gay. It's like when people used to say, like, gay, that's gay, stop being gay, like, this is so gay, like, all that stuff, right? They like, okay, so you're not actually saying this is homosexual and therefore I disapprove of it, right? How could like a song could be, homosexual somehow, or like whatever. They'll call a lot of different things gay, right? That aren't necessarily like people. So obviously, it's not a literal insult, but using somebody's sexuality as an insult, using an immutable attribute of somebody as an insult, like, I don't know how you think you're getting off on that, right? Paul Squall, thank you for the 100 biddies. Meow, meow, meow. What up, fellow gays, right? Right? Look, here's my idea, okay? I feel like we need to start using the word gay to mean good. Because even Hassan, and I know that Hassan, like, I don't know, there's a different way that Hassan uses it, right? But, like, that's so straight. That's so straight of him. We gotta reverse this trend. Like, start saying something is gay to say that it's awesome and it's gay. Like, what does gay mean? Gay means, like, literally happy, and, like, what's wrong with that? Like, right? I mean, it could also mean camp. Again, what's wrong with that? Like, let's reclaim this. You and me, great minds. Is that what you're thinking too, Cat? I used it as a literal sense of a positive light. Yes. Like two men kissing. That is gay, and that is hot, and that is awesome. Yeah. If XQC can learn that, it's not a low bar to cross. Yeah. The desire to say slurs goes back to the lack of empathy. Yeah. Hassan has a community meme where he pretends to be homophobic. Yeah, like, I kind of get that. Like, I know that, like, there's, like, several layers of irony in the way that Hassan is saying that. I still... Oh my god, what's up? Oh, Maya Remedy. Hillary Duff needs to go back on her campaign, but for the R slur this time. It's okay to say gay, yeah. Like wait, what would be the anti-DeSantis? Like, right? It's like DeSantis is like, don't say gay. Make America gay again? Wait, I feel like somebody's already come up with that, right? I feel like I'm not the first to. Ironic homophobia is still homophobic. Yeah, I mean it's one of those situations where like I feel like it's a strategic disagreement. But speaking of that, we're gonna get a little Hassan later on. I think that for once, right, Hassan's analysis of Moist Critical is actually pretty good. It's pretty on point. Bernie Sanders is the anti-DeSantis.
We should have. I appreciate everyone, and I think most importantly, I appreciate my wife, Anissa. She has been insanely compassionate and helpful and patient in allowing me to grow over the years, and has legitimately encouraged me to be a better person, and not a better person in just like the
Wait, Anissa?
iDubbbz becoming woke kind of way. She was the one who said that I should try this boxing thing. I would have never done that on my own because I was insecure and I was pathetic. I did this and I am so glad I did. It's been amazing. So, Anissa, I love you. You're amazing. Right now you're streaming. But bon voyage. Toodles.
Toodles. Okay. What does boxing have to do? Yeah, I don't get it either. That's a head scratcher for me. Honestly, I'm trying to get over this, but his girlfriend, not a fan of her. I don't know that much about Anissa. I don't know that much about her. Hey, and also speaking of Moist Critical, what is this thing about going after people's girlfriends? Do you remember how, like, in the Sneeko drama? You remember how in the Sneeko drama, Sneeko kind of went after Moist Critical's girlfriend? And, like, was the Sam Hyde thing? This is, like, Sam Hyde's going after Anissa, and it's this weird thing that they do where they're just like totally toxic, totally inappropriate towards these people. Oh wait, don't they do this to Ethan and Gila too? You're older than Hassan. He can f off. There are valid reasons to like dislike Anissa that stems back to like 10 years ago. Oh my god. See, this is the thing. I got more learning to do apparently. I did a little deep dive into Ethan and Gila and H3 and tried to kind of catch up with iDubbbz, but yeah, I guess Anissa was sort of a blind spot in my research, right? Like I said, I want to know. I don't want to come off as ignorant here. I want to be able to speak to these things, like in more than just the concept. What's up, Bread Bro? I hate when wives, girlfriends, etc. have to try to teach their partner to be less of a piece of shit. Well, yeah, it's that concept. It's like that happens, and then there's this reaction from like the fans or the former fans, or just where they end up attacking. It's an emasculation tactic. Yeah, because like what happens is they like you even saw that you okay. Like, look, I'm gonna go way back and pull the example of Demon Mama going off on American Johnson, EJ from Non-Compete, for defending Luna when people were being racist to Luna. Like, Demon Mama literally called him a wife guy. Like, what does that mean? Like, Demon Mama, are you saying that if somebody, and I know this isn't true, right? I know this isn't true. I know that if somebody attacked and got toxic about, somebody that you know, she cared about, like on the same level about one of her partners, that she would go after them. She would be upset, right? Why is that cringe? How is that like a wife guy? Like I don't know, is that like a Borat reference or something? Because Borat obviously was not very defensive of his wife. I don't even know where that comes. Where does wife guy come from, right? But this was Demon Mama, just like she thought it was the funniest thing in the world. EJ's a wife guy. What? Look at the wife guy. Look at, oh, are you gonna white knight for your wife? Like, what do you expect? What do you expect EJ to do, right? So many called him a wife guy. It's like, what is that? I don't get it. What are you saying, Demon Mama? What are you saying? I thought wife guy was just just somebody who constantly talks about and brings up their wife. Who was wife guy? Well, that's what I'm wondering. Who was the original wife guy? Like, where does this come from? It's because she's a sex worker. Oh, Anise. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. It's just me. I know the defense, but it's not moral to me. Wait, sorry. What's not? Maybe I'm missing something, but people are saying that going back 10 years, there's something with Anise that, like, I don't even know about. But I've noticed this, yeah, with iDubbbz and Anissa, with EJ and Luna, with Ethan and Gila, and with Moist Critical and his girlfriend, right? That this is like the... Yeah, I don't even. It's like a comic book bad guy thing, right? I can't see any other way to read this, but as like a comic book villain, where you're like, oh, well, I can't get to you. I can't get under your skin. What about the person that you love, the person you care about? Like, right? What is that? What even is that? Wife guy is someone who makes being a husband their whole personality, especially when they turn out to be a bad husband. Oh, like Ned from Try Guys. Yo, I didn't cover that drama. Wasn't Ned from Try Guys a wife guy? Okay, I just don't see how you're shoehorning EJ into that, right? Like the only thing I could think of is like he does content, like they have a channel together, right? So he does content like with his wife. I don't get it. Incelery. Well, I'm definitely not calling Demon Mama an incel here. Don't let spread that rumor. A wife guy is any guy who posts a lot about their wife. So like, but okay. So it is a thing. What's up, Fightingale? It's an exact example you were thinking of was Try Guys. And like all I know about Ned is that he cheated, right? It's a weird dig at someone, especially somebody like EJ. Like I really don't understand. It felt like Demon Mama just wanted to pick a fight with somebody, and EJ and Luna were vulnerable. Wife haver is an insult. Yeah. All right, so let's take a look at what Moist Critical has to say. It's a pretty short video. Wait, that's not it. That's the old drama. That's an old drama. That is a very, very old drama. Let's see. Speaking of... Wait, actually, I can't even... I'm trying to segue from this, right? I'm trying to segue from this to let you know that there is a thread on Twitter right now for this stream, right? And I'm going to ask you, if you're on Twitter, if you're using that platform, to help me out by going and supporting this thread. I should have said this earlier. I always forget to say this, right? Here we go. Boom. That. That's the thread I'm talking about. And I'm going to put it in YouTube chat as well. Here we go. Wait, am I seeing everybody? Ned cheated on his wife, and then with a subordinate at Try Guys, a company he owned. Oh God. There we go. There's one in YouTube, which I think I have to pin this myself. So there's the thread. It's in YouTube. It's on Twitch. Help me out. Help me bring more people, make more people aware of the stream by supporting that thread. And also, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. It's powerful. Powerful. Like, right, like I said, like we're playing thumb war. 1, 2, 3, 4. I declare thumb war against the algorithm, right? And the algorithm's got a pretty big thumb. It's like my right thumb going against my left thumb. My left thumb is not going to win against my right thumb, but if we put all of our left thumbs together, you know what I mean, then we can be pretty powerful. We can overcome that algorithm. Okay, here we go.
The audience over time as well, obviously. Yesterday, iDubbbz posted a YouTube video that's become extremely divisive. I haven't seen people this divided on a singular topic since the red and blue dress debate. The video—
Okay, so this is weird to me, right? Not the red and blue dressed. I think it was a yellow and blue dress debate was the actual dress debate, right? But this is I feel like this video, correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you, Videngale. I feel like this video is less divisive than the Froggy Fresh one. Right? In the Froggy Fresh one, there were a lot of people saying that he somehow called Froggy Fresh a Nazi, which, did that happen? Mold Critical? I thought it was white, yeah, white and gold or black and blue. Yeah, the dress. Yeah, I always just remember, wait, yeah, I remember blue and yellow, but you're right, it's, yeah, gold, is it gold or is it, yeah, multiple colors on the dress. Ned was also the HR rep at Try Guys, and the subordinate was a fan of Try Guys when Ned hired her to work for them at BuzzFeed, so... Also, not the first time Ned was flirtatious with a female fan. Moist likes to toe the line of edginess. Yeah. I mean, he likes to, like, Hassan always says that he is, like, the perfect example of a normie. That when he wants to know what normies think about something, and what he means by that is that, like, he's 50-50. It's like, you know, that another point that Hassan made, right, is if the stuff that iDubbbz did was not that bad. Yeah, oh God, I'm getting ahead of myself here, right? But, you know, obviously he's going to say that it wasn't that bad. Why should he, you know, apologize like this, right? If the apology wasn't warranted, then why did Moist Critical, why did Penguin Zero never do this himself? This wasn't you know, the kind of behavior that Penguin Zero participated in. But at the same time, you know, he's definitely not trying to call it out. And that is because I think he's trying to make his, like, he's buttering his bread on both sides, right? Not Ned calling himself into HR. Wait, what? Did I miss something? It's okay not to accept Ian's apology, but I don't know what Moist was thinking in this video. Yeah, that's not what he's about. He's saying that the apology wasn't warranted, right? That he's flagellating himself, that he's beating himself up, and that, like, this was just a bad move, and, you know, like, I don't understand what he's thinking, what is he doing, right? I feel like that should be... You saw both colors in the dress. How? Like, at the same time? Or did you have to, like, do something with your eyes to, like... Is it like the magic, you know those things where you look at them, and, like, it's just a bunch of, like, it's, like, repeating images, but then you look at it, like, super hard and, like, cross your eyes or something, and all of a sudden you see, like, a, you know, giant, like, eggplant emoji come out at you and boop you on the nose, and you're like, and stuff like that thing. It changed colors with different lighting. Yeah, but most people were seeing, like, pictures, right? So, like, how was it, like, with different screen contrasts and stuff? My eyes would see gold and white at first, and then it would fade into blue and black. Wow, that's really cool. Wait, what about the thing where there's a sound, and some people hear, was it Yanni, and then like I can't remember the other, like two words that sound like nothing alike, right? And depending on like somewhat on your age, right? Because like it would be like you there's different patterns of like frequencies that you pick up better like when you're young, and like you lose those when you're older, so it ends up sounding like a complete Laurel. Yeah, Yanni and Laurel, is that right? Yanni versus Laurel. Not familiar with iDubbbz or Moist Critical. I heard iDubbbz was racist, and mixed reviews about Moist Critical. Also, Moist Critical and Penguin Zero, same person. Yes, you got it. They're the same person. That does. You're not the only one to get confused about that. Moisture is saying against saying slurs because it's not funny, but he doesn't think it's harmful, right? Yeah. So as far as iDubbbz, you are talking about a guy that said like the N-word with a hard R, not to be racist, but to prove a point. Yeah. And now he says, God, I wish I hadn't have done that. And, he knows that, like, not everybody's going to accept that apology, right? But the weird thing is Moist Critical's response here, right? That he's like, what's the big deal? You didn't unalive anyone in a video game or otherwise. Like, what do you mean, right? And Hassan, this broke Hassan's brain. Hassan's brain literally broke and slid out of his butt, right? He had to Kaya had to pick it up and bring it to him. That was like, Hassan was like completely, because like I said, Hassan relies on Moist Critical to be his like to be his quintessential normie. When he wants to find out what is a normie, what is a centrist, what is like a basic bitch lib, kind of think about something, right? Somebody that's not political, somebody that's not ideological. This is the guy that he goes to. And this was the first time in Hassan's mind he felt like that Moist Critical wasn't really tracking with your normie. So it was cringe period. I get why iDubbbz said it. He was called it, but Critical is not the right person to comment on it.
The video he posted was basically an apology for the content he made in the past, apologizing for it being hurtful or damaging, and a whole myriad of other things that he wanted to come forward with and
If I listen to the Moist podcast, I should get ready to cringe.
About how he's changed as a person and thus his content will be changing. He goes over like insecurities of his past. And overall, he just invites the audience into the back of the kitchen to see how the sausage is made and meet the chef. And for a lot of people, they didn't want to meet the chef.
I said this, not in so many words, right? Not in the same, like with the same language, but I was kind of talking about like him opening the fourth wall. When I said he opened the fourth wall and he steps out of it, right? And starts talking to you not as a content creator, not as an entertainer, not as a personality, but as a person, as Ian, rather than as iDubbbz, right? That is something that the people that were enjoying suspending their disbelief and going along with all the content cop shenanigans, that's something that they weren't ready to see. Like, right? It's like if you're watching It's like if you're watching like Star Wars or something, and all of a sudden the actors on screen like say just a minute here now, like, and they start talking to you as the actor and not you're like, wait, I'm here to see Star Wars. What are you doing? Like, right? You're supposed to be in character. Get in character, mister. Yeah, Hassan said Moist was internet centrist regarding this, and not a real life centrist, because Hassan said Moist most people would be extremely off-put. Okay, so that's his new line, or like his new assessment. Critical did not die for your sins. Yeah, he kind of looks like he might have, but no, he didn't in actual, and he only did so in a video game. That's right.
He's being very,
and it was Happy Wheels, yes,
open and honest about his feelings on his older self and now his current mentality. how he feels better and healthier and doesn't like what he did in the past and didn't like who he used to be. So it's a whole apology video for all of that. He releases more feelings in this video than Pandora's box.
I gotta let you know, chat, I always love to see Snugs in chat.
And I kind of want to go over this whole situation because I have a lot of thoughts on the topic, not only as it pertains to iDubbbz in particular, but just in the general creator space. There's a few things that I want to talk about here.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value.
Snugs.
But I'm starting to realize that that is a very weak and passive way to, you know, run my channel and live my life.
I'm sorry to immediately come in here with the Phoenix Wright objection, but I completely disagree with the sentiment that it's weak or...
I'm sorry to come right in here with the Clussy objection, Moist Critical, but I'm gonna have to do it, okay? Chat, are you ready? Are you ready? Wait, let me get my hair out of the way. Oh my god. It's so much easier for Clussy because her hair's like up. God damn it, Clussy. You make this look so easy. I gotta do the Clussy. There we go.
Passive to change your content and expect people to see that as a reflection of yourself. That's pretty much the optimal way of handling any kind of
dare he slander the great name of Phoenix Wright
situation when
objection
in which you're not comfortable with either your audience or the content you've been making. By changing the content over time, you're changing the audience over time as well, obviously, right? The people that subscribed for your previous catalog of content might not stick around for the stuff you start creating when it goes in a different direction.
I think the problem is they were sticking around, at least in the comment section, whether or not they unsubscribed. They were there in the the comment section, like complaining, right? And I think that's what he wasn't feeling. I'm literally playing Ace Attorney right now. That's awesome.
And that's a totally fine thing. I don't think there's anything weak about just making different content and growing individually without having to come forward and share that growth with your audience. At the end of the day, your subscribers aren't your friends. You don't know them and they don't know you. That's the brass tacks of it. Sorry to blast the cold water in your face first thing in the morning. You don't owe them an explanation.
I don't know, chat. Do you know me? Do I know you?
For why you're changing your content. You're welcome to tell them. I think that's totally within your right to do.
Maybe I just have like a perspective of a random small streamer chick, right? I don't have a huge chat like Charlie does. I don't have a huge audience like iDubbbz does, but like, I don't know. I feel like some level of communication of like what's going on, what you're thinking, you know, the direction of your content. I feel like that's absolutely appropriate. If anything, I should be doing more of that, right? More like videos. I guess because I've like sort of deleted so many videos on my channel that no longer represent who I am. It'd be really confusing for somebody to come on and hear me talk about the problem with Debate Bros and then see me play patty cakes with Destiny or something like that, right? So, you know, like the as far as like the milestones, like those are like, I don't even notice those now. Like I don't even pay attention to my overall number of views, but that's generally what a content creator will do. Will give you an update when they reach like 100,000 views, when they reach 1,000 subscribers, 2,000 subscribers. We're coming up on that right now. And if you want to be a part of that, hit that subscribe button to become part of the NCC army, to become part of Clan Ops, right? You will know all the secrets about every content creator, right? You'll get the memo where you get all the dirt on all your favorite content creators from NCC, because remember, I'm the chick with the folders, right? I don't know if anybody actually remembers that. Most people don't. Most people are like, what are you talking about? Folders? What? I don't get it. So is Moist Critical a lefty, liberal, centrist, libertarian, or alt-righter? I keep hearing people say that Penguin Zero is on the right or left and can never tell. Yo, the thing is, he's trying to appeal to all audiences, right? Like, you know, he's not going to be like he's not going to be, you know, transphobic, but you're probably not going to see him defend like Dylan Mulvaney, right? Does that make sense? He'd like to continue to butter his toast on both sides of the bread. I feel like YouTubers have way less of a parasocial relationship with their audience because there isn't that one-on-one interaction. Well, it's not expected. I mean, you get it from me, right? But I'm a little bit of an aberration. Even though I'm a YouTube girl, I still have a lot of Twitch DNA in me. Some DNA from Twitch creators, in fact. We won't mention who, but anyway, Moist is a liberal with some gamer, liberal with gamer tendencies. There we go. You got it, smartest man in the world. You're living up to your name. I think he claims to be apolitical, huh? No real developed politics. Well, I mean, like, yeah, that's the thing, right? If you're trying to appeal to the kind of mass audience that he appeals to, you sort of got to tuck any sort of political, standpoint that you have into a certain degree. And he's advertiser friendly, right? That's his not. Yeah. No real developed politics.
But I really disagree that it's weak if you don't explain why you're changing your content. You can just make different stuff and go in that direction where you're happier without ever really needing to come forward and like really lecture on why.
I think I should have the
Florida man
balls
fail.
to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I've made. So that's what this video is. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel. And I've also created a culture of apathy and I don't know, a lot of like cruelty as well. Like, some of the videos I've made have been very not edgy. I don't think they some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel.
It sucks to hear that this is how he thinks about his old content and his old self. It's always a very difficult realization when you look back on, the you of a few years ago disappointed. Like, I used to be 5'6", and I still am, but it sucks to realize that I was then too, and have been for a long time. Point is, he wasn't happy with the content he made or the person.
I always forget, because in my mind, he's like 6'5" or something. Who made Moist Critical the arbiter of apologies when they're, and when they're needed, especially when he's not the one he's talking to. I think Moist is right if the change you've made doesn't involve being a racist. Like, if your change in your favorite fruit, well, yeah, but like if my content was fruit, right? And I was like Irene, the grape queen, and then all of a sudden, like, you see me eating oranges. Like, I mean, you probably, like, I mean, it would behoove me to talk about, like, I am sick of grapes, okay? I know that y'all came to see me eat grapes, and I used to love eating grapes, but it just became a thing. I did it too much, and now I gotta eat oranges, all right? So I hope you're here for the oranges. If not, I understand. Like, so, like, even with something like as innocuous as fruit, God, I'd like a fruitarian channel or something like that. I think Moist is right. If he's like the younger, long-haired version of Phil DeFranco with less clickbait and a devil's advocate centrism and more facial hair. Yeah, like Philip DeFranco crossed with I don't know though. I don't know. Like, I feel like I saw something. Oh my God. Isn't Philip DeFranco, like, I've seen him be centrist before, but more recently I've seen him come out on probably what he perceives to be the right side of history, right? But I guess I haven't watched that much of the new reboot of Philly DeFranco. Yeah, if you don't know Philip DeFranco, we're talking about a person who was huge, kind of a news guy, right? He'd do like 5 or 10 minutes of the news, entertainment news, political, everything that was going on, and he'd try to, deliver it to you fast and like, with his charismatic presentation and stuff like that. And like, I think in the old days he was very, very centrist. It seems like maybe not as much now. He's probably directly in the middle of 2010s and 2020s. Phil DeFranco, you're talking about Moist Critical there. I used to watch him in middle school. Yeah, Billy D.
And he was, and now he's trying to apologize for the videos he made. And I, once again, have to completely disagree with the way he looks at it. I feel like his perspective on it is very warped by the way the internet has evolved over the years. The way he talks about this content makes it sound like he used to fucking murder puppies for these videos, which it was never that extreme.
And if you want to protect puppies from the top of the hour and bottom of the hour ad break, you can do that with a gift of a community sub to one of these poor souls that doesn't have a little Persona icon by their face. They might not even know anything about Persona 2 at all. They might not be able to name the characters, but they will still be subject to that evil and odious ad break that will suck them right out of their immersion in my stream and make them all confused. They'll be asking you questions that you'll then have to answer and explain, you know, stuff that you just heard, like they didn't hear it, right? Because they got sucked out for a minute and a half during the top of the hour or a minute and a half during the bottom of the hour, and you can play the hero by donating community gift subs to them. Also, if you want to get out of your status of having no face by your name, meaning that you're subject to that ad break, right? You can connect your Twitch, your Amazon Prime account with your Twitch, and that entitles you to one free sub to the content creator of your choice. If it's me, it means a lot. I really appreciate those because I know you only have one of those to give. So if you're parking it here, that really means something to me. The other way you can take care of that is by paying. It's only $5, just $5. $5 for a sub for yourself, and you know, take care of that easy peasy. Although I do realize that a lot of people, $5 is not exactly an insignificant amount of money. And if you find yourself in that boat, just continue to be an awesome little chatter in chat, and your lack of a Persona 2 icon will be noticed at some point by some generous soul that is willing to play hero and give out those gift subs.
I very much would consider it edgy. It was 2016 edginess in all of its glory.
Copy
that
Hassan.
was entirely the brand. And for its time, it lived peacefully. You know, all four nations, water, earth, fire, air, lived together in harmony with all this edginess going on.
It was great. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. It was all in balance, right? You know, like we don't approve of saying the N-word, but at the same time, we're not going to call out saying the N-word, right? We're going to have the balance. The Fire Nation is doing its thing, making its little, you know, incursions into other people's territory. Like, what is this metaphor? This isn't even true. This isn't even true. Was this even true in Avatar? Billy DeFranco was the king of YouTube clickbait and objectified gals for clicks. He also got his fans to harass any women of color that criticized him, like what? Oh my God. Chat, you're educating me right now. Apparently, I just did not pay enough attention to YouTube back in the day. I would recommend watching Philly D. Now he's definitely not a centrist anymore. He's left. I don't know where, but yeah, exactly. That's what I've noted. Like, I haven't seen that much of his new content. I never really watched that much of his old content. He was just kind of a staple of old YouTube, right? But I didn't even know that he went off on Cat Black and people like that. Yeah, Moist forgets that the Fire Nation started invading other nations. Yeah, it's all in balance though, right? You know, where like the only thing that's in balance is your fake neutrality, right? And at the end of the day, like, I hate to say it, Moist, but iDubbbz is right when he says that not acknowledging the change in his content is the coward's way out, right? Now, I know the implication of that is that you yourself are a coward, and I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you other than Moist, Critical, Penguin Zero. That is the voice of your conscience, and you should probably listen to it instead of feeling called out, right? It's so much better. You don't have to stay in this mood of reacting to what somebody says about himself in this way that is very, very clear and apparent to all of us out here on this side of things, and apparently not so clear to you, right? It's pretty clear what's happening, right? That you realize that even though you didn't do what iDubbbz did back in the day, you didn't say the N-word. You didn't, you know, call your like chat inward F slurs or anything like that, right? You yourself weren't guilty of it. You also like never really called that stuff out, and that way you got your bread here and you're buttering it on both sides, right? I'm sorry to tell you, Moist, but that butter is gonna drip on you. All right, you kind of got to choose a side. Even Philly DeFranco is like showing more cojones than you here, right? And I'm not saying this to call you out here. I'm obviously not mad. I'm not obviously not directing any harassment. What kind of harassment could I even direct at the Great Penguin Zero, right? I am nothing. I am a little fly in your Vaseline that, oh my God, why am I in your Vaseline? What the hell am I even thinking of? Yo, in my mind though, there's a little tin of Vaseline on his desk. Why am I talking about other creators like this? This is completely inappropriate. Okay. Anyway, chat. That's my every accusation is a confession. What does NCC have on her desk? Wouldn't you like to know?
Now, obviously, times have changed, and he has changed. He's gotten older. He's in his 30s now. In your 30s, it's not exactly entertaining to just be spamming slurs for shock humor.
I'm making you want tell that to Chud Logic. Tell that to you don't know who Chud Logic is. I can't get mad at you for Chud Logic. I can't blame Chud Logic on you or like right, but like I don't know. Like look, I'm not saying that you have to like join in like some kind of like performative flagellations and like I said, Moist Critical does not have. You know what? As I say it, I think I'm wrong. Chad, I'm wrong. I was about to say that he doesn't have really anything to apologize for. I know that he didn't do the stuff that iDubbbz did back in the day, right? I know that he wasn't a big fan of slurs or anything like that, but I feel like there are maybe more than a few skeletons in his closet that people have made me aware of through the years. And if you want to remind me of what those are in chat, I would be much appreciative. Moist should stick to making more Moist Wrestling League. I mean, that sounds like fun. I would participate.
I don't find that entertaining, and he doesn't either, so it's totally fine to want to distance yourself from making content like that, but I don't think it was a mistake that he made those videos. Like, they're not hurtful, nor do I really think they're damaging. Now, you could make an argument that they were hurtful to the people they were about, like the content cop on Tana or Leafy or any of that. You could say, like, you know, he hurt their feelings or sent harassment their way, which made...
So does he really think that that's what, like, iDubbbz is apologizing for? So the one criticism that I had, or the one thing that I thought maybe could have been better, let's phrase it like that, of iDubbbz's apology is that there was a lack of specificity. It was like, that stuff that I did in the past, that was real bad. I shouldn't have done that, right? And so I guess somebody could look at, I just don't know how you look at that and you think, oh, he means that he feels bad about being mean to Leafy, right? And like I think that maybe like because if you so the Leafy video, just to, you know, for anybody who hasn't seen that, right? I was in someone's stream and they said that Chud Logic is the UK's Baked Alaska. Wait, when's the rap album coming out? That's what I want to know, right? But like, so Leafy does this, like, I can't do it. He like, is it like a that or something, or like it's like a this, and he puts it in front of his face, like he's always like covering up his chin, right? And so when iDubbbz did the content cop on Leafy, he was showing lots of pictures of that, right? He was and he also did with Leafy. There's the one exception where he did show the way that Leafy bullied some kid, right? And the sort of way of like that he does it and tries to get away with it. Like, we're not going to talk about the kid's snaggletooth, right? And he shows the picture of, you know, like the embarrassing pictures. So iDubbbz showed a bunch of embarrassing pictures of Leafy, and I think at the end he kind of reveals that if you see Leafy from a side profile, you realize that the chin is like, you know, kind of minimal there, right? I am not gonna, like, there's a ton of things to criticize Leafy for, right? And I'm not going to go after Leafy's personal appearance. That's not, I'm not Keffels, okay? I'm not Keffels, right? I don't know if Keffels does that with Leafy, but like, you know what I mean? I don't feel like that's a good strategy. You know, even with a toxic, you know, bullying person like Leafy. But yeah, that was the, so like that one, like, is that what he thinks that iDubbbz feels bad about? It's like people weren't canceling Ian hard enough, so Moist volunteered as a tribute. Maybe so. Yeah, and the thing is, like, iDubbbz is just getting mostly the people that are mad. No, I don't want to say that, right? There's people that aren't buying, like, iDubbbz's apology, that, you know, feel like what he did was wrong, Don't feel like Charlie, where it's like, you didn't do anything all that bad. They're like, yeah, no, you said like the N-word, you normalized saying the N-word, you justified saying the N-word. You got a bunch of fucking edgy kids to think that it's cool to say the N-word, right? You like reintroduced a new reason, like like you could say the N-word and not be racist. Okay, great innovation. That's wonderful. You've really contributed to humanity there with that take, right? You're hearing that "We Love Our Cops"? Oh, from Baked Alaska. Oh my god, that was so cringe. Yeah. But yeah, but it's not like iDubbbz is getting canceled by those people. Those people were never in iDubbbz corner to begin with. Those people were calling out iDubbbz, back when this happened, right? And that they're not, iDubbbz's fan or anything like that. So who's canceling iDubbbz? Well, it's his old fans, right? It's the people that they see the apology and they see it problematic, not because they think it's insincere or anything like that, not because they think it's insufficient or anything like that. They feel called out by the fact that iDubbbz feels the need to call himself out for behavior that they still engage in, or at the very least that they still approve of, right? They don't want to see their glory days in the edgy, like, fever dream of 2015, 2016. They don't want to see that as harmful. They don't want to see that as doing any damage. They want to see that as, youthful indiscretions at the best and at the worst. Based. Yeah, there's some people like Chud Logic that are still in that phase of seeing that edgelord shit that they should have grown out of and be like, based. Oh my god, can we be more abusive maybe? Yeah, that's based. Oh god, I gotta stop making fun of based. I just love the way that people say it. Based. Let's go. Okay, sorry, enough. iDubbbz is making this video to win over the people on the left who don't forgive him. Yeah, and like I said, I think he understands that not everybody's gonna, he's not everybody's cup of tea, definitely in terms of his old fans, and maybe also in terms of people that he's hurt over the years, or people that, who behavior that he helped normalize has hurt, really.
Have been a mental burden on them, and you could feel bad about that, I suppose. But at the end of the day, I don't think the goal of his content was ever to...
Does anybody ever even say based anymore? It feels chuggy.
...be hurtful or damaging. He was just trying to entertain and using edginess as shock humor, which for its time was acceptable online. Now, whether or not you think that's okay that it was ever acceptable, that's a different argument for a different day.
It has more moisture, and I think it's plant-based. I grew up with it because it's way cheaper. Wait, what are we talking about? Has less saturated fats. Wait, what are we talking about? Margarine used to be pink instead of yellow and white because companies were scared that people would confuse the two and saw margarine as new and less healthy, and learned that has less saturated fats. Unfortunately, it has more trans fats, so it's kind of a they're trying to take care of one problem. They end up introducing another problem. I say base. There we go. Wasn't that like an infrared meme? I had to explain what based meant to my roommate, and she was like, "Oh, I thought they were talking about like turkey basting." Oh my god, that's awesome. The V subreddit says it all the time. They're still saying based. Based is in chuggy is out.
But the point is, the point of his content wasn't to be hateful or hurtful. He really was just trying to entertain. At least that's how I and the majority of people viewed it. So I just don't think that the apology is really warranted. You can explain, like, I just don't like making that content anymore, so I won't. And be like, hey, I even regret making that content because it's kind of cringe now. That's all fine, but to think that it is this huge, massive problem, like you made an unforgivable mistake, is a little weird to me.
So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry.
So, just a little side tangent, right? Margarine is an innovation that they came up. So you got butter, right? Butter is solid, even at room temperature. Pretty neat, I guess. I don't know. I don't eat butter, so I don't really know. But I grew up with it, right? So I know this. I know these things, right? And then you got oil, right? Now oil's cool because it's plant based. Like nothing, doesn't come from an animal. Doesn't have to come from animal agriculture. That's pretty cool too. But it's liquid. You can't spread it. I don't know. I guess that's a problem, right? So the brains in the food manufacturing facilities came up with this idea to use actually nickel, of all things, to take so there's a reason, right? You got your saturated fatty acids that generally come from animals, right? So when you make a butter, it's solid, right? And then you got your like unsaturated fatty acids over here with plants, right? So if you want to take an unsaturated fatty acid and make it stay like solid at room temperature or solid, more often, right? You want to take oil and turn it into margarine. You actually use nickel to kind of like manipulate the sides that those double to manipulate. So because like saturated versus unsaturated is basically whether or not the carbons in the fatty acid chain are inundated with hydrogens, because you can either have like a double bond to hydrogen, right? Which means that if you wait, no, oh my god, this is wrong. The double bond goes to like, are we doing biochem? Did I just walk us into a biochem lecture that I'm like having trouble remembering now? Country crock butter, it tastes really good and you can spread it. Yeah. So yeah, but there was a problem with this, right? In that, like, as bad as saturated fatty acids are, and I am one who believes in the diet heart hypothesis, I don't think that Ansel Keys was this big, evil, nasty, man or whatever, right? I think that he was like onto a little something, right? I think that the correlation between saturated fatty acids and heart disease bears some truth to it, right? So in their effort to take the unsaturated fatty acids and make them stable at room temperature, you'd have you ended up with certain fatty acids that had the, oh my god, I am gonna have to like really, your college roommate failed biochem. It's really, yo, let me run iDubbbz and I'll come up with the answer for you. I'm trying to remember how this works.
It's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically are content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons, and obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end.
You shouldn't have to apologize for criticizing someone or something. Voicing your opinion on a subject is a totally natural thing to do. I get criticized, I criticize others, people criticize movies, games, music, all of that. And to try and vilify the idea of criticism being evil, I think is a little dangerous, because then you just create these echo chambers and no one...
Okay, so now I remember.
Ever really grows from that. I think it's totally fine if you regret the way you criticize things, the way you approach the subjects. If you regret how you handled it, that's okay. However, I wouldn't necessarily say that you were picking apart people for lackluster things. You seem to really look back negatively on all of the content cops, but whether you like it or not, you did make good points and good arguments against people who did deserve criticism. I feel like the main pain point of those videos he used to make is the slurs in them. Like, his catchphrase was 2 slurs strung together, right? Like, that's not exactly something to be super proud of. I get that. But to go back and say, like, all of it's shit, all of it's, you know, bad and cruel, I think is going way overboard, because it's not. I don't think any of it was cruel. I don't think the criticism was unwarranted. But it's fine to just regret the way you handled it to a certain extent without saying all the content was damaging or cruel or bad.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on. And I'm not. I'm a human. I'm a real human who makes mistakes. And, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on. But it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave. And it's not.
I feel like there's a chance he may have been hit by a Men in Black neuralizer and had his memories rewritten of what that content actually was. Because I never got the impression from those videos that he was morally grandstanding or that he was trying to pitch himself as superior to them morally. I
always forgot that it was called a neuralizer. Okay, so here we go really quickly, okay? You see on the top the saturated fatty acid. Why is it saturated? Because the carbons on the end have 3 hydrogens around them. They're connected to 1 carbon. The carbons in the middle are connected to 1 carbon on each side and have 2 hydrogens around them. So these are saturated bonds, meaning that there are no double bonds, right? With unsaturated, we have a double bond. It's called a double cis bond. This isn't cis having anything to do, with gender or anything like that, right? This is cis meaning on the same side as, right? A cis double bond here in our unsaturated fatty acids, such as linoleic acids. In other words, vegetable oil, right? Now, here we have the trans fatty acids that you get in margarine sometimes. Now, here's the whole thing, is it's like they can't reproduce what they're trying to reproduce reliably, right? The fatty acid that your body can process is one with the hydrogens on the same side, right? See up here how in this double bond, you got the hydrogens on the same side. Now we're talking about stereochemistry, right? Usually you don't have to worry about stereochemistry. It's a pain in the butt. But in actuality, all these molecules occur in 3 dimensions, and they're not flat like this. This is an oversimplification. So the stereochemistry, the side of a molecule that something's on, actually is important. And in this case, it's so important that our body knows how to process this like unsaturated fatty acid, like in vegetable oil. Our body doesn't know how to process this trans. In other words, you got hydrogen here above the carbon, and now you got hydrogen down there below the carbon. Since there's a double bond between these 2 carbons, right? It's like a bike lock, right? So you got like whereas the normal like single bond will twist and turn, and it doesn't really matter what side anything's on because it can turn, right? With the double bonds on the carbon, it's like a bike lock. It's stuck in place. It can't twist. It can't turn. So if you've got a hydrogen here and you got a hydrogen like where my thumb is, right? There's 1 hydrogen there. There's 1 hydrogen where my pinky is. Then you got a problem. You've got a fatty acid that the body's not going to process very well, and that is going to cause health problems, right? So that's the problem with margarine. They were trying to solve one problem. They ended up creating another problem. That's why these things, trans fatty acids, are being like regulated out of your food, right? They are really bad for you. And, despite the convenience of margarine, I guess it maybe isn't a good idea. I don't know if they've come up with any intervention to be able to create a stable fatty product that does not contain these trans double bonds. But yeah, that was the issue that came about through trans fatty acids, and now you know.
Never really tried to make himself seem like he was better than them.
I had to remember this
he
stuff.
would multiple times point
It's been
out
a
like
while.
his problems as well, and even give them advice on how they could have attacked him better in response, giving them ammo if they wanted to use against him. It all seemed very self-aware, not from like a moral grandstanding perspective, but just you were lending criticism in a goofy way to entertain your audience as well as provide legitimate points for why these people are doing bad things or have done bad things. For example, making a content comp on Leafy and bullying him the same way he'd bully the people in his videos, right? Like, that's not exactly the most cruel thing in the world. It's just
This is why the alt-writers are trying to ban and rewrite
making
science.
a point and making that point entertaining to your audience.
I talked about doing yeah, you're right. Actually, Ubafly, it technically is more in the purview of organic chemistry rather than yeah, if it was biochem, you'd see the diagrams would look very different and they'd be more confusing. The organic chemistry nomenclature, which is what you call those structures that we're seeing, those molecules that we're seeing, is a lot more straightforward. And like, I understand the IUPAC naming conventions. The biochemistry naming conventions are like, oh my god, icosapentaenoic acid. Oh my god, it's so hard to.
I am very insecure about
Your country crock has 0 trans fat, so I guess they figured something out. Yeah, they must have, right?
my ability to create interesting content or like entertain. It's gotten better over the years, but it's something that I have struggled with constantly.
But yeah, funny story. In order to get those double bonds to form in a unsaturated. Wait a minute, I'm trying to remember. In order to manipulate those bonds to get a unsaturated fatty acid that'll be stable, you actually use metals like nickel. Nickel is used to make, it's a strange thing that they use nickel to make margarine, but they do. It turns out there's lots of metals you could use to make margarine, but nickel is by far the cheapest.
And it's one of the reasons why I,
seeing cis bond and trans bond in biochem will probably freak the transphobes out. Yeah, they hate the fact they will always say that our existence is like in defiance of biology and science. But in fact, right, these are scientific terms.
kept making this hurtful content. You do interpret that as an excuse, but
And if cis people, are going to label us as trans, right? Then it only makes sense that, like, okay, well, if we're trans, then you must be the opposite of trans. You must be cis.
hope that that is relatable to other creators who maybe struggle with the same thing.
Now, this subject right here is something that extends beyond the iDubbbz situation. It's the insecurity, especially with a creator who's found a lot of success with one branch of content, that fearfulness to try other things because you don't know how to be perceived and you're a little worried about your ability to even deliver something that's not the norm that your audience is used to. That's
Like,
a very
chat,
honest look into that.
Let me give you an example, right? I love to play Minecraft, right? What if I decided one day that the majority of my content is now going to be Minecraft, right? Now, I can think of some exciting things to do in Minecraft. I understand the meta of Minecraft. I understand what's popular, like what people want. They want like 100-day challenges in hardcore mode, right? Or when I like play a mod, or like I invite Zara and Buffy to play with me, but every minute a bunch of angry bees spawn on one of us. Or I'm playing Minecraft with Zara and Buffy. We're trying to get to the end, and except that I'm a parrot and I have I'm a bird, and I have like 1 hit point, and I can fly and I can go and see things and tell them, oh, the diamond ore is right over there. But I'm also like super, you got to protect me, right? That stuff like that, right? I'm aware of like what makes an interesting Minecraft play session. But if I were to switch right now, like, all right, no more politics, no more commentary, no more analysis. We're going to do Minecraft, right? You'd see my numbers go down, right? because most of you aren't here for Minecraft. You might enjoy it. It might give you something to look at while I'm covering something else. But in general, you are not here to see No Comment Chick as a parrot fly around a Minecraft map telling Buffy and Zera where the village is or whatever, right? So like this is true about anyone. Now there's a possibility if I was that, if I really wanted to switch my content over, which that's not really in the cards, right? That I could attract, another audience that was more into that, right? But it would take time and it wouldn't be 100% for sure, right? Just because you've succeeded in one genre doesn't mean that you can automatically succeed in a completely different genre, right? Maybe I don't have what it takes. Maybe people like different kinds of reactions. Maybe, whatever, right? There could be a lot of reasons that my Minecraft content wouldn't take off the way my political content takes off. That's kind of what they're talking about. Kind of what we're talking about here. Florida is about to ban chemistry textbooks. Nice. Not nice. Wow, yeah, that's right. They would.
Mentality, and you see it all the time on the platform.
Dictator DeSantis.
With people that have found success in one niche and they never leave it. And that's because there's always that fear that if you do, you'll lose your audience or you'll just not be good at it. So most people live in the exact same style of content forever. And that's how I was for like the first 8 or 9 years of this channel, doing nothing but gameplay and commentary videos, spouting the word nipple and titty and cum as much as I possibly could within the first 2 minutes and throughout the rest of the video. But eventually, you do take a risk and you try other things, and I always think that's the most fulfilling thing a creator can do, which is branch out from their niche. At least to try it, dip your toes in the deep end of that pool.
Funny thing, right? Does Moist Critical even do gaming content anymore? I feel like I have not seen. When is the last time I watched him play a game? It must have been. I'm trying to remember. He streams gaming. Does he do that like much or like what? Somebody tell me about this because I am so unaware. Right, I'm so busy with my own content. I don't have time to watch other people's. Does he like, what is an average Moist Critical stream like? Like, does he have different days where like one day he's doing like a video game and then the next day he's doing commentary? Or does he do the commentary when he gets bored of the gameplay and he's like, oh yeah, let's talk about this? I think he mostly streams React content. Huh. Seems to be the meta.
And give it a whirl.
I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and
But he does, like, I've seen him play, like, Rocket League, right?
justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry. And, I said a lot of things that I look back at and I cringe now, and I'm like, that is an awful thing to say.
This I completely understand. That is totally normal to look back on that and cringe, right? In your 30s and really any age over 16, you're not exactly going to be getting a hearty ho 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 belly laugh just hearing a bunch of slurs being spammed. Real life isn't Call of Duty lobbies. I don't think many people in the real world are going to be like laughing and fist pumping hearing you just shout slurs as comedy. So that makes sense to look back on that and cringe. However, none of your videos came from a place of hate. At least I don't think so. I don't think you were ever a racist or a bigot or anything like that. You used those words for shock humor. That was the whole goal, the edgy shock humor of using those words. And you made it pretty clear that that was kind of your drive. And he does mention it in this video with the it's either all okay or none of it's okay mentality. But I really think most people were able to recognize that the things he was saying weren't coming from a place of legitimate hate. Now, you can of course still say that it's unacceptable that he was using slurs for shock humor and punchlines in his videos for the jokes. That's a totally fair perspective to have.
So, like, Charlie's take is basically like, look, it's totally normal to, like, to do this stuff at a younger age. iDubbbz fans feel betrayed. Like he's essentially calling them. Yeah, exactly. You're right. That's exactly it, Ubafly. Like he's essentially calling them morally inferior for being his fans. Unironically valid because he is. They are, right? And I mean, like they can call him out for hypocrisy, right? They can call him out for like, you were. You know what it reminds me of? It's like The Clockwork Orange. Have you seen this, right? This film, this brilliant film. No, this like in The Clockwork Orange. Oh my God, what is his name? I'm trying to remember. Alex, right? Alex is the main character. Alex is the leader of his band of droogs. Droogs are just like dudes or something that go around practicing the old ultra violence, right? And that's. I mean, it's horrible, right? There's a unconsensual violation of somebody's sexual autonomy scene, right? It's but anyway, the government he gets arrested for doing something to I think for unaliving like a wealthy woman, and then they take him to the center where the famous the scene where they have if you've ever seen anything about The Clockwork Orange, it's probably where Alex has his eyes peeled open by a machine and he's being forced to watch these images, and they're reconditioning him to associate ultra violence with bad stuff so that he doesn't want he doesn't want to do that anymore. And then after he gets out, right, they're like, all right, you're cured, you're better, let's reintroduce you into society. So now he doesn't have the capacity to enjoy violence anymore, right? But guess who does? His old buddies. And they find him, and they subject Alex to, because he was always, kind of the dominant, alpha male of the group, asserting his dominance through violence. So, they're gonna get a little strike back, right? I don't know. For some reason, it reminds me of Clockwork Orange. I read the book of A Clockwork Orange. I've never read the book. I don't think I've ever read the book. I think I only saw the movie. Was iDubbbz just a racist guy that dubbed over stuff? Wait, what do you mean? The dubs part, I don't think he had anything to do with dubbing or dub music or anything like that. Right? I don't know. I think iDubbbz, his first name is Ian and his last name maybe starts with a W, so that's probably why he's called iDubbbz. So IW. I'm guessing, right? But he's I mean, there's no really knowing intent, right? When somebody says the N-word, right? They can later say, I wasn't doing it out of racism. Or they could even say in the moment, that they're not doing it out of racism, that they're doing it to prove a point or something like that. But regardless of the intent that is in there, the impact of saying the N-word on YouTube, and more a white person saying the N-word on YouTube, and moreover, a white person normalizing white people saying the N-word on YouTube, making it like it's a principle. It's almost worse because he did it in a quote unquote not racist way, right? An example, the quintessential example of iDubbbz saying this word is a creator named Tana Mojo. She called him out for, I think he called his fans N-word F slurs, that was his thing. That was the how your Weasel watchers, his viewers were N-word F slurs or something like that, right? And so Tana Mojo called him out for it. Well, it turns out there's some video of Tana Mojo saying the N-word with the hard R in a derogatory racist manner, unambiguously racist. So what does iDubbbz do? He goes he goes to an event where Tana Mojo is supposed to appear, and he pays to have a picture taken with her. And when it's time to smile and get your picture taken, he yells out really loud, and he says the N-word with the hard R, right? And so it was to embarrass her, and it was I guess maybe even to punish her for being a racist hypocrite. But in doing so, he's literally saying the N-word, hard R, right? And so that's the kind of thing. And he would justify it by, you could tell, that when I'm saying that, I am not saying it in a racist way. He's not saying it towards in the same way that a Chud Logic will say that it's okay for him to say the R slur because he's not saying that word towards anyone that it like literally applies to. That when he's saying the R slur, he means that you're, it's just a pejorative. It's just a general like you're bad, and so I'm calling you the R slur. But like they'll sort of separate that out from the original intended purpose and say it's okay because I'm not using it as like an ableist derogatory put down. Well, no, you actually are using it as literally a pejorative. So if I started calling people Chud Logic when they were doing something cringe and that didn't seem age appropriate, you know what I mean? Like when they were acting like, I don't know. When they were acting like, children on a streaming platform, right? Then would you say that that's okay? Because I don't literally mean that you're Chud Logic. I'm just saying that what you're doing is totally Chud Logic, right? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't use like a word that is a slur as a general pejorative, right? And some people will justify their use of the N-word this way, right? They'll say that it's okay if they're not saying it to a black person or something, because they know they generally know how it would be taken, by a black person, and that like white people, when a lot of times when white people hear other white people using that word, they will let it slide in a way that it wouldn't happen, right? So it's kind of the same thing. Based on what I am hearing about iDubbbz, it makes me glad I never watched his work. He sounds frustrating to watch and listen. Like, I gotta be honest, right? It was never my thing. It was never my cup of tea. I'm not familiar with iDubbbz stuff. I had to rewatch some of the content cops. I had to, I had to do some research, right, to be able to bring you this. And people have already pointed out that like I'm still not quite up to par, right? I think I called H3 E3 earlier, and I said Gilda instead of Hila for Ethan's partner, right? So like, I mean, it's pretty obvious that this is not stuff that I grew up on. This is not stuff that I was super familiar with until it became a controversy. And it turns out it is actually there's like a lesson here. There's something to be learned here. There's something to be there's a lot. There's a lot to learn here. When somebody tries to call me a hypocrite, I just say, what is your point? One N-slur for, one Phoenix Cane Bonk, exactly, right. So this is, and the fact that this is normalized, and especially for me, what's extra pernicious is the idea that that there is a understood and permissible, like edgy, racist slur phase, right? That like, in certain age groups, like it's okay to say the R slur. It's okay. Everybody does it, right? And like I've, had this pointed out to me that this is a very white mentality, or, this is if you want to think of it in a larger sense, it's a more privileged mentality, right? If you are at the other end of those slurs, if you've experienced being disempowered by a slur, and that's kind of how they function, right? They're designed to put marginalized people underneath, like, right, to reinforce that hierarchy. Then you probably don't look at it in the same way. And if you want to bring yourself back to being in high school, being in middle school, right, where you have to put up with this stuff, if it's normalized, right, that puts you at a literal disadvantage. That literally pushes you down socially, right? That gives people fucking ammunition. And if it's all just like, well, it's the edgy phase, right? It's the ultra violence, right? You gotta, I don't know, like it does harm. It does, like the normalization of this stuff, which was what iDubbbz was doing, right? He'll make the argument, or people that support his content will make the argument that he wasn't doing it to be racist, right? But it doesn't matter what was in his heart. We can't see what's in his heart. What matters is the impact. What matters is that stuff got normalized. That stuff that society had almost kind of like gotten to the point where they're going to say, okay, this is not okay anymore. Here comes iDubbbz giving you a reason that maybe it's okay to say. As long as you're not saying it in a racist way, then, right? And yeah, it's iDubbbz or Dubs is a fairly common nickname. Yeah, for a last name beginning with W. So that's what I'm guessing is going on with iDubbbz. Why he's called iDubbbz, right? First name is Ian. Last name, I'm assuming, starts with W. You can't language police people into being empathic. All you can do is tell them what they are saying is hurtful and hope that they change their way, in my opinion. I don't know. I mean, I think it is important what we normalize and what we don't accept, right? Like, if you're literally saying that I cannot stop somebody from saying the N-word, you're right. You're right. You know, I can't, like, unless I go around with a ball gag, which would be interesting. That'd be an interesting look, right? No comment chick, ball gag era, you know, right? This is my ball gag era. I'm gonna go around. I'm gonna Minority Report. If you even look like you might be gonna say the N-word or say the F slur or call somebody an R slur, right? Then I'm gonna preemptively ball gag you so that you can't say it. No, you're right. I can't literally do that, right? Although it would be fun.
But it's still, I think, a
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? You're watching Chud Logic someday, and he's sitting there, and all of a sudden, like from behind him, this like ball gag goes over, and he's like, ooh, you know, like, oh my god, oh my god. And I'm like, I'm sorry, this guy was clearly about to say the R slur. I could feel it. I could feel it coming. No comment chick comes and takes over the stream. Like all of Chud Nation is in chaos, right? The spicy chat is going like, isn't this the files chick? Doesn't she have? And this like, that's right. I've got files on all of you, and we're gonna read them out now. Let's look at your cringe. Let's look at all of your edgy days and see what you were up to. I've got it all in my files.
little ridiculous to make it seem like it was this big of a deal
There'd
that
be
it
a lot of
warranted
ball
a whole
gags, right?
apology video in which he makes it seem like he'll never.
I mean, because if I used the same ball gag for all of them, I don't think that they would appreciate it, right? I don't think they would necessarily. I don't think the Vaush would like the fact that I'm using the same ball gag I used on Chud for him, and I didn't even clean it, right? And secondarily, there'd be like an issue of like sanitation. I think that might be like, I don't want to be spreading any like pathogens between these debate bros, because who knows what any of them have, like, right? Who knows what I might be spreading from one debate bro to another by reusing the same ball gag, you know, just like this, like I wouldn't use the same of any type of, you know, accessory on debate bozos, right? You wouldn't want me using the same. Yeah, it would have to be literally a lot of ball gags just to make sure that we're not spreading anything.
Truly find
a little unsanitary,
forgiveness,
yeah.
and he'll never forgive
Some of the conservatives would enjoy the ball gag, true.
himself for it, for saying the slurs in the videos and making the content he did. Because again, like, he's talking about it like he's a fucking reformed racist, like he was actually a racist and now he's not, when I don't think that was the case. He was an edgelord, and that's it. I feel like this whole video could have just been summed up very easily like, hey guys, it was...
Look, this whole thing could be summed up very easily, and it's like this, okay? What you're missing, Moist Critical, is the fact you're hung up on the intent. And yes, I agree with you. iDubbbz was probably not like literally thinking like, I want to normalize the N-word, like, because I am racist, right? That's probably not literally what was going through his mind. We don't know. There's no way of knowing, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? As a content creator, Sam Cedar will always say this about politicians, right? He doesn't care what the politician, because a lot of people ask him, well, what do you think that Bernie really thinks? Do you think that Bernie's really down with the workers owning the means of production? Well, that wouldn't be the question that they'd ask, but they'll ask Sam, you know, questions about the intent of politicians. You know, he'll say, all right, two things. First of all, I could never know what is their real intent. Do they really believe in something or not? They're politicians. They're going to say whatever. I can't know that, right? But you know what? I, Sam Cedar, do not care. I do not care. I care how the politician votes. That's what's important. And in the same way, the impact of what you say, of what you do, is so much more important, and especially as a content creator, than like what's in your little heart. What's in your heart of hearts, right? What are you really thinking? What are you really about? Why are you doing this? I don't know. I can't tell. And I'm not Ansem the Wise, right? I cannot like use my keyblade to like open your heart and like see what's like actually in there, if it's darkness or if it's light or whatever, if you're one of the, you know, 7 princesses or like I can't see that stuff, right? I'm not a keyblade. I'm like not like a IRL keyblade master, right? But what I can tell is the effect of your platform, right? That's, you know, that's traceable, that's knowable, that's discernible, right? And Ian's platform, iDubbbz's platform, was normalizing, you know, edgelord behavior of like bringing the N-word back into vogue after, you know, society had pretty much, you know, said, okay, this is one thing that we're not gonna tolerate anymore. Here comes iDubbbz, yes, iDubbbz here of E3, iDubbbz with the justification of like, well, you could maybe say the N-word, and if as long as it's not for a racist reason, it's just a word. Either it's all okay or none of it's okay, right? He sees what's wrong with that now, right? Now, whether people are gonna accept his apology is another thing, and like I think he, you know, kind of acknowledged that not everybody's going to, right? Not everybody's going to forgive that, but he's, and that he can't undo the damage that he did. Conservatives also like humiliations. I feel like some of the debate bros like humiliation, right? Have you noticed that, chat? I feel like some of the debate bros kind of have a penchant for humiliation, right? I think that's the reason that they can't keep my name out of their mouth, right? That they want it, that they need it, that they crave it. Look, I haven't had anything to do with y'all for years and years and years and years, right? But you can't stop talking about me. I think you like the humiliation. I think you want me to put on a pair of stiletto heels, okay? And I think you know what you want me to do, where you want me to step with those stiletto heels, right? I'm calling you out, debate bozos. I'm calling you out, okay? I know why you're obsessed with me. I know why you can't let it go. I know why you want the file, you know, I know why you want Filegate to be real. You want me to humiliate you. You want me to expose you, right? There's something inside you that drives you towards this. Drives you like destiny or something like that. Like, right? You just cannot let it go. And I'm telling you, this is a phenomenon known as a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you really want those stiletto heels, you're gonna have them, right? There's almost nothing I can do about it. It's destiny.
It's fucking 2016. I was edgy, and now I think it's cringy, so I don't want to do that anymore. And we're closing the book. That, you know, we're shutting that chapter down, putting the kibosh on it. Now we're doing some other stuff, and that would have been.
People were going in on iDubbbz. I mean, look, there's 2 groups of people that are expressing disapproval about iDubbbz, right? There are people that were never fans of iDubbbz in the first place, right? And like what they're saying is that like, okay, I get that you're making an apology and everything like that, but I'm not convinced, right? I can't know what you're in your heart of hearts. I think you did a lot of, you know, did a lot of harm, and I'm not buying it. But like that's, iDubbbz understands that. He doesn't expect, like there'd be no reason for these people to all of a sudden turn around and be like, I am now your biggest fan, right? Right. So, I mean, there's some people that are like, you know, willing to give him another chance or, you know, just glad that he's like moved on, glad that he's saying this, glad that this is in the discourse. And I do think it's kind of a positive thing that this is in the discourse, but not everybody that iDubbbz wronged with that normalization of slurs is going to forgive him. And, you know, he understands that. The one that he's worried about, the one that's actually hurting him, the people that are canceling iDubbbz are actually the edgelords, right? iDubbbz has committed the sin of being politically incorrect by being self-critical towards edgelord behavior that these people excuse, that these people don't question, that these people remember this time. Like you'll hear Xander Hall talk about this, right? Oh God, remember back in 2016 when everything was so edgy and you could just say everything. No, you'd say you call somebody an R-slur and nobody would bat an eye, right? It was great. It was glorious. It was wonderful, right? They are nostalgic about this stuff, right? And those are the kind of people, not Xander Hall specifically. I don't know what Xander Hall's opinion on the iDubbbz situation is, and frankly, I don't really care. But that's you know, that's essentially who's. I'm just giving you like a common frame of reference here in Xander Hall, because I'm sure you've heard him say stuff like that before. I mean, considering people, most of the people canceling him are the same people that still forgive Keemstar for all of his shit. Yeah, I mean, it's weird, right? Because like obviously, iDubbbz called out Keemstar. iDubbbz did that video where he takes a garden gnome, he dresses it up as Keemstar, and he shoots it with a shotgun. He gets a hammer and he goes, just he like destroys this garden gnome. This like weird symbolic violence against Keemstar, and some say that that is one of the reasons that Susan, Susan Wad, oh I'm gonna mispronounce her name. Is it Wajinki? I'm so butchering Susan's name, right? She's not in charge of YouTube anymore, but I want to get her name right. Wajits? Oh my god, I'm gonna say it wrong. But Susan, right? So people who say that's the reason that Susan imposed the rule against like symbolic violence towards other content creators was, partly because of that. But so yeah, it's weird. The people that forgive Keemstar, not necessarily. There's even like edgelords that hate Keemstar's hateable. Keemstar, under that beard, has got a very punchable face, right? And Susan W, there we go. Susan Dubbs, yes, Susan Dubbs. That's what we'll call her. If only these canceled MFs would actually go away instead of being constantly. Oh yeah, like no, it's being canceled. Like is like a platform as long as it's for edgy behavior. Keemstar is a POS. I ain't gonna mince words there. You are not the only one who feels that way. In fact, there's even edgelords that feel that way too. So I won't necessarily say that all the people that cancel iDubbbz are necessarily fans of Keemstar, but yeah, fans of Keemstar, probably no fan of iDubbbz these days, right? In general, like, iDubbbz started, no, he didn't start it, did he? He got attacked by Sam Hyde, right? And Sam Hyde is like this folk hero of edgelords everywhere, right? I don't really want to get into talking about Sam Hyde. I don't really want to deal with Sam Hyde's fans or anything like that. All I can say is that there was a little comedy event in Bushwick, was it? I think it was in Bushwick back in the day, back in the edgelord heyday of 2013. And it was Chapo Trap House, of all people, at least two members of Chapo Trap House, or what would become Chapo Trap House, introducing $1 Million Extreme, right? That's Sam Hyde's comedy group, right? Let me tell you about their comedy, okay? First act comes out and starts talking about like video games, not just any video games, like first person shooter, and starts talking about its training. We're training, right? Basically the joke was that this guy's like a shooter, like, right? And the joke is like he's standing right in front of you doing his comedy act, right? Talking about seeing the world as a video game, as a first-person shooter video game that he is well trained for, right? So that's the first one. Sam Hyde's act was something about like he starts talking about patient zero of HIV, and there's no historicity to this, right? He made this person up. But he's telling the story of a gay man, like, purposefully spreading the virus, right? That's his joke, right? And, a lot of people see this guy as a comedy genius. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of love for this guy, right? This is the guy that, like, iDubbbz and Anissa got into this, the Froggy Fresh conflict was about Sam Hyde, right? But like essentially, what Sam Hyde does in that comedy routine that he does, right? At Rebel Girl 2, sorry, that's the name of it. It's called Rebel Girl 2, right? Like you're getting all the history from NCC. Look, I understand the night that Irony died, and that was Rebel Girl 2, right? That was when Irony officially died, okay? In a way that's just like kind of incomprehensible. Right? But like what Sam Hyde is exploiting in his act is a convention, a comedic convention that had become really common in the like edgelord heyday, right? And this is when you tell a joke that when you start telling it, it sounds kind of racist, or it sounds kind of homophobic, or it sounds bad, right? At the time, probably transphobia would have had a full pass, right? You know, wouldn't have been noticed as a bad thing at the time, right? But you tell an edgy joke, right? You know, and it sounds like you're saying racist stuff. It sounds like you're being racist. It sounds like you're being sexist. It sounds like but the audience knows that this is a certain genre of joke. And in this joke, there's a turn, right? So it sounds like you're saying like homophobic stuff, but actually the joke is, you know, you yourself are gay, right? And you don't reveal this until the very end of the bit, right? Oh, very funny, very funny. Sounded like you're gonna be homophobic, but actually you yourself are gay. So we don't have to worry about you being homophobic. We don't have to worry about ourselves having just laughed at a homophobic joke, right? We know that there's a turn to this joke, right? So what Sam Hyde realizes is that he can tell a homophobic joke, and all he has to do is tell it in the way that genre of joke is usually told, where you're expecting the turn. And the only difference is there's no turn. There's no turn. All it is a lie about a gay man spreading HIV on purpose. So you can draw your own conclusions what kind of person that is, right? You can draw your own conclusions, right? Because if I say what I think about Sam Hyde, if I typify him as what I think his ideology is, right? Oh my God, chat, you'll never see me again. I'll be gone. I'll be unironically canceled, right? Because this dude is just too damn popular. You can't. So I'm not saying that. The thing that you think I'm saying about Sam Hyde, I'm not actually saying, because I know I'm not allowed to say it. I know my voice is silenced. I know that you don't want to hear what I think about Mr. Sam Hyde, all right? You don't care. Edgelords, you don't care at all. But I think my audience knows what kind of person tells a fucking joke like that, all right? And I'll leave it at that. It wasn't a cartoon. What were we talking about? Rebel Girl 2? Sam has an Adult Swim cartoon. Yes. Had an adult. Oh, you're right. It wasn't a cartoon. It was like, you know how Adult Swim would sometimes have like live action stuff, right? So yeah, I mean, he got a show. Yeah, it was called $1 Million Extreme on Cartoon Network on Adult Swim, and it got canceled when it came out. You know what he was about. Froggy Fresh should have stuck to basketball. That's why impact is more important than intent. Yeah. Don't know who Sam Hyde and Froggy Fresh are. Kind of glad that aren't you glad? Yes, you get to have this filtered through me. I only know about this stuff because like I have, I don't know, a weird like neurospicy interest in the way that society operates and like ideas form and zeitgeist and all that other kind of stuff. I'm just a massive nerd is what it really comes down to. $1 Million Extreme is Bargain Basement. Tim and Eric, I like Tim and Eric. Yeah. I mean, not that they never did anything edgy or anything. It was canceled after 6 episodes. I don't think I ever saw like actual $1 Million Extreme. I mean, I'm guessing it might be hard to find. Joe Pera is one of my favorite Adult Swim comedians. He's a very nice, boring man. Yeah, you can be boring and do comedy. That's
true. Totally fine explanation. A lot of people would have been disappointed, of course, in his audience that liked that content. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel like a prisoner to your audience. You should make what makes you happiest to create.
Tim and Eric was weird, not bad, just weird.
Like, I don't think you should have felt obligated to make this video. Like, I don't think this situation...
I gotta be honest, right? I find some of Tim and Eric's material extremely funny, right? Like, and it's the immature stuff, too. It's the really immature Tim and Eric stuff that I just love. I love analyzing different personalities and opinions to see where they came from or if the person... And here's the thing, right? As far as I know... That act that I told you about that Sam Hyde performed at $1 Million Extreme, and like I found out about this because I was into Chapo way back when, right? And there was a reason that I stopped listening to Chapo. this was kind of part of it, right? Like it's now, like, let me be real clear about Chapo's role in Rebel Girl 2, okay? They weren't Virgil Texas, and I think, was it Cushman? They were like the MCs. They were like the hosts, right? And you could tell that they were uncomfortable. You could tell that once they saw what was going down, what was going on, that they didn't want to be there. But they didn't exactly jump up and rip the mic out of people's like hands over this stuff either, right? Sam Hyde is not Chapo. That's true. That's true. Yeah. There were just two members of Chapo that were hosting the comedy evening because it was supposed to be comedy. It was, really funny punchline there, right? Really, yeah. When your punchline is like, gay people are the vectors of spreading disease, like, right? That's not exactly comedy. But yeah, you're right. So Chapo wasn't like, they weren't happy that this was happening, but like, and it's not all of Chapo, it's just two members of Chapo. But I mean, that was part of why I started to see like a dark side to Chapo's penchant for irony and the way they kind of wallow in it, right? It just not that I think that they are endorsing, in fact, clearly they don't endorse those ideas, right? Clearly, okay, they don't endorse those ideas. I don't think that they're, secret cryptos or anything like that. I just think that I realized that while humor could be a tool, it wasn't a tool which was being like appropriately wielded in their hands. Anyway, we're not here to talk about Chapo, are we?
Was so damaging that it warranted this kind of like fucking presidential press conference here over it and apologizing.
What's up? You're just recovering, got your drains taken out yesterday. Oh my god, that's so cool. I'm so glad that you're back. Meow. As you can see, we now have unified chat. And now look, is YouTube chat taking over? YouTube chat, you are kicking butt today, right? Are you remembering to like the stream? Because that is so important. When you come through here, even if it's just for an hour or something, make sure you always hit that like button on the stream. It helps me out immensely, right? Because there is an audience that watches the stream after the stream is over. There's an audience that gets introduced to the stream even after the stream is over. Actually, you liking the stream right now could potentially bring somebody in, could show the stream to somebody who would not have otherwise seen it, but it can also bring in people after the fact. So we always want a larger audience. We always want like, subscribe, comment, and share. Thank you. I always forget to say share. Yeah. If you've got a good place to share it. Like, someplace where it'll be appreciated. Not like a subreddit where they don't like, to have videos posted. But, if I fit into a subreddit that you are a fan of, then feel free to link my videos. I know you'd be a Tim and Eric girl. Yes, yeah. So there's nothing bad about Tim and Eric. I just say that because like I feel like I've had my heart broken by like so many comedians that I don't like when I say I like Tim and Eric, I'm like afraid that somebody's gonna be like, well, what about this episode that I like didn't see, and like it turns out there was something really yikes that they did. But yeah, that's the nature of a lot of comedy, unfortunately.
For the content you made back then, I
Unified
don't
chat.
think like you ruined lives because you made content cop.
Chapo confuses.
I don't think you made an entire generation of racists and bigots because you use slurs for shock humor. I think that
don't think about it as making, right? Like I said about the 2016 election, if you wanted to say that Donald Trump got elected because of, I don't know, like the Hillary people would say Bernie should have endorsed her sooner, or like people will point out a million different conceptual like reasons that Hillary lost that race. I gotta say that Hillary Clinton has nobody to blame for losing to Donald Trump one of the worst politicians to ever run for president, one of the weakest candidates, right? Hillary Clinton found a way to be weaker than Donald Trump, to be less charismatic than Donald Trump, right? So, you know, a lot of it just comes down to Hillary Clinton. But because it was so close, you could say that any number of things, like, you know, were the straw that broke the camel's back. And I don't think that's a particularly useful way of thinking about it. And I also don't think that it's a useful way of thinking about iDubbbz content, the idea that he created racists. No, there's nobody that just like had nothing, no, you know, racist thought in their head, like became racist because of iDubbbz, right? But in terms of perpetuating the use of the slur, because here's what happens, right? His use of the slur is of the N-word is not, you know, is one that has plausible deniability, right? Like I said, you can never know what's in his heart. You don't have a microscope to look at that, right? We don't know what he really believes at the end of the day, but we do know what the effect of what he says is, and at some level it doesn't matter, because what he does is he takes the N-word from being something that's socially unacceptable and makes it so like, I don't know, well, maybe if you use it in the right way, or you're using it for this, or you're using it to own a racist. That's what Vaush did, right? On the kill stream. Like, I mean, who knows? Like, right? Did Vaush get that idea from iDubbbz? I don't think he necessarily he did. But what essentially that does by normalizing the use of the N-word, now the real racists can slip that in there. And as long as they got the plausible deniability to be like, oh, I didn't mean it like that, you know, they get away with it now, right? They love that shit. They love when people people ironically use racism, ironically use homophobia, ironically use transphobia, because that creates a certain degree of uncertainty, a certain degree of ability to enact. We're going to talk about an Innuendo Studios concept here, something called Schrodinger's douchebag. What is Schrodinger's douchebag? Schrodinger's douchebag is when you tell a joke, right? And you gauge the reaction of the room. And if the reaction is bad, then you're like, whoa, 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 I was being ironic. It was just a joke. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my gosh, am I not allowed to be funny? Am I not allowed to be silly? Am I not allowed to have levels of irony that I'm operating under? Gosh, people are up here. Oh my god. Now there are freaking communist invading radicals in my chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. Meow. Yeah, no, that helps me out. We're approaching 2,000 here. We're finally getting, like, you could round my my subs off to 2,000, and like, you know, that's just the first step. But thank you so much for invading my chat, you communist invading radicals. So yeah, like, they benefit, real racists benefit from the ironic use of racism. Did iDubbbz mean to do that? I mean, I guess you could take it as him at his word and say no, but was the effect still there? Absolutely, right? So when he apologizes, I don't think it's unwarranted. Vaush Critical is going to argue that it is.
It's a very bastardized perspective of how people digest content online. Now, I have no doubt that his audience did cultivate some weirdo losers that probably were real racists somewhere in there that didn't really care about his message and just liked that he was saying the N-word. I have no doubt that that existed in his community. But I don't think that was his goal, and there's always going to be weirdo losers.
Look,
of course, you can do your best to mitigate.
You're just hung up on the idea of intent here, when it's not really intent. Like, right, like, especially when you talk about a content creator, right? There is iDubbbz intent, right? iDubbbz one person, and then there's like his audience, right? There's the effect, there's the social effect, there's the normalization, right? I would say that the normalization dwarfs anything to do with his intent, right? That's why you kind of got to be careful. It's not about what you intend, what you mean. You know, certainly, like, I do think there's a difference between somebody, you know, doing, you know, something in a purposefully, intentionally, unambiguously racist way versus, like, you know, in a whatever ironic or rhetorical or whatever they want to say. Like, yeah, there's a difference. But at the end of the day, they both have negative impact. And I feel like there's a rule utilitarianism point here, but I'm not Vaush, so I won't bring it up. I've seen everything Tim and Eric ever made acceptable, except for Tom Goes to Mayor. It totally passes the vibe check. Nice. That's so good to know. That's so good to know because I enjoy Tim and Eric. I truly do. For the real racist, yeah, he doesn't get it, right?
Those people from feeling welcome in your community, but that all starts with just changing the content over time. Again, that's not a weak thing to do. That is not a weak or passive approach. The vilifying of your own audience and your previous content, I don't think is the right way of even looking at the content you used to make or the audience that you had. Of course there were bad actors in there, but not everyone was. And to make them feel like they were if they liked your content is a little weird. And I don't think that's the goal of this video by any means, but it does come across that way. Like, you weren't a bad person if you were laughing at his content cops or anything like that. And I don't think he was a bad person for making those content cops in the first place.
I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to. I've profited off of this bigoted content for years, and I've made a successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that this is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be like acceptable.
You don't deserve to be fucking publicly flogged with
Tim's good friends with Sam Cedar.
tomatoes thrown at you for the rest of your life and skinned alive because you made edgy videos in 2016, man. It's just not that big of a...
Moist does really view everything through a cis white male lens. What is it with white people and men not understanding the impact matters more than intent? Well, I mean, like, this is... Privilege is like a cushion, right? So you're like, everybody's getting stepped on to some degree, right? But the more privilege you have, the more like insulation that you have, the less you notice, the more you can say, this is fine. But you're getting stepped on with all that insulation. Yeah, you imagine. Sorry, this is a weird metaphor, right? But imagine you're wrapped in pillows and cozy comforters and stuff like that, so that you're getting stepped on, but it's really not hurting us about it. Where the person right next to you is just getting stepped on, you know, like with nothing in between them and the boot, right? That's the thing. Like I said, having privilege doesn't make you a bad person, but it can make you complicit. It can you know, make it harder for you to become aware, and that's why centering privileged people in our liberatory movements, however rhetorically gifted they may or may not be, yes, I'm kind of talking about who you think I'm talking about there, right? It's not a positive thing. You can't count on somebody, especially somebody without any accountability. Like, let's say that this person has kind of a parasocial, you know, cult of personality surrounding them that's cushioning them even more, right? They're really not going to get it. And as long as you're uplifting that voice and silencing their critics, you're not doing leftism. You're definitely not doing, you know, intersectionalism, right? This is such weird framing. Wait, Tim got MDE canceled? Is that true? See, like, there's a lot of times when, oh, shit! Oh my god, I heard Tim call in. I didn't realize that was Tim from Tim and Eric, right? Yeah, they have, like, a really good chemistry. Actually, Sam and Tim do kind of, like, apparently comedy, right? A lot... There's a tradition. When I was talking about, like, the way that Bad Empanada was interacting with Matt Bender, I said that it's very on brand for the Majority Report, like, style of comedy, without realizing it. Like, Bad Empanada is just trying to start a fight with Bender, right? And like I said, there's a point there. There's a point about, like, the way that Americans externalize, you know, complicity with the yeah, he was calling him Heidegger. He was calling him Tim Heidegger. So other people saw that too, yeah. really sad that this guy is getting criticized for doing the right thing. That's what's sad about it, right? Like, I'm trying to say this in the right way. I'm trying to say this in a balanced way, right? I am not saying that everybody should forgive iDubbbz, okay? Like, I'm not saying that everybody, you gotta, you do you as far as, how you take his apology. And I'm definitely, from my vantage point of privilege, I am not going to tone police somebody else who sees that apology and isn't buying it, right? But yeah, it does say something really negative about this like subsection of online culture that's embodied in the commentary community, in the edgelord community, right? It really does say something that they can't even hear iDubbbz call himself out in a way that is I feel like he treated his own audience like, I mean, not totally with kid gloves, because like he said, when he sees the basement dwelling creep of a fan of his, he's admitting that like that person isn't in his audience by accident, right? That person is resonating with the basement dwelling creep in his own in his own like consciousness.
A deal. It feels horrible hearing this from him, knowing that it weighs so heavily
Wait,
on.
Tim denies that he got, but do people think that Tim got Sam's show canceled from comedy? Not comedy. It wasn't. Oh my God, anonymous gifter, Firebird710. See what I mean? You were chatting, and you got noticed by an anonymous gifter, not an anonymous grifter, right? But an anonymous gifter. We can never know what's in anybody's heart, but we can know that that what is in the heart of anonymous gifters is pretty unimpeachable. Thank you so much, anonymous. Thank you, Anon, for donating that sub to Firebird. Oh my God, and to Dweeb Chan, you are also getting personified with your little Persona 2 emote next to your name. I think that corresponds with how long you've been a sub for, or something like that. I don't know. There's some you all get different ones, and depending, like the cooler, more rare Persona 2 personalities come from being a long-term sub. But yeah, we are trying to work on the subathon. We are trying to keep this rolling, right? We got the iDubbbz apology. We got the Vaush and Xan take the L. That could be all the content for today. But if you want more content, if you want and there definitely is more stuff to talk about, then hit that sub goal before I get done with the Vaush and Xan take the L.
His mind that he made these videos, so he feels like he's a real piece of shit for doing it. You just made edgy YouTube videos. You didn't ruin anybody's life. You didn't create a fucking army of.
Are we supposed to root for anybody? I mean, wait, did I not change the second one? Yeah, moist critical reaction is what that should say. The only thing I'm rooting for is like the internet getting a little bit more savvy to the difference between impact and intent, right? And that's a long-term goal, because as you can see, there's a lot of edgelords out there that still see like 2016 as the golden age, as this wonderful time when everything was permitted, and like iDubbbz said, like either everything's okay or nothing's okay, and they're like, yes, everything's okay. We're gonna say the N-word for just the sake of triggering people, right? And I would hope that I feel like they are the loudest component of the reaction to this story, but they are not the only component, right? Twitter roasted this guy. Okay? He did not have a good time on Twitter. And now all the commentary people are talking about Twitter freaks again. That's their response to getting ratioed. That's their response to the realization that their reactionary points of view are not actually that popular outside of this weird, overly male, like sweaty sphere of YouTube commentary, right? They're very much in an echo chamber. And they want to think that like everybody hates iDubbbz for not being true to himself, and everybody loves Sam Hyde because he's the real man of integrity, right? I feel like what the only thing that's good that can happen from this is people deciding that they don't want to be part of that community, that it's not cool, it's not funny, it's not edgy, it's just wallowing in reactionary shit that we should be past by this point. 2016 was a tamer version of 2007 to 2012. Probably true. I think iDubbbz is it's grandstanding about talking about how he's ashamed of profiting off of content he made. It's not like he's not gonna keep those millions. He is donating some money, but you're right. And he acknowledged that. He acknowledged that his channel was the house that kind of stuff built. I don't personally believe he did anything directly to get canceled. I think it was Brett Gelman who did to get Sam's show. So we're talking about $1 Million Extreme, show that Sam Hyde and $1 Million Extreme had on comedy, not comedy. It wasn't Comedy Central, right? It was Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, yeah. Tim just didn't intervene to stop or hide his dislike of Nazis. It's weird that they think iDubbbz is not being true to himself. It's like that guy saying Mr. Beast can't tell the truth. Oh yeah, like Sunny V2. That's right. Good point. I didn't make that connection, Jules, but you're right. Why assume they aren't sincere? I think, yeah. I mean, there's at least some regret there, right? Now, like I say that in just reminding you that like I'm not telling you what to think. I am definitely not going to tone police anybody who is not satisfied or doesn't completely believe in the apology. That's,
Racists and bigots. The
that's
content itself isn't bigoted content either. You used edgy shock humor. And I don't think that makes you a bigot that you're going to have to atone for those sins for the rest of your life.
There he is. There it is. Like, he's only bad if he's a bigot, right? If he normalizes bigotry, hey, as long as you didn't mean to do it, right? Just go on and make different content, but never say anything about it. Don't make people feel called out. Don't be judgmental, right? You'll hear this stuff from Xander Hall. Like the number one sin that you can commit to Xander Hall is being judgmental. So like I'm pretty much, cooked with these glasses, right? Even if I tried to approve of everything that anyone did and I was just like all like friendship and butterflies and stop the leftist infighting, I would still be seen as judgmental just because of these glasses, right? But this is I don't know, like it's more like new atheist brainworms, right? It's more of the it's kind of a it's wanting to see morality as something that's expendable. But what's really important is ethics, right? Following a set of rules, being morally consistent. That's what's important. They want to think of any sense of morality as being connected to religion and being connected to emotion and you see right there the problem with new atheism, right? It is not an accident that new atheism, and I don't mean all of it. Obviously, there's the A+ movement. Obviously, there's people like Christiosity. There's Steve Shives. Even like there were new atheists that were not like this. But I got to remind people again that the new atheist movement fed directly into Gamergate, and that was no accident, right? Their whole reaction against emotion and against like, it like the whole facts don't care about your feelings mentality that kind of like came out of that, right? It got channeled directly into misogyny, and that misogyny informs not just the right, not just the edgelord commentary creators. That attitude informs the debate sphere as well.
I am running ads on this video, and any revenue generated from this video, I'm going to match and donate to an organization that would have been particularly
Xander Hall's pretty judgmental himself.
affected by the type of rhetoric that I've been spewing on this channel. And again, this isn't the end of what I'm doing. This is just the start.
You'll get no complaints.
If anyone has seen the movie Not Okay, the ending of that movie shows how the main character deals with cancel culture and deciding to do a public apology versus a private apology. Honestly, I do think iDubbbz is primarily concerned with his image and making himself more hospitable to leftist spaces. Well, I don't know about leftist spaces, right? I like, I definitely don't see anything political about what iDubbbz is doing, or particularly intersectional. Like, it's really kind of a normie take to look back at normalizing the N-word and say that was wrong, right? That, at the same time as I don't, I'm disturbed by the fact that there's so much criticism of it, I also don't think it should be lauded as this great moral accomplishment, as iDubbbz being like such a, hero, like, right, for this. This is the baseline, right? This is the, if anything, like, he may be just choosing not to be a part of that toxic, sphere of influence that he helped to create and normalize, right? I don't think anyone has to forgive him or believe iDubbbz, but there's a weird thing where people think everyone is secretly a bigot. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so anyone who stands, I'm glad it's happening, and I think that this is an opportunity for a lot of discussion that needs to happen. Anyone who stands up and says the right thing must be lying for clout, or being a white knight. Yeah, like, you'll hear so many versions of this. Yeah, even though there's no clout in it. Yeah, no one becomes a leftist for money or fame. I believe the target audience of the video, of iDubbbz video, was people outside of his audience. He made no attempts at preserving his audience. Yeah, I mean, my feeling is that he doesn't like those people. Like, my feeling is that he feels like Dr. Frankenstein. He's just growing up, says Chad Alpha. He even actively alienated his entire audience in the video in hopes that it will make leftists more likely to forgive him. iDubbbz wants to start collaborating with people like Hassan. I mean, like, that might happen now. That Hassan has talked to him, right? He did go on Hassan. I don't see anything political in it. Or are other people seeing like leftism in what iDubbbz is doing? I think it's just like, he's showing a certain baseline of decency. I worry about like lauding that too much, because it is sort of, like I said, a baseline, not a isn't everything political? Like, normies existing is political. We're all part of a political environment without intent. Well, what about Charlie, right? What about Moist Critical, right? Do you feel like it? So yeah, like there's a political aspect, especially kind of to what he's saying now, but in general, he'll do his best to ride the fence. And when I say it's not political, I mean it's kind of close to that, it's just reflecting of the societal consensus, right? It's not a spicy take to say that it's wrong for white people to say the N-word, right? It's not actually, I mean, like, it shouldn't be. God, we get kind of warped depending on like where we're at in the society, what we're exposed to, how much of like a certain kind of internet culture that we consume. And yes, I consume way too much of you know, like it's because it's kind of like the business. It's my job, right, to filter through some edgelord content in an effort to fight it. But I see what you're saying, though, Manop, that like there's a tendency of people to say that to divide the political and non-political, and when they say like you know, it's like the Inigono Studios things. There's two sexes. There's male and political, right? So if you have a male protagonist in a video game, like 9 out of 10 Persona video games, right? That's not political. That's normal. That's but right, if you got Maya in Persona 2 Eternal Punishment, then that's she's looking a little political there, right? And you know, same thing with gay versus two sexual orientations. There's straight and there's political, right? So I definitely see what you're saying. He deserves a Medal of Freedom for becoming the baseline decent person. Yeah, not voting is a political choice. True. What's up, Tara Lara? I almost wish this was Facebook so I could tag the group. The bar for men is so low that it's a tavern in Hades for this story. I mean, like I said, feel free to share my content, right? If it's the kind of place that is amenable to that. Like, don't antagonize people that, you know, aren't looking for stream suggestions in their Reddits or Facebook groups or anything. But if you know, if it's the kind of thing that people do, feel free. I love it when you share my content with more people. I don't think that iDubbbz's views have genuinely changed. Oh, you mistyped.
For me here, I'm always on the side of helping people, so anything charitable, I'm always for. Though I don't think it was necessary or anything, I still think that's a nice gesture regardless. But he uses the word rhetoric here. And that again makes it sound like these videos were coming from like a legitimate racist, which I don't think they were. I really don't. At least I don't want to believe that iDubbbz used to be a racist and he was using that to try and, you know, propel his beliefs forward. He really...
I don't want to be a broken record, but yeah, I think you know by now what I think about this.
It seems like he was really just using these words as shock humor, which is cringy, sure, very cringy, and that is absolutely...
I don't know, that's kind of what I said about Chud earlier, right? Like that given that it's not even normalized in British culture to use the R slur, it's pretty weird that he acts that way, that is his go-to insult for stuff, right? But was I being a little bit of a coward there, right? Because it is easier for me to say that Chud is a cringe 30-something using an Englishman using an American children's playground taunt, right? But you know, maybe in some way, I just know that like with groups like that, with crowds like that, saying that it's wrong to say the R slur is like a non-starter. But saying that it's cringe to say the R slur, I don't know. It's not like I'm gonna like have reach. I don't know. I do have reach though. I can't say too much, right? But I do know that some of you Chud Nationers out there, you appreciate my political commentary, and I found that completely weird. Y'all are a bunch of weirdos, right? Careful that you don't get canceled by the rest of Spicy Chat. You better keep that on the down low. Like, don't say you like no comment chicks political analysis out loud. You're gonna get in trouble. I can say no more. I'll keep your secret, Spicy Chat.
fine to point out. But it doesn't strike me as something that was genuinely ruining people's lives hearing that kind of shit. It's just kind of like an eye-rolling thing to look back on now, like, ugh, that's fucking lame. And that's really it. I just don't think it goes too much deeper than that. Like I
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness here goes
said,
hard.
I have no doubt there really were some dangerous weirdos that did hold dangerous beliefs in his community. But I don't think he made them. I think they were there when they found his content to begin with, and
It's like, you see what he's doing here though is like externalizing this to dangerous weirdos, right? As if like racism wasn't normalized, as if racism wasn't like part of our institutions, right? That's how institutional racism works. It's not always. In fact, it's usually not conscious, but it's there, and it has an effect, and it's that impact that matters, not that the intent, or even in this case, we're talking about not so much intent, but like awareness of something of racist preconceptions. Yeah, exactly, Jules. As if all white people aren't racist. Slurs are just cringe to someone who doesn't have to deal with them.
they stuck around
Yeah,
because
good
they
point.
just liked hearing the edgy words spoken out loud. That's it. I don't think he made them. He wasn't the Frankenstein to their monster. Now, I don't want to just keep dissecting every single piece of the video here. I want to kind of branch this out into a broader talking point about when a creator starts to resent the audience and community they've fostered. Because that's fundamentally what's happened here. iDubbbz has grown up now. He doesn't like what he made when he was younger, and he doesn't like the audience that he made along the way, along the journey. He mentions a couple of times in the videos, like, some of these eureka moments where he's like, man, this is really fucking frustrating the people that are in my audience. Well, he doesn't blatantly say that, but he tells a couple anecdotes about, you know, going to conventions and meeting fans and it being kind of like this mirror held up to him that he didn't like the reflection of. And that's a very interesting...
And if you don't like the reflection of the top of the hour ad break, which comes up every top of the hour, or the bottom of the hour ad break, which is a second ad break that comes out down at the 30s, right? Then you can get out of that in various series of ways. You can purchase a Twitch sub yourself for $5. You can attach your Twitch, your Amazon Prime to Twitch in order to get a free sub, which I really appreciate because you only have one of those to give. Or you could just keep on being an awesome chatter because like sometimes $5 is $5 that you do not have. If you're in that situation, just hold tight, be a cool chatter, be contributing to the community, and somebody will see your lack of a little Persona 2 face by your thing and realize that you're about to get sucked into the ad break, and they might just give you a gift sub just in the nick of time to get out of that. Button.
Interesting and unfortunately pretty common thing to have happen online, where someone spends a long time building their brand and building their audience, and as they grow, they start to really resent the audience that they have. And usually this comes in one of two forms, where you have someone like Darkside Phil. I've used him as an example before, but he has an audience that he doesn't seem to really like, but he needs them because they pay his bills. So he has to constantly keep doing the same things in order to keep the lights on.
Wait.
And
Shakespeare is telling me that if you get a sub during the ads, right? Because you might think that if you got your sub and the ads are already going, that you're kind of effed for that time. But apparently, if you refresh when that's happening, smooth. Oh my god, I'm glad I'm trying to be more smooth with it. If you refresh it while it's happening, then apparently you get out of the rest of the ad break. So that's something good to know.
I imagine he feels trapped by his viewers because he has to keep doing this song and dance in order to get the money from them, but doesn't like what he's doing. And it also happens to other creators as well who spend a long...
And if you don't want to get trapped by the top of the hour ad break, no, just kidding.
Long time building their identity online.
So wait, who is DSP? Is DSP, like, if I remember correctly, isn't DSP the guy that, like... Didn't he, like... 10 out of 10, nice. Wasn't expecting a DSP call out in this vid, but here we go. Wait, was he the guy that like was like pleasuring himself on stream or something. Am I thinking of the same dude?
But they don't like what they're doing and they don't like the people that are watching them. So then they try and make some kind of change and then get eaten alive by their community, which only further reinforces their disdain for them, which leads to a really toxic...
Wait. Doesn't Dark Side Phil, like, get really mad on stream? Like, I'm trying to think, why doesn't he like his audience? Like, I didn't actually know this about... So Frederick Knudsen of Down the Rabbit Hole has a DSP video. I think I've seen at least part of this. I've seen a lot of Down the Rabbit Hole, actually. He was it was like a hot cam. He didn't know. Okay, so he didn't do it on... Did he get banned?
Community where everyone's at each other's throats. There's countless examples of that. Point is, that experience online is all too common. And when it does happen, a creator's left with a choice. They either just suck it up and keep making the shit that they clap for, even though it doesn't make them happy and they don't like the audience that's clapping for them.
He didn't get banned for that?
Or they try and change the content and grow a different kind of audience, which is always the scarier option. That's always the more uncertain one.
I mean, like, Darkside Phil could always try to grow an OnlyFans audience.
Because maybe no one likes it, and now you've lost that audience you built up, and now your career's in jeopardy. You might not be able to keep the lights on by doing this career anymore, because now you've alienated them, gone in a different direction, and it hasn't worked out. So the majority of creators...
Why doesn't Darkside Phil like his audience? What was that? What was that about?
In this position, just kind of suck it up, rub some dirt in it, and just keep doing the same shit over and over, even if it makes them miserable. And
the fruit plantation obsesses about him?
I see a lot of creators burn out. So I'll always respect the
channel.
creators that choose the harder path here of pivoting and changing their content, doing what makes them happier, even if it means taking that huge risk of losing the audience you've built up over time. Even though I disagree with iDubbbz's perspective on his older content being damaging or dangerous or indoctrinating.
Why would he rub dirt in a wound? That's a horrible idea.
I still do respect that he didn't like what he was doing, so now he's doing something that...
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be salt?
...he likes more. Even though it is coming at the risk of losing his audience, he'll find happiness in the content that he makes going forward, and maybe he's happier with the new audience that he potentially cultivates through all of it. So, but yeah, anyway, just kind of wanted to talk about this whole situation. That's about it. So, yeah.
Darkside Phil was one of the first Let's Play channels on YouTube back in like 2005. He started growing hate watcher community from compilations of him sucking at video games and complaining about the games. Yo. Chat, do I do that? Like, I know I suck at games, like, especially if it's not Minecraft. Like, I kind of suck at Minecraft too, but I suck more at other games, right? But like, do I get salty? Have you ever seen me salty playing video games? Like where I'm like literally, I know like as a kid, I totally used to do that. I was convinced as a kid that like the console was cheating. Like the console had volition, it had consciousness, and it was antagonistic towards me, and it was cheating just to piss me off. Imagine being so bad at video games that you gain an entire sub-community of people just watching. So that's why he doesn't like his audience, is that they're literally like hate watchers making fun of him. So wait, what you're saying, chat, and some of you will get this, is that DSP is like oh my god, what the fuck is his name? Stolas to the striker of his audience? Is that what's going on? Somebody out there will get that. Somebody that's seen the latest. Maybe you could have a salt lick just off camera, but I have never seen it. I mean, I've never seen you consume salt to my knowledge. Okay. But they started obsessing about his personal life too. That is what they do, don't they? Yeah, that's what they do. That, I feel like that's a line that I try my best not to cross, right? If there's any aspect of somebody's personal life, I really don't want to know about it. I really don't want to go there. That's generally not the, not the point of my critique. It's, you know, about the effect of people's platforms, not the personal lives of those people or anything like that. Some of the DSP harassment goes too far. By some, I mean a lot. Well, yeah, I mean, if he's got that kind of, I didn't realize those were the hate watchers. Tried to tell my friend about the warden because it's a new monster to us olds, and said I don't know what it looks like because the POV is always her running away. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, wait, we're getting to the point, right? I'm getting pretty far in Minecraft, right? He's one of the OG lol cows. Okay, yeah, so yeah, the classic people paid cameos to call him out for what he spent money on, especially if it's very clear that it's something private. I don't buy that. Oh, if you're a content creator, everything in your life is now public access. Like, no, it's not. Yeah, that stuff's creepy. Right? And there are content creators who act very much like farmers. Yeah? And in fact, some people that are actually victims of the farms, you know, have been seen to act like that, but oh no, don't like overspill your glass. What am I doing? Especially if it's very clear that something is private. I don't buy that. Yeah. Trying to remember where I have. You know what time it is, right, chat? You know what time it is? Now, this may be the last segment of the stream, but I have some faith, right, in our ability to persevere. But yeah, I want to at least get through this segment. Yeah, so there was somebody's pointing out that there was a debate between a friend of the VOD and Vaush today. Now, this is a person that, like, I mean, I've had some discussions with Dat Katie. You may have seen them on Twitter. We're not completely in agreement, but I somewhat understand where she's coming from. In that the way that she handles the debate bozos with kid gloves is kind of something that is in my past, right? If you're a long-term fan, you've seen me kind of be overly generous and overly charitable to people like this in hopes that maybe that charitability, that good faith might buy me the ability to change their minds on certain issues. And obviously that resulted in my harassment for more than 2 years, right? So we've seen up close and personal why that tactic doesn't work. That being said, like, nobody could tell me at the time that that I was doing it wrong, and so, you know, I'm not gonna try to tell another content creator how to do their content. But it's weird seeing Sneeko in Old Things, since apparently he converted to Islam and is really leaning into the worst stereotypes of the faith and respects its respective culture. So I'm gonna put the fun half in here. Now this is only if we get to 10 subs, right? Like I said, I'm gonna at some point, like, you know, if we can keep the subs rolling, like at a certain rate. I haven't never done this before. I'm probably not even doing subathon right, but it's got to start off with at least meeting the daily goal. If the daily goal doesn't get met, then there really is no subathon to speak of, and I don't know, Chad. I'll have to figure out what to do from there. I'll have some tough choices, but regardless, I'm gonna find a way to, you know, give you content, even if it's not always stream. Because he did, since Andrew Tate converted to Islam. Now Aiden Ross, another big tater tot, also converting. What? Aiden Ross, really? I'm kind of surprised.
Wants to put themselves in the market so they can like have it sold or like make more money by getting investors. Investors do give money to the company after all.
Wait,
What is this? Xan and Lance are fighting, but why?
but
I guess
why?
Lance is upset I called him out for making a video defending an abuser who is his friend and still having it up even after all their receipts come out.
So we're seeing a reframing going on here, right? Now, if you've been paying attention to my content for the last 2 episodes, we covered the Xander Hall video calling out Lance. He did talk about Illuminati, but that wasn't the prime thing. The prime reason that Lance was bad is that Lance hangs out with bad people. It's literally guilt by association. And like the people that Xander Hall said that Lance hangs out with were in some cases people that have blocked Lance, right? We're talking about, I don't know if they blocked, but like, right, they don't talk, right? Xander Hall made the assumption, based on, I guess, some of Lance's friends, that Lance was a friend of Kira Chat's. It could not be further from the truth, right? That's objectively not true. So, you know, by debate bro logic, if you make a claim and the major thing in your claim is disproven, not only is it like not technically true, but it's just not true at all, you lose, right? You lose. Xander Hall, take the L. Lance has got L in his name, but it looks like you're the one taking the L here, right? But he didn't. He came back and he tried to reframe it as like, oh yeah, but the Illuminati stuff. Well, yeah, people hate. Oh my God, Shakespeare. Oh my God, all in one fell swoop. Thank you so much. I appreciate my gift, the sub gifters, anonymous or otherwise. Visitor Q, you just got a sub. And also the people that are not having to see the ad break because of you, they appreciate that probably even more than I could comprehend. Old Driver, you just got a gift sub. Xan doesn't like Lance because Lance hangs out with bad people. Yeah, like Sophie, Thought Slime. Now, the only one that's even close to true is like Thought Slime. But chat, let's be honest. When is the last time that you saw Lance hang out with Thought Slime? I know that they used to think, oh my God, look at this major, like, do you see how wild the stream alerts are going? Thank you, Shakespeare. Well, we killed that subathon. So that's pretty cool. I'll have to figure out now. I got to figure out how so we're fully in subathon mode. Subathon engaged. Subathon engaged. And also Shakespeare, since you got us over the hump as far as officially entering into subathon mode, I gotta ask you: do you have any suggestions? Do you have anything you would like me to react to after this? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let the people giving the subs, if they want to. You don't have to, right? You know, I'm I'm not drafting you into like giving. I've got content that I could cover either way, but I want to give the person getting us over the hump as far as subs go first shot at nominating a. And I feel like your record's pretty good. Shaxby, if you don't know, the last time that Shaxby suggested some content, I think it was Woodstock 2. This like 90s revival of Woodstock that was like worse than the Fire Festival. And I didn't believe them at first, right? I was like, there's no way that it's like worse than the Fire Festival. The Fire Festival is the definition of a misbegotten summer festival, right? But it turns out no, Woodstock 2 was even worse.
I don't like Xander Hall.
It's called Woodstock 99? Wait, what? I knew it was a bad deal for me. This wasn't about making money off of. Oh, this is Lance reacting to the Illuminati. No, what is Lance reacting to? Is it Lance reacting to the Illuminati video?
Illuminati debunks the malicious claims from former Sad Milk team. Her receipts are insane. Wait, is Lance defending this?
They've done one on Tim Pool for old time's sake. They don't do content since... Oh, okay. Yeah. They haven't really done content together for like a year. Vaush showed up in Amy C3 and Unelectable Airwaves chat last night. It was odd. Okay, well, hey, no... Good to know that he's making his rounds, right? Vaush has been in my chat once too, but that was a long time ago, and I don't have any lizards for him this time, so yeah. It was the third Woodstock. There was a second Woodstock before that?
Illuminati person? Lance made a video defending Illuminati. Ooh, that's gonna warrant some negative attention. Isn't the negative attention against Illuminati like really overwhelming? Man.
Now it's weird, right? Because you'd think that if anybody had some empathy for somebody with like overwhelming negative attention, it would be this guy, right? But I don't know. Like I've talked about Illuminati before. They're, the accusations against Legal Eagle were completely groundless. And yeah, they do indeed. H-Bomb caught Illuminati at least engaging in, maybe it was unintentional, but it was effectively representing, somebody else's copy as their own, right? What I'm talking about was a segment in an Illuminati video where each line felt lifted out of a previously made documentary, right? Now, it's one thing if you want to say, I use that documentary as a source and I list that in my sources, right? But I can't copy them word for word. And there was some of that in Illuminati's content, and I can't summarize their points and introduce them in the same, like, right? If I take like if I make a video and I take a documentary and I like summarize line for line what they said, I have got to that's got to get acknowledged on screen, and Illuminati didn't do that. And I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's possible to do this stuff by accident, right? In an academic setting, you will still get punished for that. You will still be in big trouble for that. This isn't an academic setting, but if you wanted to say, whoops, sorry, that was me getting sloppy, that's like one thing. But after having called out Legal Eagle, yeah, that's a really bad look, right? So, that and the situation involving Wonder, if you're somebody's boss, like kind of, putting yourself in a position to control their transportation, their living situation, et cetera, it's more power than you should have, right? And, but, there's more accusations than that about Illuminati. And I didn't feel comfortable making the conclusions that those were true. They might be, and I'm not calling the people accusing Illuminati liars, but it just wasn't the level of like receipts that I would like to see to know for sure, given the gravity of the accusation. That paired with the fact that like Illuminati has become YouTube's favorite person, and they keep Turkey Tom just like made a new video about Illuminati today, right? So it's keeping on going and it's keeping on going, and I keep on going back to like, would this happen? Would there be this much attention to like a male creator having done what Illuminati did? And I really don't think there is. So yeah, it's a weird thing where like I definitely find fault with what Illuminati did, but I'm starting to get concerned with the nature of the internet's like obsession about this story, of this, like, you know, this they can see the problem with a girl boss, right? Especially one who regularly calls out MLMs, but they can't see the problem with a boss, right? And they can't see that this is like, you know, this kind of like people, you know, exerting power over each other as content creators. This goes on a lot. Yeah, we're watching Vaush right now, okay? We're watching Vaush right now. Yeah, this shit happens a lot, right? And you don't see that getting called out, right? So yeah, I mean, it's a mixed bag. I feel like, you know, that, yeah, like I made a video and I identified things that I thought that Illuminati did that were just straight up wrong. But are they wrong enough to warrant, like, are we going on like a month now of talking about Illuminati? Wait, Cavernacle? Oh wait, did you just have a, oh my god. I would suggest that you look at Cavernacle's video on Wearaboos. Yes! Oh my god, that's such a good call, Shakespeare. Who try, and we need to watch more Cavernacle too. I don't watch I never watch Cavernacle on stream, right? Try to push you know, the one time that I did watch a Cavernacle video, he followed me, right? So pretty cool. Pretty cool. I don't know that Cavernacle is the biggest NCC fan out there, but I do know that he's aware of my presence, and we appreciate you, Cavernacle. I like how the average edgy gamer turns into a communist when you ask them about video game companies, right? I don't trust Legal Eagle. He calls himself that, but I always say him do a lawyer react to It's Always Sunny. He said a bird law isn't real. It seems sus. Wait, he said bird law isn't real? Who was the YouTuber who had a blue skull avatar? A blue skull avatar? Nerd Skull? I don't know that Nerd Skull does YouTube. Nerd Skull is a Twitter account with a blue skull. Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about, you're talking about Sean, right? Yeah, but nobody owns highlighted text. Yeah, exactly, Taco Cat. Like, it was a pretty disingenuous call out of Legal Eagle. Yeah, I mean, like, look, Legal Eagle's a lib, okay? You know? Like, you know, he's obviously, like, I agree with him that Donald Trump is a piece of shit, but I don't think if we talked about, like, you know, like how the economy should work, I don't think we'd have a lot of I don't think we'd have a lot of like agreement there. Isn't Turkey Tom that alt-righter misogyny is so rampant that it affects all gals from Illuminati to Professor Flowers to Luna Oi to Soul Bunny, Amber Heard? Is that a real person or someone Zoe Quinn? Wait, Zoe Quinn made up? Turkey Tom? Vaush said on stream today that that he was calling, yeah, Black Left Tube like the worst people. Bird law is definitely real. What? This is an It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing. Another show that I need to shore my knowledge of up. That I said that with too many weird prepositional phrases. Wow, Cafernacle's YouTube channel has grown. Yeah, that's right. He's on what, 100,000 now? YouTube sneakily stopped recommending Cavernacle to me. That's always annoying. Cavernacle usually makes good videos, but his videos about wait, lib? was amiss, since he was not too familiar with misogyny and gendered colorism in communities of color at all. I don't know if I'm reading that word wrong because of the interesting. Is this like a Fortnite font? This is like Fortnite. Like last time we were using Love is Blind. Oh, thank you. Last time we were using LOL sort of format. I think now we're on a Fortnite font. I'm no Legal Eagle fan, but he didn't. Yeah, he did nothing wrong in this case. Exactly. One coward. Well, let me put that in the like the next part, right? So that at least will remind me of what I need to cover next. All right, so not Legal Eagle. What am I thinking? Cavernacle on. Is it Wereaboo's? It's like weeaboo, but like German. Cavernacle is anti-harm reduction and has terrible taste in media. I had to stop watching him. Oh, because you died of cringe. Well, I thought you were going to say you died of one of those chocolate oranges that he keeps on his desk for like months at a time until they're obviously past their expiration date.
And this is like the problem that I have with Lance. This is consistently the one
You have
problem
a
that I
problem
have
with Lance.
is that I feel like he's too loyal. He'll be like so defensive to his friend. Like I think he's a good person. This isn't like an impugnative.
This is like the number one quality that Vaush values in a member of the Clout Network. He expects people to do this for him. He expects people to be loyal to him, right? That's... They, not she. Wait, who are we talking about? Oh, it's short. Yeah, so Veraboo? It's fair. Yeah, it's because German. Yes, I know how to pronounce German, sort of. It's been a long time. Veraboo. Yeah, the Wehrmacht. It's not important. Okay.
His character or whatever. It's just I remember that one time. This is like Destiny drama. I remember this one time that Mike from PA said that Destiny was doxing him by saying he was from PA or something, or like his name, or there was some like Mike used his full name somewhere and Destiny knew it, but it was like in the name of his website. But Mike from PA was like, "Oh, he's doxing me by doing this," even though it was named in his website. And Lance confronted Destiny on it, and when Destiny explained all of that, Lance was still like, "Well, I don't know, still feels like doxing to me," basically. But I don't think that was because Lance.
Yeah, I don't know the situation that they're talking about, but I do know that, like for instance, Xander Hall's actual name is public knowledge, right? I'm not going to say that name, not because I'm a big fan of Xander Hall and love what he's doing or anything like that, but just because it's like that there nothing good could come from that. And I would say that nothing good could come from like reinforcing Mike from PA's legal name. I don't know. It's just my feelings about the Destiny community that something about putting somebody's legal name in front of that community is gonna have bad consequences, and that's both because of the size of the community and the nature of that community and the Byzantine labyrinth of discords and splinter discords that are involved, right? Yeah, I would say that there's something to be worried about. But again, I don't know the situation. I can't really vouch for what Lance was saying in his conversation with Destiny or Mike from PA. I know even less I don't know anything about Mike from PA, honestly. Isn't Mike a patsock? Anyone heard Mike being a patsock? I've seen him be kind of class reductionist for sure. I've never heard him called a patsock, though. Make it not weird. It's one of those things where you just because you can do something doesn't make it not weird to do it. Yeah. Yeah.
actually believed it. I just think he had like a sinking feeling in his stomach, but his like numero
He's a socialist, says Chico.
uno priority was defending his friend. I don't know. I don't even know much about the Illuminati drama. I tried to watch that one video from the really, really big channel that was attacking
The Click?
Illuminati, and it seemed like it was really bad. Illuminati seemed like a huge piece of shit. I would be pretty surprised if anything could like counter that. Could you briefly explain the Illuminati drama? I don't fuck your. I just remember it being really bad. I didn't care enough. I don't know her.
Mike from PA has been trying to be a bit macho because of that super viral video where everyone is making fun of him for being soy. He has Sam Cedar emotes. Emotes of Sam Cedar. Yeah. So he's trying to overcompensate? Oh yeah, I don't know about this. I guess if you say so, chat.
She's a monster. Yeah, I don't know.
That's where, look, I'm not defending the bad things that she did that I've already commented on being bad, right? But start calling somebody a monster, you really got to justify that. And when I look at her comment section, right, I see people repeating stuff that the Click's not even claiming is happening, that Wonder's not claiming is happening. I don't know where they got it in their mind that Illuminati stole somebody's car, but there were Illuminati haters saying that Illuminati was guilty of, like, they're basically implying that Blair is guilty of Grand Theft Auto, right? Like not in a video game. Like literal Grand Theft Auto. And I would say if that's the case, then like Wonder should probably, call the authorities and get his car back, right? Because that's not legal to do. But that's not the case. That's not what happened, right? That's there were some weird choices made and some, Wonder, I don't like the position that Wonder, I keep on saying Wonder of you is a JoJo stand, okay? Wonder of You is a JoJo stand. I'm talking about Wonderstruck guy, right? I can't even tell you what stand who Wonder of You is a stand without revealing something really central to the plot of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 8. There's a video where Kira Chats constantly berates him, and he eventually throws a fit about it. People, oh, wait, yeah, like he hit the couch or something. The issue is that people watch all the videos from Click, etc., trying to believe everything to hate Illuminati, like beyond any reasonable the thing is, like, if you get something out of those, like, and I'm not going to blame the Click for this, right? Because I don't know that like anything that the Click was saying was untrue. But the haters of Illuminati, like they are making their own headcanon, right? Blair did not steal a car. Blair majorly unwisely like bought a car for somebody and then ended up repossessing that car. But if it was an issue of like car theft is a crime, okay, and if that's the issue, then there's a legal remedy for that. There's a criminal remedy for that. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. I don't think that's what we're dealing with here. That's not what happened, right? It sounds like Illuminati got some yeah, kind of, right? Anti-Lindsay Ellis trolls who were just wanting for the opportunity. God, that's so scary. Opportunity to dunk on her and spread so much info. Yeah, they just have to have like a Maleficent, I guess. Did it come from a bad joke like you're stealing, plagiarizing got turned into? No, it came from probably the fact that she bought a car for Wonderstruck that Wonderstruck didn't want, and had no business thinking that like there was nothing to make you think that he'd be able to, like, it was like she was trying to help him out, but then it puts him in a position where like his transportation is somewhat in her hands, right? And you know, things did not work out with Wonderstruck living there, or with Wonderstruck like you know, continuing to you know, go on with working for Blair, and so therefore the whole car thing, you know, didn't work out either. So she, you know, since she had taken out the loan for the car, she came and got the car. Now the issue was like that maybe Wonderstruck might have had some stuff in the car, right? And the allegation is that Blair threw away some of that stuff. That's different than stealing a car, right? That's very different. But yeah, it's like the Vaush fans who keep saying Cat Black, release the yo. Yeah, it had to be Demon Mama. Did you know that? Like Demon Mama was actually the only one of in the debate circle that was calling like bullshit on that, right? I mean, like she's done lots of other really sus stuff, but yeah, she was the one that was like straightening people out on that. He did want it. He was already getting a contract to rent, to own that car. She co-signed the loan, and she repossessed the car since the loan was legally under her name. All other stuff is in an intersocial context. Yeah, so like the idea that she stole a car is like nowhere close to true. And yet that's what they're going with. Not all of them, but some of them, right? And like there were other things, right? That wasn't the only straight up lie about Illuminati that I saw being, you know, perpetuated by her haters. But like people have said, like these Lindsay Ellis haters, these Amber Heard haters, they don't care about the truth. They want blood. I mean, metaphorically speaking, hopefully, of course.
Xan has a video on it. Go watch Xan's video.
All right, so not a lot of love for Lance here.
What are the comments like on the Surfs video?
Do people want me to cover what happened on his stream today? A friend of the VOD debated him, and I'm not sure how it went. I definitely don't want to do anything to like I don't know. Does anybody want to say anything about what happened today? Like how is Twitter taking it? Has it blown up? Is it a, because I'm just worried about this person getting attacked, right? And like I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to cover anything in a way that's gonna make her experience worse. Oh, so we're going back to Mike from PA. There's a viral clip where he's too shy to get her attention, so he awkwardly taps her shoulder and rolled and giggling. As long as it's not about Illuminati, it's fine for me. Yeah. I mean, I feel I'm wondering at what point will the internet get saturated with Illuminati videos, because there are so many videos. Of course, it was Demon Mama who sided with. Yeah, I don't know if Demon Mama sided with Cat Black. I mean, can somebody check that? I'm not saying that, like, or at least if that's true, I don't know that. I do know though that she was able to clap back against the lie of Cat Black spreading, like, you know, conversations of a sexual nature that she'd had with Vaush. That did not happen. Will Vaush go after the leftist mafia? That is a good question. Hey, here's the bigger question, right? I've talked to you before about the White Leaf Network, right? This is the network administered by Vaush's sysadmin, right? So this is another vector of control Vaush kind of has over other streamers. You know, we're talking about the conflicts of interest with Blair of Illuminati. What about the conflicts of interest with Vaush? What about the conflict of interest with White Nervosa, right? Can we talk about those? Well, Lance actually has such a website. To my knowledge, maybe it's changed. Maybe it's gonna change, right? because there's some tension now. There's some palpable tension between Lance and Vaush and Xanderhall, and I would assume, I don't know, where do you think Demon Mama's gonna come down on this? Like, I did check with Demon Mama's content, and it doesn't seem like she's really covering this. I don't think she wants to pick between Xanderhall and Lance, but she might have to. So yeah, this is major trouble in paradise. Lance is a paying member. Sorry, I should put that in the right way. We don't know that anybody pays. As far as I know, Vaush is the only one. Yeah, I don't want to, so scratch what I just said. Paying member is probably not the right way to say this, right? But Vaush is a part of the White Forest network, the White Forest co-op, right? Meaning that, he struck some kind of a deal with White Nervosa where he gets his website through her, and her being Vaush's sysadmin kind of puts him under the influence of Vaush in that sense. That's the thing that I'm looking at, right? Does Lance stay on White Leaf? We've seen before when a member of White Leaf goes against another member of higher standing, it has happened that we have seen a website pulled, right? We have seen White Nervosa try to leverage the websites that she administers for different people to get debates with certain figures that were friends of those people, right? So there's every chance that there might be a withdrawal from the White Forest side of things, and there's every chance that there might be a withdrawal from the Lance of the Serfs type side of things, right? This is not an insignificant conflict between Xanderhall and Lance. The attack that Xanderhall enacted on Lance was at least an attempt to take him down. You could say it was kind of a ham-fisted attempt, but it's he's doubling down, and now he's kind of concentrating on the Illuminati aspect, right? Trying to cancel Lance, ironically enough, by guilt by association. And Demon Mama didn't side with Kat explicitly. She was the only one of the debate bozos that was critical of Vaush and understood where Kat and ContraPoints were coming from. That's the question, Metal. That's the question. Is Lance going to get kicked out of Vaush's network? Does Lance even want to be part of Vaush's network anymore, right? Does Lance have other options? That's another question, right? Because I think if there was another option out there, if there was an alternative, if there was a competitor to White Forest, I think that at this point it would start to look pretty good to a lot of people, not just Lance, right? Because if they can do this to Lance, they can do this to anybody in the network who doesn't toe the line, right? But as of yet, I don't know if there is an alternative to White Leaf, to, having your website administered by White Nervosa. I don't know what it is. Vaush needs Lance more than vice versa. Demon Mama better watch out. God. How is there not a competitor to Foray Blanc? I don't know. I do know that I will say that I don't think that the code that facilitates, because essentially what these kind of websites are, right? At their very base, the main function of the website is a chat, right? So right now, you are having your chat administered through Twitch, right? And if you have a sub, you're getting out of the ad breaks. If you don't have a sub, you're not getting out of the ad breaks. If you're on YouTube, it's administered through YouTube chat, right? And like if you have a membership, you have access to more videos than you do if you don't have a membership, right? So in other words, your memberships or subs have an effect on your ability to use the platform, right? What you get from the platform. Is it a ad-free experience like ShaxBA has just facilitated for 5 people who are now getting out of the ad break, or are you stuck with the top of the hour and the bottom of the hour ad break, right? So now that's Twitch and YouTube. So obviously, when you pay money, on my behalf to get a sub from Twitch, I get some of that money. I get about half of it. on YouTube, if you get a membership, I get a slightly more of a cut of that, right? But it's a cheaper price, so it kind of evens out, right? But that cut, what YouTube and Twitch are getting that cut for is that they are able to increase the value of your experience if you're subbed or if you're a member, right? Now imagine if that power didn't lie with Twitch, it didn't lie with YouTube, but instead it lied with nocommentchick.cc. Then by that, essentially when you would be subbing to me, it would be completely or almost completely going to me. Let's say there was a person like a good white Nervosa, right? We had a good white Nervosa to fight the bad white Nervosa, and they would be making some money off of that in some way, or we'd work out something where they were benefiting too, right? But essentially there's like less there's not a big corporation taking a big piece of the pie, right? So that's what's valuable to Lance about the White Leaf. He can give you like any kind of experience that White Leaf can engineer for their different tiers of membership, right? If you just sky's the limit as far as what that can facilitate, right? So it also, I think it can make for an overall better experience if you've got somebody who knows it. So like I said, it's code. So the person you have to have a person who can code the chat software, put it on a website, manage the subscriptions, make sure that functions, that the people that are paying for the subscriptions are getting a little something extra. If they're paying a little bit more, they're getting something even extra on top of that, right? But I think the reason that more people don't, there's not a major competitor to White Nervosa and White Forest, is that it's specialized software. It is literally something that White Nervosa, let me say this the right way, right? Because I know that I could be, I don't want to get in any legal trouble. So just understand that this is my best understanding of how White Nervosa came to create the code. I am told, right, that the basis of the code was Destiny's website, and that through looking at that code and talking to its creator, White Nervosa was able to make, from my understanding, White Forest, White Leaf is her own code, right? So just so that I'm not misrepresenting anybody, I'm definitely not don't take this to the bank, all right? I'm not 100% on this, and for legal reasons, I shouldn't be putting down my my flag 100% on this. But my understanding is this, right? That the code of Destiny's website was utilized in order to create the websites that Vaush and his network now enjoy, right? And so, there are other people out there that have created similar software, but Destiny's is proprietary now. Destiny's is not open source, right? They were open source when White Nervosa looked at it, but they're not open source now. I don't know, how White Nervosa's code works or anything like that. But I don't think it would necessarily be hard to create a competitor, but you'd have to have somebody that was motivated, somebody that had a business plan, somebody that had plenty of clients lined up. Like, I mean, I think it could happen. It would just take the right person, maybe somebody who even had an interest in seeing less influence from the Vaush network over the sphere of political creators at large, right? To just, come up with an alternative service, right? So whisper of a dream, right? Whisper of a dream. You could use a Sauvignon Blanc right now. I thought we were talking about wine for a moment. Wait, wine? Really? Okay. I think I've talked enough about Vaush versus StatKD debate. I think it's worth covering, but it's up to you. I have a thread of a few clips if you want some previews. Well, I mean, what I could use is some information about how how that debate is being received by Twitter, right? I don't want to, if there's like a wildfire burning and they're coming for Dat Katie and they want to cancel Dat Katie, it's probably best for me to like leave it alone. I mean, you know what, the best thing would be probably to talk to Katie herself. So Katie, if you're hearing this, I hope you had a good debate today and I hope everything's okay. I know that sometimes taking on Vaush in a debate can have some pretty scary consequences. I hope you're not, we know we're going to have .ncc websites, right? Okay, so there's some people that thought Vaush looked worse, people that weren't, that didn't think that Katie had like a great day. She's cool, so it's nice to chat with somebody in Hebrew. I thought Katie did a good job talking to him last time. Was it worse? Yeah, see, I haven't seen this yet. And like I said, I never want to like I never want to increase the volume of like hate that might be burning against NCC. There we go. Who's Dat Katie? Dat Katie's a friend of the VOD. If you've seen on the Clips channel, which you should be subscribed to if you're not already, right? You should definitely be subscribed to that Clips channel because and there will be more content coming on that specifically. That's going to be the future home of all the clips that are not manicured or, kind of turned into videos. That'll just be like content that I put out there that's kind of unedited, will be what the Clip channel is for, right? But on that Clip channel, I have, oh my God, you know what? I should put it out by itself. Wait, I didn't I? I think I do. I think I have a standalone version of Dat Katie's initial debate with Vaush. I thought that on that one, she did exceptionally well. And my heart was warmed by the fact that she said that she got she decided to take on Vaush after watching some of my streams talking about the Say Her Name discourse and the attack on Jesse Gender over the Hogwarts Legacy stuff. And that was part of what she talked to Vaush about. But apparently she talked to Vaush again, and I'm getting mixed results as far as how people think that it went. So we'll do a little bit more research, maybe cover it tomorrow. Like I said, first and foremost, I just want to do right by Dat Katie, because despite the fact that I think that she gives a little bit more benefit of the doubt to people like Vaush than they deserve, I don't disagree with her, like in the larger picture, in the larger scheme of things. And far be it for me to criticize somebody for handling debate bozos with kids gloves, because I did it for quite a while in the beginning of my streaming career until I found out that it just doesn't work.
Wait, is it not up? Wait, where?
Yeah, that's the other thing, Jules. I think they talk about Soul Bunny, right? So I'm worried about that, this debate reigniting that stuff as well. I know that Shark did a video recently talking about Soul Bunny, so.
Wait, where is this video from? Did it get taken down? I don't see any such video on the Surf Times.
Yeah, it's gone because Lance. So the story behind that video is that Lance did the video when Illuminati had done her response. It was prior to The Click, not Da Click, The Click making his response, and in light of what The Click said, Lance didn't feel comfortable leaving it up there. So is Dat Katie similar to Lance and Matt Bender regarding how they handle? I haven't thought of it that way. I mean, I really compare like her disposition towards them to my disposition towards them prior to the Dylan Burns debate, right? Like that was the first time that I asked one of the debate bros to change what they were doing, and I just got it thrown back in my face. And because I didn't like roll over for Dylan like I was supposed to. I was subjected to 2 years of harassment. So yeah, I mean, like I can give you firsthand testimony that the harassment it is real, and it happens when you threaten their like viability, right? Dylan was worried that he would be perceived as transphobic, and so he proceeds to facilitate the harassment of a trans woman for the better part of 2 years, right? So it's like no worry. There's not going to be any controversy about it now, Dylan. You've written that in the pages of history. But yeah, they can't take the L, right? If something comes down that feels like an L, and yeah, my debate with Dylan pretty much felt like an L because he didn't know what he was talking about. He wasn't prepared for it. He obviously hadn't thought a lot about the nature of platforming and the kind of damage that his platform could do. They've got to change the subject. And in his case, he tried to change it to like, she's being overly precious about being called they, them. And like, granted, if you don't know somebody's pronouns, if you're going to see a doctor and all you know is the doctor's last name, you're going to say they, because you literally do not know what the person's pronouns are. But if you've done content with a person before, then and you're introducing them to your audience for the first time, you might want to get their pronouns right. Now, granted, that I wasn't that upset about, like, Dylan's failure to do that. I corrected him. What I was upset about was the way he got weird, right? He was just incredulous that I would. Well, I didn't say he. Oh, thank you, Dylan. Thank you for not calling me he, him. But yeah, like just, it wasn't anything personal. I just wanted the audience to get my pronouns right. And they turned this into like, she's trying to cancel Dylan over saying they, them instead of she, her. Like as if he just like didn't know and he was, out of the right. They changed the, they reframed the situation, just like Xander Holt's doing right now with Lance. Before it was about Lance is too close to Kira Chats. He couldn't get Lance with that. Now it's about Lance is too close to Illuminati, right? So if they can't get you on one thing, they'll go to another. That's, what they're doing with Soul Bunny. I'm worried about would us watching it really send more hate towards Soul Bunny or Dat Katie. It depends. It depends, Natalie Marie. Like it really depends on, like, I haven't seen the debate yet. I don't know what Twitter is saying. I don't know, like, how much, because Dat Katie did that debate before with Vaush, and there wasn't a lot of negative consequences. Like, she disagreed with Vaush, and I think kind of made him look silly. Made his I took that as a W for Dat Katie, right? But somehow there wasn't this huge like cascade of hate against Dat Katie. There's definitely like not love for her. There's definitely not like she doesn't have like. She I don't think she won over a good section of the Vaush audience, right? But she survived that debate, which is a lot more than some people do. If you don't know someone don't use they them pronouns, calling that person is that, well, listen, I mean, I wouldn't like if somebody like legit doesn't like, I don't know, it's just such a silly thing in the first place, right? I wasn't trying to cancel Dylan for getting my pronouns wrong. I was trying to make sure that he got them right, and he got weird about it, right? But that wasn't the issue that I was concerned about. The issue that I was concerned about was him platforming transphobes and letting them gish gallop, right? There's a very bad thing that happens when a bigot gish gallops, and that is they get to spread tropes. They can spread the tropes rapid fire, right? And like the antidote to that should be somebody else on the debate stage shooting down those tropes. However, the very nature of the gish gallop precludes somebody from doing that, right? If somebody's going up against a transphobe, the transphobe gish gallops a bunch of tropes, right? They've got to choose like 3 at most, right? 1, 2, or 3 tropes they can push back on. The rest of them they got to just leave on the table. I just thought that was harmful. And I don't think that Dylan's a transphobe, and I thought that maybe he might want to prevent that harm from being done via his platform. Instead, he would have rather, silenced me, and he and his community tried to silence me for more than 2 years. However, they were unsuccessful. I'm so sorry. Unsuccessful in shutting up the cat girl. Xan basically said I was effing crazy because I dared disagree with people in his comment section. when will my reign of terror end, right? I want to cancel all these MFs. And by cancel, I mean, oh my God, deport them to somewhere between here and Pluto. Dylan learned about debate and platforming the hard way because he agreed with the Debate Bros critics about debate causing irresponsible platform, ended hippy dippy rounds after so many mistakes. Yeah, but I've never gotten an apology for that, right? That was, and I wasn't telling him to like stop his platform, right? I wasn't even telling him not to, like, who he could bring on and who he couldn't bring on. All I wanted was a little bit of acknowledgement that like stopping the Gish Gallop is important, and he admitted that, right? When he was talking to Xander Hall, he basically said that. He didn't, there was no apology, there was no mention of me, right? But NCC was right, and Dylan Burns knows it, right? So anyway, I'm not trying to dwell on the past. It's just, it's a good example. And it's my firsthand experience with how this kind of harassment works, right?
Like at all. Am I blind? Wrong channel. The Surf Times and the Surf Times. Same channel.
You woke Archie up? Okay, yeah, it's not there. He's going to figure it out in a second.
I looked back a month. How far back does it go?
It's just weird with the overlap between him and Xan that somebody in his audience doesn't say Lance deleted the video, because that's all it is. Lance deleted the video because the Click did a video after his video came out, and he was getting a lot of criticism on YouTube for it, so he deleted it.
Not this far back, certainly.
Oh my God, Vaush! While he figures shit out, I'm gonna take a pee break.
Well, that's kind of giving up, isn't it? But also, it should have been within this time period. Yeah, it's not here. I guess it got taken down. I think he took it down. Well, hold on. If Lance took it down, then is it fair to still give him criticism for it? Maybe he took it down because he realized that he made a mistake. Right? He needs to reverse his position. Yeah. I mean, I guess. They're still in the same podcast. I don't know enough about the drama to, like, get really invested in it, you know? Maybe it was just taken down? Huh. And still having it up. And this is from, like, 20 minutes ago. So did he just take it down? Oh, wait, listen, wait, did he, like, within the past 5 minutes? Huh. Well. Okay, well, that does hide it for me. But are you watching me, Lance? Lance? Are you streaming right now? Lance? He is streaming. Is he in my house? Okay, sorry. Wait, is he streaming the I don't like Xander Hall thing right now? Right, Twitch has ads, that's right. Are you prepared for the yearly Kink at Pride discourse? I am fully, I'm fully pro Kink at Pride. Listen, the only take that I have that I'm going to stand by always is that I think the main, like, primary block of Pride, you know what I mean? Like, usually Pride kind of constitutes a bunch of events, but there's, like, a main thing. I think an effort should be made to make the main block of it, like, pretty child-friendly or approachable. Just because a lot of queer people who need support are young people, and that I think it'd be good if they could, like, go there and not, like, it's, like, all sex or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if they could go there and it's just, like, kind of like a broad, like, accessible...
Oh my God, did I miss anything?
If you want to do a ton of Pride shit or whatever that's, like, kinky or horny or whatever, I don't fucking care. I just... That's, like, to me, that's just a pure accessibility thing. Just the main, like, clean thing. That's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure that's already the case, though. Yes, it is. Vote Night is correct. That is overwhelmingly the case. I've been to enough queer Pride events.
then why do you feel the need to like stipulate, as long as it's not like some kind of super inappropriate thing around kids, like, right? Which, like, the problem with this discourse is that the implication is that queer people like can't control ourselves or don't understand like the, like, you know, appropriateness or inappropriateness of, like, you know, I mean, this is just, I mean, I'm glad that he's not gonna go, like, so if you don't know the history behind this, the first kink at Pride discourse, Vaush had a pretty bad take, right? And Demon Mama had a debate with him. Oh God, Demon Mama's coming out sounding almost like a decent content creator here. I mean, she's not, but like, we've mentioned some good stuff about her. I do notice, like, you know, that some of these creators are better or worse, specifically on certain issues, right? You know, who wanted to make Pride events more family friendly? Queer people, yeah. Why are people still debating about King at Pride? I mean, this was a psyop by like Lauren Southern and 4chan when it started out, and you know, Vaush kind of fell for it, right? And like, he's, you know, he hasn't, you know, he's argued with Shoe on Head about this stuff since then. He's not, you know, like, believe it or not, like, this stuff, even though it's, I feel like it's feeding the chuds, but it's not as bad as you know, his first take on Kink at Pride. But what he's saying is, he's like, no, he's not gonna go, you know, full chud mode again, right? Create safe spaces for LGBT kids year round. Don't sanitize Pride to make it marketable. He didn't want to alienate Shoe. That's the only reason that he took that position. In the you mean the first year?
To know that, generally, that is the case, yeah. I'm sure there are a couple of misses, but like, that's always the case some places, you know? Would Lance have really taken this video down midstream like that? That seems unlikely. Hold on. What did he say about Xanderhall?
What did he say about Xanderhall? Yeah, that's right. Poor Xanderhall.
Possibilities, and eventually it is.
And it pisses off the homophobes. Mock and laugh for a long time. The 5% of the private sector, including you, targeting. I think.
Okay, he hasn't talked about Xan. All right.
So yeah, I mean, Lance is not the one looking for drama here. Lance is not the one stirring conflict. Lance is not the one that, like, literally cannot let people have friends that he's, you know, he doesn't approve of, right? That this is what this is really about, is Lance's or Xanderhall's incorrect perception that Lance is friendly with a bunch of people that Xanderhall hates, right? Xanderhall's primarily, like, that's what the X in his name actually stands for, is hate, right? Probably said Xanderhall wet his pants the first time he watched Nightmare Before Christmas.
Wish I had an abuser like a
Okay, I don't know why I made Vaush so big.
Down bad. All right, pack it in. Pack it in.
Okay.
While we're on drama, man, I respected Innuendo Studios. Oh no, Innuendo Studios makes good videos, but he's fucking insane. He's fully in with this like FD signifier, Jesse gender crowd or whatever. Yeah, he blocked me like really early on. There was never even a hint of charitability from him.
Oh, Innuendo Studios we're talking about, yeah. No, like, he saw you for what you were.
The answer to this question starts with she liked a tweet. FD,
Jesse,
please,
what's
this is
up?
the tweet. Jesse gender liking a tweet.
I didn't realize he mentioned me. Yeah, they can't seem to get your name out of their mouths, unfortunately. But yeah, the person that's really in the barrel today is Lance from the Surfs, right? This is the fallout from Xanderhall making a video about Lance, accusing him of being friends with people that he doesn't even talk to anymore, right? And if he was friends with Kira Chats, So you can have different friends than other people, right? It's so weird with how much these debate bozos go off about like the lack of the how wrong it is to guilt somebody by association, right? They always complain about being guilted by association, and yet they're turning it around on Lance like it was nothing. So we don't know what's going to happen. There is a connection between Lance and Vaush and his network, and that's the White Leaf website that Lance uses. I don't envy Lance for being put in this position. I feel like Xander Hall is like addicted to drama. I feel like he's got so much hate. He can't even like allow somebody to have friends that are not like, you know, in his approved list of people, right? So the first video was basically about that. You know, Lance is friends with Kira Chats. Kira Chats is bad. Kira Chats said something bad about Xander Hall. Sophie from Mars said something bad about Xander Hall. All these like non-controversial people are apparently like horrible bad people. And it turns out that no, in fact, Lance isn't even friends with the people that Xander Hall insinuated. So now the cancellation has gone to Lance is too close to Illuminati. Now, if you saw our video going over the leftist mafia when they did talk about Illuminati, because they kept on getting asked by it, so they responded, right? They're letting the situation work out, right? My understanding is that Blair has just kind of like, you know, withdrawn, at least for now, on her own choice, right? She doesn't want to bring that drama to leftist mafia, and you know, whether she comes back or whether she's a part of this going forward, it is somewhat up in the air. Like Lance did not perniciously try to defend Blair. Lance covered Blair's video, and then when the click came out with his video, Lance withdrew that video, right? So, but now, you know, they're trying to cancel Lance over this, like, over association with Blair from Illuminati. It's just a constant drama mill. Yeah, they can't just like leave this alone, right? It always comes back to and this is the thing that it's like so frustrating about this, right? I was saying just the other day, I do not want to be covering this stuff for the rest of my life. I need to not be covering this stuff for the rest of my life. But having experienced this kind of hate, this kind of attack up close and personal, I also can't let it go on its normal course of events, because I've seen what happened. I've seen how they work together to just like absolutely silence a person, to start a narrative about a person that bears no relationship to the truth. The things that they were saying about me by the end of the harassment against me were fucking wild. Were just out there, right? And there were people that believed that, because there was enough people like repeating the lie. That's what this network does. You don't just have Vaush, you have Vaush, Xander Hall, Demon Mama, and a million other people. They're all kind of loosely linked together by this website. That's the website that Lance is, you know, as far as I know, relying on. So I don't know what to do responsibly other than cover this and say, I don't see what Lance is doing wrong here. All right, no hate towards Vaush, no hate towards Xander Hall, right? We're not here to spread hate, but at the same time, when I see somebody like Lance, you know, in danger of a dog pile, I gotta say something. So I hope people understand that. Seeing these narratives get created, yeah. What's frustrating is that exact thing. So high school, nerds getting mad because sometimes their friends sit with other people. Yeah. I know Olay said that LM was going to make an announcement. Oh, Leftist Mafia is going to make an announcement in a week or so. Yeah, I mean, they're trying to be responsible about this, right? It's like a constant game of harassment. Telephone, yeah, exactly. It's like, it's so wild. Look, I mean, like, as much as, like, I don't agree with some of the things that Illuminati did, I have just seen Illuminati get accused of Grand Theft Auto, right? Stealing a car. That's what people are saying about Blair right now. Now, whatever you think about Blair and you know, the situation with Legal Eagle, the situation, you know, with the plagiarism, and the situation with Sad Milk, right? Wonder did not say that Blair stole a car. Click did not say that Blair stole a car. That was a game of telephone, right? That was a game of telephone, right? And there don't, like, regardless of, you know, Blair being right or wrong on these things, like the amount of attention that she's receiving is more than the amount of attention that a male creator having done the same thing would receive. That I will say for sure. That I will say for sure. There don't need to be this many videos made about Blair, okay? She did some stuff that was wrong. I've covered it. A lot of people have covered it. I don't understand how she is like the most interesting thing that's going on still. I don't think that's true. It's angering because it always turns things up to 11. So that people, if Lance and Dave of the Surfs are reading and watching this, highly doubt it, but who knows? I know Vaush is hinting at booting them off of it. Metal, are you saying from this that you think that Vaush is hinting at booting them off the network, or have you seen like something on Twitter? So that people who even should be held accountable and normally would be open to talking about it can't because they are being destroyed instead of just being open to fucking up. Yeah, I mean, we need to create a culture that's more along those lines, accountability, but not this. Wait, did who say this? I just found out. Somebody can do a 12-hour stream day after day on Blair. Oh my god, wait, who are we talking about? Augie. Are we talking about Augie? Yes, we're talking about Augie. Okay, that's our Augie RFC that Shakespeare is talking about. Blair sounds like she did some bad stuff, but I bet you she had zero incentive to talk about it now because she'll be dogpiled for it. Yeah. You can't keep doing shitty things and then feel bad about yourself like that makes it okay. You need to do better. Most of them don't even know the whole situation. They just want to join in the dog pile. That's what I'm saying, right? And like somehow the fans have gotten the idea that Blair committed an act which she would be in jail if that was true, right? If Blair had stolen a car, that is a crime, okay? And that would be the remedy for it, right? And so many of these dramas, just like they come up to that. Okay, so if you think that this person is so bad, like you're describing a criminal. If you think that they're a criminal, file your charges or move on, right? Because that's not anything that the Click or Wonder or anybody has actually stated, right? There's no implication at that at all. It's just the drama mill trying to churn somebody else up. I think the Vaush video we were reacting to is Vaush warning Lance to behave. Oh, that's what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is like a warning. This you know what this reminds me of? This feels like The Godfather, right? This feels like you're gonna get a horse head in your bed. And if you don't watch yourself, Lance, you're gonna be swimming with the fishes. Like, is that what they're saying? Not literally, right? But like metaphorically swimming with the fishes. This is the horse head. Wait, I'm trying to remember the lines from this. It's like, this is a message from Don Corleone. Luco Brazzi sleeps with the fishes. 43 likes. Let's see if we can keep that going. Anybody who has a thumb left to give, like I always say, my thumb is rather weak, all right? This is my left thumb, right? My thumb against the algorithm's gonna win. But if you put our thumbs together, if you put my thumb together with your thumb, with everybody's thumb, and we have this giant superposition of thumb, I think we might actually be able to wrestle that algorithm into submission. At the very least, you'll be sending my stream as a suggestion into other people who might not have watched it otherwise. So you give other people a chance of being exposed to me. Never go against the family. Exactly. It's trying to isolate people from support so they can't speak up. I know what that's like. Yeah, they want to make you look so bad that nobody will answer your cry for help, right? That when you talk about the harassment, that you're invariably, when they turn you into a monster, you're gonna get harassed, because what you've done by dehumanizing, by demonizing this other content creator is you have given the most, like, you know, you've given certain people in your community that with a large community are gonna be there. You've given them the okay to go and harass this person, right? When you do that, that's what directs the hate, right? And when this happens and you try to say, hey, I'm getting harassment, they're gonna literally gaslight. Not literally gaslight. Gaslighting is an interpersonal phenomenon. Let's all remember, like, the actual gaslighting is something that happens, you know, between, you know, people in a social situation where they're, you know, in proximity to one another. But this sort of gaslighty behavior where you get harassed by a person's fans and then they say, really? Can you show me the harassment? Show me who's doing the harassment and we'll ban them from the community. And you say, okay, here's my list of people that were harassing me. And the first name is like, Irene is a criminal. And they look down their list and they're just like, oh, I'm sorry, Irene is a criminal is not one of our community members. So sorry, that's not one of ours. I don't know where they came from. It's one of theirs with an alt. It's what it is, right? When people do the harassment, they're not stupid. They're not doing it leaving tracks. They're not trying to implicate their parasocial daddy, right? They're doing, yeah, with burner accounts and stuff, right? That's you know how this is. We know how the game is played. I've experienced it myself, right? So yeah, that's right. Waiting patiently for part 2. I know. Am I doing a pause and obby too much? I'm just having too much fun. This is exactly what my latest video is going to be about in part. Wait, so Jesse, when you say your latest video, the forthcoming video is what you're talking about, and is it like the part 2? Yes, the part 2. Okay. Yeah, so Jesse did a video that was originally 4 hours, right? Did you end up calling it masculine, or like the male, something about like male socialization, you know, of trans women or something like that? And then there was part 1, which is already out, which we need to watch. We do have Cavernacle up next, but I may be streaming tomorrow. There was apparently a debate with a friend of the show that I should probably cover. I will talk to Dat Katie about that. I want to make sure with Dat Katie that covering this debate is not going to blow up this drama, you know, in a way that's going to be negative to her, right? But we're gonna finish off after this on the Cavernacles video on iDubbbz, because Shakespeare was nice enough to give people gift subs and get us to that 10 sub goal that we had to continue the subathon. But figuring out what part 2 is going to be called. Oh my God, Jesse, that's like the hardest part of videos, isn't it? Like, I've learned this, right? Because when I first started making videos, my titles were just very basic, like, right? Like, literally, who is in the video and what are they doing, right? And that's one way to do that. That optimizes search. And as a small channel, I've benefited greatly from getting some views from search, right? Oh my God, Jesse Gender, thank you, or Zara, thank you for the gift sub to Jesse Gender, meow. So yeah, this is, yeah, you benefit from search at first, right? You could build a channel, you know, more or less on search, but at a certain point you start to realize that YouTube's analyzing the performance of your thumbnail and your title, all right? And if you want to have a title and a thumbnail that perform in an outstanding manner, you gotta have an outstanding thumbnail and title. And that means leaving something to be speculated about, right? You title it in a way where your audience has to click on the video to see if you're talking about what they think that you might be talking about. You start to get your audience to like guess at like, wait, who is this about? What is this about? What is the twisty twist? Who is giving Vaush and Lance the L at the end of the day, right? as opposed to just like let me straight up saying, you know, who it is, right? Then there's something that I've sort of left something to the end, right? I don't tell you the ending of the story in the very beginning. So you learn to kind of like tease people's expectations. You don't want to clickbait, right? Because it's bad to clickbait, right? If you know, I would never want you to watch a video of mine and be like, it's going to be about this. And it turns out, oh, it's not about that. You tricked me, no comment chick. That is not a happy customer. And we want to leave our customers happy. It's very important that you, in fact, YouTube, I feel like, is pretty good at analyzing how satisfied you are with a video after having watched it. So I want to make sure that you're satisfied. That even if I clickbait in terms of playing with your expectation, that what you end up getting at the end of the day is something that you want, is something that you value, is something that you like. It's hard to find that middle ground in between clickbait and clickbaity. Oh, yeah. Clickbait and too clickbaity. Yeah, clickbait is in enticing, curiosity inspiring, and clickbaity is in, you know, well, that's not really what the video is about. And you never want to do that to somebody. The issue with clickbait, even when it's a good video, it colors how people view the video coming in. Oh, true. Yeah, true. And it also, you know, maybe affects how they see you. It's like establishing that relationship with your audience, establishing expectations, trying to meet those or even exceed those expectations. That's the best thing you can do, is title it in a way that entices them, that teases them, that tantalizes them. And then you end up giving them something that they were like, wow, you know, it's even better. They weren't expecting the tiramisu at the end of the meal, and you gave them that tiramisu. I love tiramisu.
Hero to the Uncle Tom character from Django Unchained. And then Innuendo Studio says, fuck off.
I told you this was going to be a cooking stream. I have had one cooking stream. I'm not sure. Did people like the cooking stream? I would love it if this Wearaboo thing turned out to be a cooking segment. What is this going to be, like some German cooking or something? He's talking about me. Oh my god, let's roll it back just a little bit. Oh, that's right. Now, yeah, because I was like a little lost for a second, but yeah, like this is the there it is. This is now. Here's what they're doing. Oh god. So Shark went through your likes. It looks like we're talking about Shark 300 here. Went through Jesse's likes and found that somebody that had yeah, I kind of wanted to talk about this too, right? This is a scene from Django Unchained. Obviously, you got Leonardo DiCaprio, who's like the plantation owner, and I haven't seen the movie, but you know, a slave from the plantation, you know, crying after he's been unalived, and I feel like they are reading intent into this post that wasn't necessarily there. I feel like this is where the game of telephone, you know, went on to Jesse Gender. That horrible FD signifier. Yeah, I'm hanging out with a bad crowd here, right? I'm getting corrupted. Oh my god, thank you, Nina. Good to see you. Good to see you. That's all I'll say publicly about this, just because I have thoughts, but I don't want to ignite more people's anger. That's understandable, and I never want to do anything. Jesse, at all times, always feel free to let me know if something that I'm covering or something that I'm doing is, you know, you feel like maybe making things worse, because I know what it's like to be in that hot seat, maybe not at the same level as you've experienced, but I've had enough of it to know that it's not a comfortable place to be, and I never want to make things worse. I'm always kind of trying to set straight what they've confused with their games of telephone. Yeah, no, totally understandable. Totally understandable, Jesse.
Say that to his face. Kiss my... Would Lance have really taken this video down mid-stream like that? That seems unlikely. Hold on. What did he say about Xanderhall?
No, only NCC would make a VOD disappear midstream like that, right? Does anybody remember Release the VOD? Release the VOD! I don't know if anybody's
possibilities, and eventually it is.
And it pisses off the homophobes. Mock and laugh for a long time.
Okay, so this is him going over, like he's looking at Lance's stream that day to see if Lance has talked about Xander Hall. And indeed, Lance is not really trying to have this fight with Xander Hall, right? Look, like I've said before, I don't hold Lance in the same regards, despite being a part of the White Leaf Network. I don't hold Lance in the same regards as like Vaush or Xander Hall. I think that Lance is a very different content creator, right? And criticizing him as somebody who's trying to start drama, who's trying to stir the pot, who's trying to criticize or cancel people, that is not who he is, right? If there's anything criticism, if there's anything, you know, I don't want to call this a criticism, right? But like, you know, Lance errs on the side of being maybe like under confrontational rather than being over confrontational. Lance would like to have a left that works together towards a common goal. He doesn't want drama. He doesn't want to do content on like other leftist creators, right? That's not who he is. And yet he's being like, you know, forced into this narrative.
Of the private sector, including you, target.
Jules remembers.
I think. Okay, he hasn't talked about Xan. All right.
Integrated chat censored whites but not blacks. Interesting. Shark 300, Elon Musk, Jarvis Johnson, Ned Fulmer, and the quartering 5 types of cis straight guys you find in STEM. Okay. Interesting. Swolsome brings back memories of the good old pre-Elon Twitter days. Swolsome is so wholesome. Wait, I feel like I've heard of this person before. Was Swolsome the person? Oh, in the Twitter thread, right? Oh, thank you, Jesse. You made it all connect for me. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, but it rebranded as Swolsome. Okay, so we will refer to them as Swolsome from now on.
Wish I had an abuser like Illuminati, not gonna lie. All right, down bad. All right, pack it in, pack it in.
Okay, so wait, what are they thirsting over Illuminati now?
While we're on drama, man, I respected Innuendo Studios. Oh no, Innuendo Studios makes good videos, but he's fucking insane. He's
like, Innuendo Studios could have called you out, Vaush. I don't think he did, though. Like, he's not a fan of Vaush's. He doesn't want to have anything to do with Vaush. But I don't think he's really talked about. There was like one time that it was just like this, like not even a direct. I think I've only seen like one tweet, like, you know, not even directly referring to these people, right? But they definitely take it really personally. They want to be liked by the likes of Innuendo Studios. And if you watch the alt-right playbook, see, here's the thing, Vaush. You would have a better chance of having Innuendo Studios like you and like your content if it didn't feel like you were cribbing notes from the alt-right playbook, right? You use so much of their playbook. You call people woke scolds, right? There's so many Innuendo Studios videos that did not mention you, did not mention Xander Hall, did not mention any of these debate bozos. But they could apply to you. And why is that? Because you have taken a fundamentally right-wing aesthetic and adapted it into left-wing politics to the detriment of marginalized people. That is 99% of the problem that people have with you all. I'm not looking for drama. I'm not looking for a fight. I do not want to fight other lefties. I do not like that I have so many videos that, yeah, could be perceived as a call out on my channel. But you've kind of like left us no choice, right? I don't know what to do when there's a section of the left that is at its center chock full of right-wing aesthetics, right? When your whole praxis is based on dominance paradigm, how are you supposed to embrace solidarity? Those things mix like oil and water, Vaush. And so, yeah, like, it's a problem. But please understand, it's not personal. I don't hate your guts. I don't think Innuendo Studios hates your guts. Like, Lance doesn't hate Xander Hall's guts. Like, this isn't personal. But it is important. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, he just calls himself that? Case studies in the alt-right playbook. Yeah, rewatch the alt-right playbook with Vaush in mind. I've been tempted to do that. I've only ever done that with Xander Hall once, because Xander Hall tried to appeal to concepts in the alt-right playbook that actually did not reverberate in his favor. And I pointed that out. But yeah, I think people have suggested this before. And it's a thing that I've noticed time and time again. Yeah, I don't hate any of them. I don't have time for hate. Look, honestly, to be a content creator is to have to choose between content that really needs to be covered and other content that also really needs to be covered. And the idea that I would have time in the midst of that for something that's just a petty personal beef or something, or that I don't like the cut of Vaush's jib or something like that, or I don't know. It's actually, it's not that. It's not personal. It's not something that wouldn't be different if his like praxis and core beliefs wasn't different. It's not something that wouldn't be different if he wasn't constantly, calling out woke scolds, right? Which is a Ben Shapiro term. If you weren't shipping right-wing ideology like a Trojan horse into the left, this would not be a problem. And I would be so much happier. So much happier, right? Vaush is steaming in his underpants, is he? Whole subsection of folks online hyper-focused on racism, ableism, misogyny, and more. And they have to see that they are causing harm so they can stop teaching others to do the same harm. They also victim blame. They start drama, then they yell at someone. Why are you wasting time talking about us? Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. No, I want to know that same question. Why do I have to waste time talking about y'all? Why are y'all always attacking half of the left? Like, I don't know. I don't know how he thinks that me just ignoring him burying actual intersectional leftist and supplanting his weird reactionary brand of quasi-leftism in its place. I don't think that, I don't know how he thinks that I would be okay with that, right? I don't cover you because I want to. I cover you because I have to. I cover you because I've been too close to you. I was as naive as, other content creators who are treating you with kid gloves right now, hoping that they can reach you and make you realize what's wrong with what you're doing. What's wrong with this narrative of that you think that anti-whiteness is like this huge problem on the left, that you think that men aren't getting a fair shake on the left. Like, Vaush, you're literally shipping right-wing talking points into the left. Of course, like, somebody has to call this out, and almost by virtue of the kid gloves that I handled you and Destiny and the rest of these jokers with early in my career, before my eyes were open to the fact that you weren't listening, you weren't interested in listening, you weren't interested in learning. It wasn't just that you didn't quite get it and you needed somebody to explain it to you, right? It's that you would rather silence us than listen to us, right? And when I noticed that, and when I realized that I had unwittingly been a part of this, there is some fucking responsibility that I feel. Because if I just get up and walk away from this, then I'm letting others get burned by this machine too, and I'm just not okay with that. We use kid gloves because we believe that you and your audience can do better. Yeah, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. If I hated these people, I'd go after them like I do Matt Walsh. Yeah, there's been no Vaush mannequins in any of Jesse's videos. So please understand, Vaush, you are getting nice. Yeah, you're getting
Fully in with this like FD signifier.
you're getting the kid gloves.
Jesse gender crowd or whatever. Yeah, he blocked me like really early on. There was never even a hint of charitability from him. The answer to this question starts with she liked a tweet. FD,
Okay,
please,
yeah,
this
there we
is the
go.
tweet. Jesse.
There it is. There it is. What did she do wrong? She liked a tweet.
Gender liking a tweet comparing Shark 300 to the Uncle Tom character from Django Unchained. And then Innuendo Studio said,
Okay, so yeah, FD is like, what did she do wrong? She liked a tweet. And then somebody comes in and FD, please, this is the tweet. Like, this is a horrible thing to, you know, how could you like this tweet?
says fuck off.
So, I mean, I know how this is being read, right? And I don't think that is necessarily implicit in the tweet. Like, oh my god, I can't quite see this. I know I've seen this tweet. Can anybody tell me, what does it say? Like, what is the text of the tweet? Oh yeah, so there's Shark saying, likes this picture. Okay, so now I know what it doesn't say. The tweet doesn't say, like, Leonardo DiCaprio, you know, represents Vaush, and the guy behind him represents Shark, right? That's not what the tweet says. Yeah, liking the post. Well, I don't actually see what's wrong with this post. FD wants to talk to Shark. Don't think he's given up on him. I mean, Shark was a friend of mine, and I didn't want to give up on him either. Unfortunately, I've seen some things. So you want to talk about tweets, right? If you want to talk about toxicity on Twitter, some of the things that Shark has said about people are like, I can't believe I was ever friends with this guy. Yeah, God. I mean, I should make an iDubbbz video. I'll say this, liking the tweet was not about Shark. It was about, yeah, it doesn't say, like, it doesn't ID Shark on that tweet, right? It was about how the situation is being used to distract from the primary critique of Soul Bunny's video, which was not about Shark. Yeah, that's right. Shark only, like, was mentioned a little bit in the, like, there was, like, a small mention of Shark. 95% about Vaush, Keffels, and actually more just the space in general, yeah. Basically, the tweet is saying that the pick-me's are rallying around the White Flower Rangers of debate bozos for, yeah, this is the thing. It's like they do this so often, right? They'll take something and to them they see Vaush and Shark, right? Nobody said that. Nobody says that, okay? God, this is so frustrating. This is so frustrating because, like, I've experienced this same degree of purposeful misinterpretation, reading like dark intentions into things that I said that just never were there to begin with. And if you know me, you know that, right? That's the thing, is that people that actually knew me, well, God, I don't want to. I mean, like I said, Shark was my friend. He definitely wasn't there to, you know, stand up for me or anything like that, but maybe he never really knew me. I don't know. This is kind of pissing me off.
Say that to his face. Kiss my A tendency that I've noticed with like this group of really toxic abusers is that they seem to be made up 50-50 of horribly abusive, manipulative pieces of shit and doormats, where like you have like half the people are like moral black holes and the other half are like, I'll do whatever you say, my queen, and like they like protect this like orbital
Abusers. Everybody who criticizes me is an abuser. And in case you think that, well, he's being metaphorical, he's talking about abusing people in, you know, your content and what you say about, you know, like abuse, I don't know, like something like that, right? It's a metaphor, right? But watch where he turns this out. Like, right? In case you think that this is just metaphorical that he's making, no, he wouldn't make that. He wouldn't call you abusers, right? Just because you disagree with him. Watch.
shield, you know what I mean? The like simp army or whatever. Oh man, this was so fucking lame, dude. The fucking Mr. Beard guy, Ryan Beard, has even been cavalting with them. Had a really great convo with Soul Bunny about the divide in the leftist.
Yo! Mr. Beard was cavalting! Who knew? Oh my god. Did Mr. Beard cavalt? Wait, did you hear it before? Wait, when he said the abusers thing, like, I don't know if it's like later in the thing, but he specifies like what he means by this, and it's actually a little darker than I thought at first.
Say that to his face.
It reminded you of the Dobby scene from Harry Potter.
Kiss my... A tendency that I've noticed with like this group of really...
Shakespeare, I did see your French tweet. I somehow like lost track of it. Cavalting. Is he trying to... Yeah, it does kind of sound like... Wait, is like... Wait, what does cavalting mean? Cavorting. There's cavorting and there's kvetching, but what is he combining cavorting with kvetching? Is this a malapropism? Did Vaush do a malapropism?
Toxic abusers is that they seem to be made up 50-50 of horribly abusive, manipulative pieces of shit and doormats. Where like you have like half the people are like more
Oigavelt is just a Jewish phrase, but Oigavalt. So cavalt, like cavalt and cavorting maybe? Yeah, it's like my oh my, right? Or ola.
Moral black holes, and the other half are like, I'll do whatever you say, my queen, and like they like...
Yeah, Kenshin, you're right. He does have a tendency to invent words. Yeah, it's like a malapropism thing, right? Where he has seen certain words, but he doesn't completely have command over their meaning or even differentiate them entirely from other words, and he just reaches for something. Cavorting while kvetching. Yeah, he reaches for cavorting and I don't know what was the other word, kvetching or gavalt? He's talking about his own community, Jules. What do they say? Every accusation is a confession.
Protect this like orbital shield, you know what I mean? The like simp army or whatever.
Yo, he is talking about his own community.
Oh man, this was so fucking lame, dude. The fucking Mr. Beard guy, Ryan Beard, has even been cavalting with them. Had a really great convo with Soul Bunny about the divide in the leftist space. I agree with her that I need to be more careful about the way I phrase things so I don't come across like I'm saying both sides are equally bad when it comes to racism. That in order for us to work together, if someone like Vaush isn't even willing to analyze the ways his actions could have been racist, it's going to be...
I am very wary of Vaush using Yiddish or Jewish terms in general because, I know. Vaush's Yiddish butchering phase is not what I wanted. Nobody asked for this. Cavalting. What a strange Viren. Verb. Cavalting. Yeah, cavorting while kvetching. is not from the Wehrmacht cookery book. Oh my god, no.
Very difficult.
Oh my
any sort of
god.
bridge, which is like I've only ever been nice
Damn.
to him, and then I like look away for a minute, and it's like, well, if arbiters of moral goodness like fucking Soul Bunny or whatever think he's racist, then damn, it's like every time, man.
Okay, so I want you to recognize what's happening here, right? This is castles burning. Something's happening, right? And I feel like he's getting into a little bit of a, what do you call, like a vicious circle? Where, like, he's losing the influence that he had over... Now, Mr. Beard, if you don't know, Ryan Beard, how would I typify him? He's a pretty big YouTuber, right? He's a decently big YouTuber. I agree with a lot of what he says. I think maybe he has a tendency to ride the fence a little bit, especially when it comes to somebody like Vaush. He's been tweeting for weeks and weeks about how, you know, like maybe Vaush needs to understand the people that are concerned about the racism, and the people that are concerned about the racism need to talk about, we need to, like, you know, be a little bit more empathetic towards Vaush. And apparently he had a conversation with Soul Buddy, where Soul Buddy was like, you kind of both sidesing this, right? And he put out a tweet JPEG, or you know, when you make a tweet and there's you want to say something more than just like the room you have in the tweet, so you put a JPEG of your thoughts like in the tweet. So he did that, right? And he just barely kind of tipped over to the side of like, yeah, Vaush needs to change, right? And here we go, right? So he's going to react to this, losing the normies, which honestly, like, you know, as much as I think that Mr. Beast, like, probably does ride the fence a little too much, a little too, you know, forgiving about some things that can be really pernicious to the left. His heart is in the right place, I guess. And God, somebody's gonna show me something to contradict that, right? But like, I don't know. I think that Mr. Beast is, when it comes to like leftists, he's kind of just a normie, right? Vaush has lost the normies. Something has changed. These people were in command of the discourse back when they took down Professor Flowers. These people were in command of the discourse back when they took down No Comment Chick. Something has changed. Mr. Beard, wait, am I calling him Mr. Beast by accident? I mean Mr. Beard. Did I say Mr. Beard or Mr. Beast? Mr. Beast obviously is the really, really, really big YouTuber. Mr. Bees. Oh my god, I want to play this Minecraft mod where bees attack you every minute, right? Buffy, Zara, are you here right now? We need to play the bees mod, right? This is like a really fun mod. Can you imagine? We're trying to beat the Ender Dragon, okay? But every minute, a swarm of angry bees spawns on one of us, right? It's just like bees in Minecraft. If you don't know, bees in Minecraft are not, they're, one bee being mad at you is not that bad. It's not that hard to take care of, right? But when there's like a swarm of bees, oh my god. I mean, it's just like real life. You don't want to mess with bees. Just like you don't want to mess with Mr. Beard. Just like you don't want to mess with Mr. Beast. Just like you don't want to mess with Mr. Beads. You don't want to mess with those bees in Minecraft, right? But we definitely want to mess with the bees mod, because I think that would be a lot of fun. I like really frustrating Minecraft mods. This was one that Dream and George could not like overcome. Like the bees were too much for them. So I feel like we gotta play it.
The person whose tweet you showed did an edit of you to make you look black? What? The last person?
What? What?
Oh yeah, I voted for Biden.
Oh god.
these people just hate you because they can't abuse you like they do the other weak people under their thumb. I really do think it's that. Yeah, I really do think it's that simple. I know it sounds like kind of...
Gosh, you really think that if you let me walk all over you with stilettos that I'd be like, chill? Like, that's what I want? Okay.
kind of trite or maybe self...
Vaush, I feel like that's what somebody wants. I feel like that's what somebody wants, but it's not me.
Absorbed, but I really do think, like... Because to be clear, I need to stress this every time now because I don't want to be misinterpreted or anything. Overwhelmingly, day to day, if you take a look at like who politically and personally are doing the bad shit,
Now,
it's like
chat,
cis straight.
Like I told you, okay, Vaush has been cited in Twitch chats recently. All right. Now I'm not saying that he's gonna pop up in here, right? I'm not saying that. I think he's very wary of acknowledging NCC, even during Filegate, right? I think what he only said, like he only talked about me for like 2 minutes or something like that, right? So he's very wary of the power of NCC. But you know, I don't know, just be on guard. Be on guard, all right? On guard, Vaush.
White guys, okay? But in the online left, there's a
Why would I want to
market,
ruin my shoes? Yeah, right?
For people who are like FD Signifier or who are like Cat Black or whatever else. There's a market for them because there are groups of like unironic white guilt types or guys who want to do that cringy male feminist thing where they're like, I'm sorry about how guys are, my queen. And they want to find like these stronger personalities to defend and orient themselves around. I don't understand either side of this equation personally. I think it's fucking psychotic, but this is a real thing, of course. It's not super common, but in the online left, you're selecting...
Vaush, okay, so what you're talking about is an anti-fandom. And yeah, you've got an anti-fandom. All right? And they're not like edgelords that want to see blood or anything like that. Lucky for you, right? But they are people that are sick of your shit. And they're sick of your effect on the online discourse, right? And they want a left that's based on solidarity, not a left that's based on dominance, right? You created this, okay? This market, as you say, exists because of you. White guilt, right? So here's the thing, though, like he doesn't understand that, like, you know, he, like, the problem with Vaush is not that he doesn't have white guilt. And granted, like, sometimes expressions of white guilt tend to center the white person experiencing the guilt. And that's cringe and that's, you know, not great, right? But his expression of white guilt is even worse, right? When faced with the history, the truth of things, you know, when faced with the guilt, right, there are, you know, different ways to react. Now, really, it's probably something that you need to deal with and get over by yourself, rather than centering yourself in Black people's discussions, which obviously is you know, not helpful, right? But his way of handling it is to say, well, gosh, that was really awful what happened. We better make sure they can't do it to us. And that's where all this stuff, that's where all this like insinuations of anti-white racism come from, right? It's a more concerning expression of white guilt than Nancy Pelosi getting on her knees or whatever the hell you want to dredge up as you know, your stock footage of performative white guilt, right? You're more dangerous than that. I mean, that stuff's bad because it's like, it's, you know, centering white people in you know, a discussion that's not about us, right? But your reaction to white guilt is somehow even worse, right? And it is. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that's motivating you, but somehow you take it in an even worse direction. So, and we saw that in the Professor Flowers debate. That's the
for them, of course, because it's very possible to masquerade as being left-leaning, when in reality you're just trans and black and
Yeah.
narcissistic.
Anti-racist and male feminists are bad. Vaush 2023.
Because then all of your tendency to defend yourself can be misconstrued.
He made the bead, says Princess Mononoke. Now he has to lie in them.
As a broader advocacy
Poshmark?
for issues surrounding those marginalized communities.
Damn.
Yeah, DJ Mule did this as well. The like, I'll defend Ride or Die Bad Bunny. That video we watched of DJ Mule where he was basically fucking simping for Bad Bunny, like, my queen, I would never let harm befall her. Tip, 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 tip. I don't know. Just really sad. Especially with the Ryan Beard thing, because he's always been nice. I DM'd him too. I was like, yo, I wasn't paying attention. Why the fuck do you think I'm...
Chad Alpha says, performative white guilt is cringe. What Vaush is peddling is dangerous. Yeah, yeah. And it's not left. Like, it's the same kind of way that conservatives and reactionaries react to the, you know, to the extent that they are even, you know, they feel white guilt, which, you know, might sound like a oxymoron since obviously they don't acknowledge it in any way. You know, they're, you know, a lot of their shit comes from this same kind of reaction, which, you know, as bad as like the performative white guilt is, this is way worse. Like Chad Alpha said. Oh, like, yeah, I don't know. So somebody's bringing up how he acts towards Shu. I would pay big money to, oh my God. Oh my God. Well, he's not a pinata. It's fundamentally, yeah, I mean, this is a definition of reactionary, right? This is like the little on the nose. He's just an anti-SJW. Yes, that's the problem. We have recorded 1,000 messages in chat. That's amazing. I don't know if the rest of you can see this, but haven't watched Vaush in years. I stopped at some point because his chat was so gross. This is wildly bad. Yeah.
Racist now, and he basically just like listed out like the text equivalent of a bunch of clip
what's
chimps,
going on with BE,
where he's like, you said black culture doesn't matter, and also you said this, you said that, or whatever. Man, it's really, you know, when I hear negative things about other content creators, I tend to like be a really light touch if I'm on good terms with them until I can talk to them directly and figure out what's going on. But nobody extends me that charitability. Everyone just like, I guess I should take it as a sign of, I guess as a kind of compliment, because people generally assume that I'm large.
DJ Miguel was Lance. Lance called DJ Mule DJ Miguel. That was Lance. And I literally don't know if it's like, right, because sometimes like, you know, like, for instance, right, it's not necessarily, if there's like some drama mongering streamer that's trying to start shit with me, it's not necessarily helpful for people to bring them up in chat. It's probably not even helpful for me to mention them by name. Sometimes I will mention them by something that's close to their name, but far enough away to provide plausible deniability, and also not to like promote them in any way, or, you know, encourage people to go like look at their stuff. Like, I don't know if that's what Lance was doing. If Lance is like, you know, DJ Mule is a bad, like, because obviously Lance is not a fan of DJ Mule's, like, right? When I don't know, did Xander Hall imply that Vaush, or sorry, did that Lance was a fan of, was with, I think that Xander Hall implied that Lance was down with Kira Chats, and Kira Chats obviously has a podcast with DJ Mule, but Lance either doesn't know anything about DJ Mule and couldn't remember his name, or Lance was being cute, Lance was being silly, Lance was trying to deny him the clout or something. I'm not sure. I'm really, Xander Hall, weird beard guy. Top indicators that I'm seeing someone not worth taking seriously. Using cryptocurrency, use of the term woke as a pejorative. Yeah, treating anti-white racism and white guilt seriously. I don't care that DJ Mule hurt Xander Hall's fifis. I'm only sorry. Oh my God. Lance likes to make nicknames for oh, so it's probably that. So it's like Moonlord. Okay, I get it. DJ Miguel is like Lance's moon lordization of DJ Mule. If you're correct about that, Nina, and which you may be. That's believable. What would his French channel name be? Oh yeah. Wait, Lucy Haze quote Xander Hall weird beard guy. Wait. Who's the weird beard guy? Okay, DJ Miguel. DJ Miguel is the weird beard guy. I get it. Yeah, I forgot. No fan of Lance, but he's always cute.
Influential and wealthy enough that I'm not like a soft target, you know? I remember there was this one comment under Jessie Gender's tweet where she lied and said her next video would be about
Vaush, you and I both know that your ego is in fact the softest and most supple of targets. Okay? Let's be real. All right?
And one of her fans said, "Are you sure you wouldn't like to go after a softer target?" Like,
I read those Cat Black screen logs, and no, they were not like sexed or anything like that. Cat Black didn't release anything like that about Vaush, right? But yeah, the conversations, and I'm quite aware of the soft target that like, I don't know, a hurt dog hollers, I guess.
I don't know, Donald Trump or Jordan
DJ
Peterson or
Moya?
Ben Shapiro, which I thought was pretty funny. I guess I'm considered a pretty hard target, which I obviously am because like people have made 1 billion hit pieces on me and it doesn't do anything. I'm like the sun, I rise every morning. But anyway,
Ask not for who the bell tolls.
That contributes to my perception that there is just like a frustration that I'm not like a cuck who will just be told, hey, you need to...
What do you think the chances are that Vaush has read Hemingway? He's probably read Old Man in the Sea.
Listen to marginalized voices, i.e. you need to agree with everything I say because I'm a different race than you, and I don't just like fall in line with that.
What?
Beard also said the death threats against you were toxic. Maybe you can still talk to him. Maybe. I mean, I DM'd him, so that'd be nice.
DJ Mikhail for his Eastern European branch?
Her fans are
God,
deranged.
this is
They've
just
been claiming I
wild.
said the N-word because I pointed out that Jessie Gender liked a tweet calling Shark a raccoon. Can I say that? Raccoon emoji? Lance made a comment about the situation briefly. It's just so, I don't know.
He's not handling this very well.
The one thing that gives me like some solace in terms of all of their abusive behavior is the fact that I have nothing at night. I get to follow.
Listen. Okay, so normally, like, Vaush is the big dog and Xander Hall is the little dog, but you see him adopting Xander Hall's language, right? This, like, everyone who disagrees with me is an abuser. Okay. I don't know. It's you against the world. It's you.
Sleep like cozy and clean, and they don't. You know, like if you asked me,
can we sacrifice him to the volcano gods? Wouldn't that make the volcano gods mad?
The type of YouTuber who will disagree with a black woman and even make edgy jokes. I'll say absolutely.
I love how he thinks that, like, we live, like, in the intersectional left, that we live under this, like, authoritarian dictatorship of black, like, women and marginalized people. Like, that he thinks that that's the deal. You can't disagree with anyone who's more marginalized than you. That's how intersectionality works, right?
Daily. I live for that shit. But if you asked, say, Noah Sampson, like, hey, are you the type of YouTuber
gods
to
demand
promote, like,
sacrifice
death threats against other YouTubers because you don't like them? And he would say, like, no, man, I'd never do that. Oh, but that time I did, like, it wasn't like that, actually, you know. Or if I, you know, like, hey, oh, are you the type of YouTuber to call black people you disagree with a raccoon emoji? They'd be like, no, man. The difference is that whenever I engage in the bants, whenever I engage in negativity, it's me, I'm here, and I'm okay with it. But they all feel like they're really emotionally compromised, you know? Like, they think and talk about me all the time, constantly. They called Shark a raccoon emoji because he's even associated with me, even though we, like, never talk privately. I, like, orient, I'm like the 3D model of me is rotating in their mind all the time.
Wait, did he just say he lives to disagree with black women and make edgy jokes?
And I cause them great emotional distress, you know? Like, I make their lives worse just by existing. Which, seems kind of deserved considering they're choosing to be horrible and obsess over me. You know, like I'm glad that their obsessive abusive tendencies cause them harm. Like I'm a prickly thorn that they keep like trying to pick up and throw and it hurts their hands. But it doesn't affect me. My viewership at this point is pretty much like
Doesn't affect me.
concrete.
I'm not affected.
You know how many DMs that I've gotten from smaller creators though, where they've basically been like, "Holy shit, I've never seen this much abuse." I got one from a smaller creator just like 2 days ago, and it's always from the left. It's never like, "Oh, these Nazis found my video." It's always like this same group of
He straight up lied about why Shark was criticized.
leftists online, these same like video essayists who all jerk themselves off over how like woke they are and are actually huge abusers.
Yeah, this is okay. So let me go over this since I don't think I've talked about this in a while. All right. You know how iDubbbz said it's all okay. This old iDubbbz, right? Said it's all okay or none of it's okay, right? So you know he's talking about like the use of slurs. So like I think what's at the root of that, what he's trying to imply, is if it's okay for black people to say these words, then it should be also okay for white people just to be morally consistent, right? Right? So like for a white person to call a black person the slur that Vaush is talking about, there is a tradition of using that to dehumanize black people, right? And obviously it being a slur disempowers black people too, right? It's like a it's a but within the black community that word is used very differently, right? And it's not a descriptor of it's a specific kind of behavior that's being called out, right? There's also I think he's referred to a character from a Harriet Beecher Stowe novel, right? That term also gets used. If I, as a white person, were to apply that term to a black person, yeah, that would be fucked up, right? But does that mean that I, as a white person, get to tone police black people about their usage of it, even though I don't understand it and couldn't understand it? Because guess what? I'm not black. I don't have that lived experience. It's impossible for me to grasp the meaning of these things. I don't have the lexicon. I don't have the understanding. It definitely means something different coming from me than it would from somebody who's black, right? Does it behoove then, like, do I get to say that a black person using that term, since it's wrong for me, well then they're being racist too, right? No, I don't get to say that, right? That is something that you gotta leave to black people, right? Like that's inter-community discussion, and it needs to stay as such, right? One of the biggest problems with the debate bros is that they have created this take industrial complex where everybody's got to have a take about everything. And if you don't have a take, well, you're just missing an opportunity, right? So therefore, there can't be an inter-community discussion amongst black people. Because if there's a discussion at all, Vaush has got to butt his nose into it. And he's got to speak his piece and say what he thinks. And like, well, if it's not right for me to say this, then you shouldn't be saying this either. And he's going to go jump in there and tone police. We've seen this before, right? There's a creator named Brother Q. I'm trying to remember how this all started up. Got in an argument with another creator named Irrelevant and, mentioned Irrelevant being useful to certain white creators like Destiny, right? And that's all he said. That's all that Brother Q said. Irrelevant and the rest of the Destiny orbiters got so mad and put words in Brother Q's mouth, saying that he was calling, he was calling Irrelevant the character from the Harriet Beecher Stowe novel, right? Brother Q never said that. But even if he had, right, is it the same as me saying that? No, it's not. It's not. So then they use the idea that it's wrong for like a white person to call a black person that, yeah, because that's like a term that we don't have the lived experience to even understand, right? And we got no business saying that. There is a minstrel character with the same name as the word they are hyper focusing on. Okay, so yeah, we're talking about a different meaning for the word that they're hyper focusing on, right? It's not used in the same way. It's functionally not the same word that we're talking about, right? But this discourse comes up every once in a while, and because the discourse gets so flattened out, right, that like we reach the point of like, well, if it's either all okay or none of it's okay. And if you start saying that, then you justify tone policing like black people in inner community discussions. And that's what's going on here, and it's fucked up. It's you know, unwelcome, it's unhelpful, and it's fucked. Maybe he needs his oh my god. White man get to determine what everyone means and whether it's offensive or not. If someone else thinks they know the definition better, they're wrong because objective equals white men's opinions. Yeah, that's what privilege does, right? Like confuses, like, you know, the privileged, the opinions of the privileged with the truth. The meaning is completely different internally with black folks, to point that it's willfully ignorant at best. Now, okay, to Vaush's credit, and we haven't watched this video yet, but this is kind of weird, right? Because this video takes place after the video that I'm thinking of, right? He did have a conversation with somebody in which he granted that was a different meaning. Like, they didn't do that at first on Twitter. They definitely tried to characterize something that Soul Bunny said and you know, some of these tweets as being, you know, racist on that line of logic. But in a debate, he did kind of grant that there's a difference in the meaning, right? So this is even more confusing to me. I don't know. List of slurs they pretend to be offended by is very interesting. It's either all okay or none of it's okay. Horse shit. What happened since Charlie and iDubbbz stuff? You haven't been watching the stream. Well, we watched, we've been watching this Vaush video. This is Vaush reacting to Lance and Xanderhal's back and forth. And, you know, he's on Xanderhal's side in this, more or less, right? He's also, somehow the Mr. Beard thing got brought up, and now he's on this whole tirade. Vaush definitely called it a slur tonight on stream, so he's back to it. That's so wild. That's so wild. He grants that it's not a slur in a debate, and then he just like flips a switch, and he's back to that same. God damn, this is so frustrating. You know what? This reminds me of what it's like to argue with a right winger, right? Forget moral consistency. There's just no consistency, right?
Piece of shit. They hurt other people, but they can't
wants to
really
have his
hurt
cake and
me,
eat
I
it,
think
yeah.
that frustrates them a lot.
Yeah, the Shark and Soul Bunny thing is sort of entering into this too.
You know what I mean? Leak DMs. Man, if I was the kind of person to leak DMs, there would be content for months on this channel.
Gosh, if you leak DMs, right? Then a bunch of other people will leak DMs too. I know there's a reason that you don't do it. It's not because you have some big like moral compunction against leaking DMs. You know that is a 49 likes. We can get 50, and then maybe yeah, we need 69 likes. We need at least, what we really need is 97 likes on YouTube, right? But I will settle for 69. We're gonna hit 69, and then I'll yeah, we can settle for 69. Anyway, I don't know what kind of weird joke I'm making.
You any idea? No, but obviously I won't, because if you leak DMs, you don't get more DMs. That's how it works. But man, there's so much shit that goes on. It's like it's impossible to summarize. Holy shit, do it? No, of course not. I would never do that. But yeah, just like, man.
He can't.
And so much dirt on these people too. God.
Vaush, wait, I thought I was the one with the clan ops. Have you got dirt on people? Have you got folders? Has this motherfucker got folders? Did this jackass talk about my folders? Which I think I've shared. Yeah. Did she talk about my folders with all their files? And he's the one with folders after all, not me. We hit 50, yay! Awesome, good job. Good job, YouTube. You've been kicking some butt lately. Tactical racial slurs are only acceptable for white men. Vaush. Looks like he's the one with folders after all. I'll be like, but what do you expect?
Have you ever considered doing a month?
What do you, if you know anything about that community, like, what do you expect, right? They crowdsource, like, research documents, right? They crowdsource, they crowdsource, like, basically logic trees for every argument that you could get into that gives you, like, if your opponent says this, go to this. If your opponent, like, right, it's formulaic. It's not, you know, they're not doing some kind of, like, mental, you know, gymnastics floor routine when they're doing debates, right? They've got talking points. They've got, you know, a set of, like, you know, this input equals that, like, ChatGPT could basically be a debate bro at this point, given how much they've systematized it. Do you not think that they're going to systematize? Do you not think they're going to crowdsource, like, research on their, you know, opposition? Of course they are. Of course they are.
Monthly harassment roundup to show people the crazy shit people send / threaten you with. Nah, not really, because I think because that, like, they live for me. I don't care whether or not these people exist, but my attention, I'm like the sun, you know, like it's even the little bit of rays they get from me gives them life. And they would take, like, great joy in it, I think, because a lot of them are, like, just abusive people, you know? They probably abuse their partners, their families, their friends as well.
That's what
and you just see it online too.
So I wasn't mixed up, right? He really did say that. Like I told you before, when he said he brings out abusers, they're all abusers. You're thinking maybe it's a metaphor. No, he, like, literally means it. They probably abuse their. Where does this come from? Look, Vaush. What is he saying, right? I feel like this falls under the heading of every accusation is possibly, allegedly, a confession. And maybe not so allegedly either, right? I might even, you know, you might make an argument for taking that caveat off if you've read the screen logs between him and a certain person on the Destiny Discord, right? I don't know, like, do you think that's abuse? It's something. Ego. Oh, there we have it. There we have it. Everybody who disagrees with me is not only a metaphorical abuser for being toxic or, you know, whatever to me, right? No, they're like a literal real IRL abuser. That's what he's saying.
I don't believe in the compartmentalization of abuse. If people act like that online, I don't think they're doing very well in real life too. I mean, comparatively, I think FD is nicer comparatively. That reaching out to him might go somewhere. Nah. FD's first hit piece on the debate bro thing, where he walked back everything after talking to Shark, but he would only talk to Shark because Shark was black. And then he made another video randomly, which like 20 minutes of attacking me, including, like, calling me a pedophile. He literally did I'm not
is
going to
the
call
implication that he was, like, racist for not talking to a white person in the Vaush Clout network? He didn't walk back everything. Well, yeah, and also it was like his first time like on a debate streamer's stream, right? I mean, you saw what happened with Noah Sampson, right? There's a certain degree to which we usually practice like manners, tone matching, and stuff like that, right? In our daily life, right? As a debate streamer, you can't do that. You gotta kind of be big picture and be really methodical about what you agree or disagree with somebody about, right? So when a person who's not used to that debate atmosphere goes into that atmosphere, a lot of times you could even saw this a little bit with Professor Flowers, where there was a point I think Professor Flowers said in the debate where something that Vaush said made her think that there might be a break in his intransigence. There wasn't. It was tactical, right? But you saw her kind of change her tone at that point, and that's a normal reaction. That's a human reaction, right? This debate sphere, there's something kind of inhuman about it. I get it. FD is an actual adult with an actual life outside of YouTube. Yeah. This is the thing. Right? You shouldn't be expected to perform like them on their terrain. It is not something that comes naturally, and it's not. You can make an argument that it's just not a very healthy space, right? Every gesture that you make gets like micro analyzed, and it's just it's a whole different realm, right? So maybe holding FD signifier up to the standard of like, anything that he didn't outright say, Shark, you were wrong about that he was agreeing with is wrong as well. I've actually started to believe that maybe why would you say that? Oh, just because of the toxicity and stuff?
Pedophile despite clips like this, and then showed literal clip compilations made by neo-Nazis in order to discredit me that are like the easiest thing in the world to debug. Like he actually did that. That's it. I'm not exaggerating. That's literally what he did. So like it again, like there's none of these people will talk to me because it would fucking destroy them, and they're fully aware of that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Chat Alpha. I think it's that they're reading postures, right? They're kind of reading debates in a right way. Remember I said before that right wingers analyze a debate via posture, right? FD being reasonable is actually read as a weakness, is read as being contrite, is read as walking back or whatever, right? In this situation.
I don't know what a more perfect union is, Superjet guy. It's a YouTube channel? Okay, well, I figured that. What is this? You people link the wackiest stuff. Zoe B's been promoting the terrible Soul Bunny video. Who's Zoe B? What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, good point, Chat Alpha. FD wasn't going on there to debate Shark. He was going on there to understand Shark better. And I feel like he really does. I feel like going into this, like I said, it's a weird topsy-turvy. It's like Alice in Wonderland, right? It's like a upside down world where nothing makes sense. When you come from the real world into the debate sphere, right? It's hard to grok everything. But I feel like in the year since FD Signifier did that video, Breaking Bread. If you look at his analysis of, like, for instance, the Destiny, the video where he talked about Killer Mike and Destiny, he definitely understands the mechanisms of this sphere of content creation pretty well. Wait, Vaush said that after he called him, oh yeah, he literally said that he's not a Pedialyte fan or something like that, right? Why does Vaush want to debate white people getting to say the N-word? I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if I've watched anything from Zoe B. I don't remember this person. Oh. Okay, sorry. People linked a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, what was that clip from Lance?
Again, his little hit piece. This is why I dislike the serfs. I watched it and I was just gonna let it go. I was like, that was ridiculous. You were just doing the 6 degrees of cancellation on me. The whole thing was basically, well, sorry, half of the video is like, Lance is friends with Thought Slime. Lance is friends with Illuminati. Lance is friends with this person. All these people are terrible, and therefore Lance is bad. And it's like, this is the same shit that you call other people for woke scolding. It's the exact same pattern. Yeah. Either way, it's happening. Yeah.
You know what I think they should cancel Lance for? I think they should cancel Lance for being friends with Vaush. Maybe.
Well, wait. He didn't even engage, right? So what Lance was pointing out there was that, like, Xander Hall, you know, he didn't say it, but and Vaush, right, are always bemoaning this 6 degrees of cancellation. Like, you're canceled because this person that you're associated with, like, is, you know, did something bad, right? And so he's like, why are you applying this to me? You know, and like, granted, like, Lance is not a friend of Kira Chats. Lance is not a friend of DJ McHale's or any of the people that Xander Hall implied. I mean, the closest you could come is Thought Slime. And again, people have pointed out that Lance really hasn't been doing a lot with Thought Slime either. But, you know, like I guess the new, like, 6 degrees of cancellation is Lance is associated with Illuminati, and Illuminati did bad things, so therefore Lance is canceled, right? It's so hypocritical. It's so hypocritical. I guarantee you that Vaush will hate Zoe B. Also, I can't work a normal job, and oh my god. Oh, yeah.
Somebody said he's covering the thing now? Sure, we can look. Ads! God damn. At least Twitch has Twitch-specific ads. I've always found that a lot more interesting.
I feel like my stream's more interesting than Vaush's. I gotta say. And if you feel that my stream is more interesting than Vaush's, you can show that. You can make that concrete by subscribing to me on Twitch, by becoming a member on YouTube. If you have not, by some weird chance, hit that like button on YouTube yet, you can do that as well. These are the ways that you can perform obeisance to your queen, because obviously, you know, I'm a girl boss and I love to gaslight and gatekeep everybody. And what better way to show that you are gaslit and gatekept effectively than by doing my bidding and making this this bar get more pink, filling it up with pink, absolutely saturating it and blowing it out with pink. You can do that with $5 if you have $5 to get yourself out of ads as well. You can do that with a Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it up to your Twitch account and get a free sub that way. Or you can get lucky and be targeted as a recipient of a gift sub, as many people have been today. That's right, queen shit. That's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today, okay? We are doing queen shit, 100%, 10 out of 10. Yes, Xander Hall lied, and that should make Vaush mad. Wait, did Vaush catch him in that? We were on that queen shit, absolutely. Yeah, wait. Oh, Xander Hall lied. So Vaush didn't end up watching Lance's video. Vaush didn't end up watching Xander Hall's video. Like, Vaush doesn't realize that. And in fact, I think he ends up saying, if we didn't catch it already, it might have been while I was gone, but if it wasn't, it's coming up here. He basically says that that Xander Hall has every right to be mad at Lance based on the company that Lance keeps. So there we go. There we go. He's and it's not true. It's not true. The people that he has had to move the goalpost so many times. First he says Kira Chats. Turns out Kira Chats hates Lance, right? They're not friends. Okay. You know, like names a bunch of other people. Sophie from Mars does not do content with Lance, you know, like anybody that he could come up with. So then he goes to, how about Illuminati? Have you noticed that Illuminati has not been on the leftist mafia in weeks? Have you noticed that Lance took that video down? I think Lance is waiting for like more information to come out about the Illuminati thing. They were friends, but I don't get the feeling that Lance is going to support his friend, you know, through stuff that she's done that's wrong. And he's already admitted that the Legal Eagle thing was wrong. So no, he's not like ride or die for everything that Illuminati does. I don't know. Sorry, sorry, Xan, try again.
Wait, he's not going over the Xan video now. Who said that? Permanently ban them. He's talking about something else. All right, we're moving on.
You got baited, didn't you? Your chat baited you. I don't know that, like, listen, my guess is that Lance said his piece about Xander Hall and he's not going to talk about Xander Hall more. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I that's my guess.
Lance did literally nothing. Xan just started bitching out of nowhere. I think Xan has every right to be frustrated with Lance for... So the only reason I don't do this is because I, like, just don't care. But, like, Lance has been... Xan has been mistreated by a lot of people, and Lance does cavort with those people, and I think that frustration is...
Okay, well, he got the word right at least. It's cavorting. Correct, Vaush. It's not... What was it before? Cavalting?
Valid. I mean, there's a lot to it. You can watch the video if you want. No accountability. You hear about the good election news last night?
Lance, like, we need to talk about this, Lance. Lance, get in my Discord right now. We got to talk about your cavorting. You were cavorting with all manner of sussy baka, including Sophie from Mars, Kira. I'm sorry, this is too hard to... You did content with Thought Slime once. You said a nice thing about EJ and Luna once, right? I don't know what you're... Is this the start of the unraveling of the White Leaf Network? One wonders, right? We can only hope.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that was in Colorado Springs and Jacksonville. Huge dub for Dems. The lady on the right sure is like phenotypically right wing, but that's okay. Jacksonville mayor. Florida Dems flip Jacksonville mayor's office in a major upset. Huge deal. The Republican candidate had the backing of Ron DeSantis. A shocking upset that hands Florida Democrats a major shot of energy less than 6 months after they were trounced in the 2022 midterms. Hey, I wonder if people are starting to wake up that, like, this is the future of Florida. Ron DeSantis sending in state investigators from the Department of Education to interrogate students about watching the Disney movie Strange World in class. I repeat, interrogations of 5th graders by state officials for watching a Disney movie. Yeah, apparently there are, like, literally Gestapo, literally, like, SS shit.
So, like, he's getting... I'm pretty sure that he's done with this.
Apparently there's, like, a gay relationship in this movie, but it's a Disney film. So, like, what? They hold...
Okay, so let's get to the Verabooz. Shakespeare, thank you so much for getting us this extra content today. iDubbbz, Tabernacle. Wait, War Thunder? Isn't that like a game? I feel like they tried to. I feel like War Thunder tried to sponsor me. I don't know anything about War Thunder. It does seem to be about tanks, though, so I guess that's probably the connection. The Weird World of iDubbbz? Wait, which one is this? It looks like he's got a few of these. You haven't played War Thunder? I really like War of Tanks. Or is it World of Tanks? Oh my god, Shakespeare, what is, like... Oh no, there's like an anime explanation for iDubbbz, too. It's World of Tanks. Yeah, DeSantis is going to get even more messed up. He sees his lane as running to the right of Trump. Yeah, that's what he's going to try to do. Or he's also, have you cavalted with the devil lately? I've been cavalting. I didn't realize I was cavalting with some sussy bakas. Apparently, you know, Jesse Gender and like... Is a Veribu A and B verified person on Twitter? Oh my god, nice. Wait, is it a $8 verified person? Yes, yes. I'm trying to remember which was the video that Shakespeare said that we should watch. This is Veraboo's in Battlefield. Not that. That's iDubbbz. Weird World of Veraboo's. Reddit simps for... Okay, is it this one? Wehrmacht Myths? I think it was. I remember something about... Oh my god, I think it's this one. I think this is the one that Shakespeare wanted us to watch. It was about apartheid? You know, he'll never scream Duval in his life, acting like Florida has suddenly turned conservative. Did not enjoy the 90s and 2000 as a wee gay child, let me tell you that. Yeah. Oh my god. Was it about apartheid? Pro-Nazi comments in Hitler video in comment section of Hitler videos? Oh, this is the... So, wait. He's not talking about we have Boers. Is it... Oh, he is? He's talking about... Okay. Anti-socialist simps for apartheid South Africa. Is that the one that Shakespeare wanted us to watch of Cavernacles? I feel like there was something about Wehrmacht Myths. Does anybody know? Oh my god, I'm gonna get the wrong one. Well, that one has a symbol on it that... There's a bunch on Wehraboo's. This is Wehraboo's, sorry. This is something that Cavernacle has covered extensively. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, does Cavernacle have like a playlist? Playlists. Internet history, alt-right, sub-communities? What? Other leftist creators? Politics of gaming, okay. Oh, thank you. Did you find the chat? Was that the did you go and recover what Shakespeare said, Jules? Nice. You copy pasted what they said. Yeah. Let's see. It is indeed whoever said Vera Boers, you were correct, or Wea Boers, you were correct. Oh my god, one more, one more. That's the one. Oh, it's Molyneux.
But at least a few
It's Molyneux. Is that Lauren Southern?
of the right-wing outlets said,
No.
maybe for some reason they're never talking.
These online communities who are massive
So,
simps.
yeah, like she's involved in this. We're gonna skip over her. I know that she was on Twitch at one point, and she, oh my god, does anybody remember Lauren Southern's like alt trans army? Like she got all the weird like right wing like trans girls together and did a panel, and it was so messed up, right? Including the person that made up the thing about Cuffles and the Catboy Ranch. This is the one. This is the one. So we're gonna have to try to skip over Lauren Southern because Lauren Southern, I don't know. I don't even know if it was the one, the trans girl like alt-right army panel stream that she did. I think it might have been something else. Yeah, I feel like Lauren Southern said the T-slur and got banned or something like that. But because of that, we will be skipping around. We can't watch Lauren Southern.
For the German military, and
They're not gonna be super hyper, like they just like the way that Twitch sees this. My understanding is that they don't want people purposefully platforming banned individuals. So, they're not going to get mad if she's on the video and then I change it. But if I was just going to kick back and watch that might be a problem.
Too. Now, I thought this might be a fun sort of sequel to my alt-right sub-communities video, because there seems to be a lot of weebs or booze for different subjects.
There's a lot of weebs
today
and a
we're
lot of
going
booze.
to be talking about Wea Boers. Now, different people say Boer differently, so I'm trying to say
I don't know how
it
to
as
say this.
Afrikaans say it. But when I was taught about this stuff in school, we called it Boer. Other people call it
I want to say it like butter in French.
Boers, but apparently it's more like Boer, so let's call them the Wea Boers. So
Wea
essentially
Boers.
what these people are mostly white South Africans, but a lot of the time also white conservatives in the West who say that apartheid and the apartheid government was better than South Africa today. And they are also simps, I found out lately, for the South African military during the conflict in Angola.
So these are definitely some feral hogs that we're dealing with today, right?
They essentially got their asses whooped by communists and the Cubans. But we're going to get into all of that later. But how this video is going to go is we're going to talk about things like white South African farmers and how this hysteria came to the West. You guys might remember people like Laura Southern and Stefan Molyneux talking about this stuff maybe about 3 years ago. We're also then going to talk about a little bit of the history of South Africa, and we're going to talk about the alt-right figures involved in spreading this myth about land reform. Then, just like with the Veraboo stuff, we're going to go into the Reddit communities and online comments about apartheid. And then for the last bit, we're going to talk about simps for the apartheid military. But before we go any further, edgier content on my channel is always demonetized. So if you want to support me monetarily, please.
Oh my god. I guess the same goes for me. If we're going to watch this, this might be a little bit demonetized-y. Let's hope not. But if you want to make sure that I get paid regardless. You can sub on Twitch, or you can become a member on YouTube. You can also support me on Patreon.
Check out my Patreon. Thanks so much to everyone.
Because given that we're going to be talking about some hate, this is what YouTube doesn't distinguish between somebody promoting hate and somebody promoting the understanding and the dismantling of hate. So
One who has already done this. At the moment, the benefits are...
yeah, Vaush Xan and Xan took the L to Lance. This is I feel, you see, people are keeping me honest here as far as my stream titles, right? I feel like it was just like Xander Hall. Oh my god, chat. Wait, we gotta do this. We gotta do this. Okay, let me look at this. Let me look this up really quick. I need to read you a lyrical masterpiece by a band, I guess, named Sweet Myths. Okay, so here we go. Are you ready? The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign, a spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. Vaush and Destiny. Okay. This is a cringy song. This is a song about Xander Hall by the band Sweet Myths. And it's called The X in My Name. Okay, so let's get into this. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. Like Icarus, right? I wait, but why is this? What's this? Why does Xan get this mythology? I wait, but close to the sun. I wait. I feel like my Weasel song is like way better than this, right? Even though there's not as many lyrics in this, I think that's a strength actually. That Weasel has very few lyrics. I wait, but it never comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign, a spell that attracts all of those who spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign, a force that compels all to rebel from alt-right shackled minds. What? What? You're using the Force! Use the Force, Sanderhole! Okay, why do they jest in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? Can you feel it? Feel the cope and seething tone that they make while I stand a man among gods and keep vaping? What the fuck? Oh my god, this is so good. This is so good. These are the lyrics to his song. This is Xander Hall's theme song, right? I can't play you the theme song because it's by a band, and they would probably, like, White Nervosa would have my ass on a silver platter if I played this song for you, right? And I'm, oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna make people watch this. I'm gonna give them views, right, through just reading the song. Oh my god. Okay. And I keep vaping with my MILFs shooting ropes. What? Oh my god. With my MILFs shooting ropes. In my cult that faces toward the sun, there's the sex cult, right? They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. No, Xander Hall. No. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign, a spell that attracts all of those spit facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign, a force that compels all to rebel from alt-right shackled minds. Yo, and it just repeats, right? Okay, so here's the last verse. It's you and me and your mom makes three. What? I take another hit from my own vape and you see now. Watch me live now. Punch some pigs now. Let me show you how. What? Oh my god. He changed his name from Pig Puncher because he was afraid that cops would think he was like anti-cop. Right? The name Pig Puncher wasn't because he likes to punch cops. It was because he plays Minecraft. And, you know, if you want food really early in the game, one of the ways to get it is to punch a pig in game. Anyway, I'm sorry I subjected you to this. Wow, that is phenomenal levels. phenomenal levels of cringe in Xander Hall's theme song.
Gaining access to the private Discord server, and you'll obviously have your name
God damn.
featured at the end of every video and in the description. I'm working for some other benefits.
Where can you hear the Abomination? It's on YouTube. The band is called Sweet Myths. The song is called X in My Name. I feel like I'm giving. Am I Xander Hall's hype woman now? Am I hyping up Xander Hall? This is it should be a joke. Zara has 3 X's, so she went. Yeah, more X's in name. Yeah, God, that was just that. Wow. That was wild. I'm gonna vape and do your mom because I like MILFs. Oh my God, Xander Hall, please.
That will come in the future. If you want to join our growing community, please check out the Discord and the subreddit in the description.
Check out the Discord.
And if you want to follow me personally,
check out the
check out at the
Discord.
Cavanacle on Instagram
Check
and
out the
Twitter.
Discord.
And also you/Tommy Cahill 1995 for my personal Reddit. So with that out the way, let's get into the video. Also, for every 5k, we get a new chocolate orange. I've changed the style of the little formation I have going there. So we're on 24 now.
Yeah, I would say
be really
when I get
25, we'll get a new
careful.
chocolate orange. Also, I'm trying to live stream 2 times a week. So we streamed on Tuesday. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow about midnight my time, maybe a bit after. Hopefully, we're going to do that every Tuesday and Thursday.
Oh my God, chat. So apparently, this new software that I've got is like. It's gonna capture my game.
So it'd be good.
Oh, here, let me show you what I'm talking
So
about.
apartheid is a fairly well-known topic. Now, the history of the region of Southern Africa is fairly complex and complicated, owing to the fact that there have been multiple countries that no longer exist anymore. Countries like Rhodesia or the Orange Free State or the Transvaal, and a lot of these countries were made up of white minority rule. Some of these territories were ruled by the British, others were ruled by Dutch colonialists, Afrikaans, and the Boers essentially are the farmers, and you might know them from the 2 Boer Wars. Fun fact, and something I didn't find out until about 5 months ago, is that my great-grandfather fought in the Boer War, and as an Irish person, I thought that could only mean he fought in the British Army, because a lot of Irish people did fight in the British Army. Turns out he was actually in the IRA, and a lot of the IRA went to go fight in the Boer War against the British Empire. So that's just a fun fact and my weird connection to this period of history and this region. But of course, apartheid in South Africa, as we kind of know it today, started in 1948, following a long legacy of racism and racist laws in these territories, stuff that inspired Nazi Germany along with the US's own race laws, and it represented some of the most brutal and outright racism, the same sort of ideology as groups like the Nazis, and of course it was a small white minority controlling the wealth and power.
Neville will give you a nose 5 if you hold out your hand. He'll give you a high 5 with his nose.
In a majority black country, and
pigs are too cute to punch, I agree.
Whites in South Africa still hold a disproportionate amount of territory, farmland, and economic power, and that's where the land reform stuff starts. Now, like I said before, the land reform myths were spread throughout the world in 2018, and we're going to get into how these are myths, and they were pushed by alt-right figures in
Lauren
South
Southern
Africa itself,
being a big
people who wanted
culprit of
race
this.
wars, people who long for the old apartheid government. So The Atlantic did a good article back in 2018 titled "The Dangerous Myths of South African Land Seizures," and this is when it became mainstream news in America. So last week, Donald Trump watched Tucker Carlson on Fox News and got mad. That's not exactly news, but what happened next was the president tweeted a message of support for South Africa's white farmers, tweeting, "I have asked Pompeo to closely study the South Africa land and farm seizures and expropriations and the large-scale killing of farmers. South African government is now seizing land from white farmers." So throughout the Carlson program, the screen blazed with Chirons asserting that South African land seizures had already happened, and this was despite them having not actually seized land. And it was also emphasising the violence, but it's not true that South African farmers had been massacred by black South Africans, as a lot of people have been saying. But the article says that while South Africa is extremely violent, has so much violent crime, US-funded scholarship has shown that rural violence is overwhelmingly concentrated among the poorest and among those with only a primary education who are very unlikely to be white. But this whole issue does centre around proposed changes to the Constitution, so getting into the land issue. So the relevant history here is not the Native Land Act of 1913, but the tradition of political power in 1994, that comparatively bloodless and harmonious transition was achieved because, really only because, it guaranteed existing property rights. This guarantee was codified in the South African Constitution of 1996. It specifically addressed the grievances left behind by the 1913 land settlement and authorised restitution of property to those deprived of it in 1913, not only to individuals but also communities, especially important since much of the land assigned to white owners in 1913 had never had an individual African owner, but the new constitution also affirmed that any person, trust, or corporation that lost land for the purposes of historic redress was entitled to fair compensation. Now, going against the hysteria and all these myths that black people, urged on by the government, are taking over white land and killing white farmers. So the Globe and Mail did a good article that was how the fate of South Africa's white farmers became a myth used by Trump and the far right. And it just talks about how this actually hasn't happened because of the gridlock with the legislation in terms of redistributing the land. So one reason to anticipate long delays is the track record of South Africa's own post-apartheid history. The ruling party has promised land policy changes since 1994, yet little has changed. The vast majority of private commercial farmland still remains in the hands of white farmers, hobbled by corruption, institutional weakness, and legal confusion. The ANC government has lacked the
so now this is something that you might be familiar with if you've read Naomi Klein's Shock Doctrine. She talks about neoliberalism and places that it's been implemented. One of these places was South Africa post-apartheid, right? Unfortunately, some of the economics people that got picked to handle the transition were actually neoliberal. So in some ways, like the discrimination and the hierarchy that was enforced by apartheid gets carried over, at least in the form of unequal distribution of of resources through economic policies, and that was not by accident, right? That was by design.
Capacity and political will.
That's not the gridlock. That's not the gridlock I'm interested in.
Substantial changes in land ownership, despite the persistent inequality and continuing land scarcity for many impoverished black people. In 1994, the government set the goal of transferring 30% of agricultural land to black owners by 2014, but it's fallen far short of the target. Somewhere between 9% and 21% of farmland has been transferred to black people over the past 2 decades, studies have found. Now, the Pulitzer Center did a good article on this about the myth of white genocide from James Pogg, and it just talks about where this redistribution of land comes from, and he's writing about the history. So it's easy to forget today. In the years since Nelson Mandela has become a liberal saint, the victory over apartheid was not a product of tidy pacifist resistance to political injustice. The ANC's guiding Freedom Charter, adopted in 1955, declared the need for land redistribution. The land shall be shared among those who work it, and the document is a revolutionary manifesto calling not just for democracy and political equality, but for the redistribution of land and the nationalisation of mines and industry. The Charter recognised that the political equality would be meaningless without wealth redistribution, since whites long ago handed themselves control of the country's natural resources. One of the first pieces of segregationist legislation passed by the newly independent Union of South Africa was the 1930s Land Act, which barred whites from buying property from blacks and vice versa, at a time when about 90% of the country's land was already in white hands. And just to outline the racial disparity of poverty, the article also says, today 14 million South Africans live in extreme poverty, often in informal settlements or conditions that are no better. there are a tiny number of whites who live in squatter camps, 13,000 of them according to a 2016 estimate, and the plight of this minute slice of the South African poor has been very heavily reported on. In 2013, the amazing impartial BBC repeated a wildly inflated estimate by Afrikaner rights activists that up to 400,000 whites were living in camps, which is a number that it later became clear that the activists had made up on the spot. It's now been repeated countless times. So although that was quite long-winded, hopefully I outlined the issues with land reform in South Africa. It essentially is that the ANC ran on this radical platform of redistributing the wealth in South Africa, meaning that while most of the agricultural land was owned by whites, their target was to redistribute that to make it more fair for most of the population. But as these articles show, they've been so hung up on these issues that they've barely done anything to these ends. And also the statistics show that the murders of farmers in South Africa has gone down, but it didn't stop this myth from being perpetrated. So where did this myth come from? So another article by the SPL Centre, The Dangerous Myth of White Genocide in South Africa, goes on to say collaborations between the alt-right and their South African counterparts have ramped up in the last year. Stefan Molyneux has done a series of videos warning about an imminent civil war.
Yeah, and this is something to note about the new right, right? We you know, traditionally the thought about the right is that it's like separate. There's the American right, there's the French right, there's the Canadian right. I don't know how much any of this is actually true, right? Because historically you could look to some cooperation between like right-wing factions, but that it's regardless, it is not the case today that there isn't coordination and planning and cross-pollination between the right. You could think of it as like this, right? Different countries develop different resistance to different forms of reactionary politics, right? There's a certain expected form of reactionary politics that Americans might be decent at picking up and seeing and like, oh, that's a neo-Nazi, that's a neo-Confederate, or etc., right? And then there's but whereas if you take like a French far right set of talking points and you try it out on an American audience, you're gonna have a lot of people not recognizing that as what it is, right? That kind of makes, you know, it makes the right wing more dangerous.
In the country, when he interviewed some of the most prominent names on South Africa's far right, including Simon Roach of the Seatlanders group, anticipating a race war in South Africa. And then in May, apartheid apologist Ernst Ruitz, deputy CEO of the white nationalist Afrikaner group AfriForum, met with staffers from Ted Cruz's office, as well as representatives of USAID, and had a photo op with John Bolton and appeared on Tucker Carlson. So they pushed this myth about the farmers being murdered and taken off their land. And this article goes on to say, contrary to sensationalist reporting of escalating violence against white farmers, the long-term trend shows a decline. Farm murders peaked at 153 in 1998, while violence against farmers hit a 20-year low this year, 2018. 47 farmers were murdered in a one-year period. An official committee of inquiry formed to investigate the farm murders found that robbery was the motive for the vast majority of the 2,700 attacks studied, whereas racial motives accounted for 2%. So thanks to the galvanization of the far right around the world, a lot of so-called liberal people picked up on this stuff and platformed this stuff, talked about the plight of white South African farmers, with their land being stolen and then being slaughtered in, you know, huge numbers, when it's simply not true in either case. White people...
And anytime you see something like this happen, right, where a lie is spread and is immediately believed, and we're not talking about far right people here, right? We're talking about, you know, like Tabernacle says, liberals. You gotta ask yourself, why was it so easy for them to believe this lie? What was it about this lie that like reinforces the preconceptions of these people who bought it, who bought into this lie?
People in South Africa still hold on to most of the farmland. White people in South Africa still are far better off than black people. White people in South Africa are still holding on to the gains made from the colonial period and apartheid, and the government has not done enough to tackle this despite the ANC running on this platform. Now, this has led to more radical groups calling for forced takeovers of this stuff. There is that sentiment in South Africa at the moment. The economic freedom fighters are one such group, which are pretty radical, talk about killing these white farmers and everything, but they're the radical fringe who feel like the ANC have let them down. And make no mistake, there is a lot of dissatisfaction with the ANC in South Africa because of the blatant corruption of people like Jacob Zuma, because of their relative ineffectiveness, because of multiple things they're letting the country down on. And of course, South Africa has a lot of problems with violence and income inequality and everything like that. And I guess this is where the iDubbbz stuff comes in now, because people are starting to say, especially white Afrikaans, that apartheid is better than today. It may have been better for white Afrikaans. I wouldn't say a real massive legal system designed to discriminate against, various races, particularly black Africans, is a good thing for anyone. But let's get into the iDubbbz comments. I know you're here for these stuff. So most of these people I find weren't actually alive during apartheid, so it adds to this element of people looking back thinking the past was greater despite not actually living through it. So here's one tweet. My grandfather used to tell me about the situation we are in now, saying that during apartheid things were better than they are now. The only issue in the past was discrimination. Not all but all people had jobs, clean cities, no corruption, no borderless crime rate was low. I'm sure a system that puts a white minority in power and gives them all the rights to the economic advantages didn't have any crime and didn't have, that was perfect clean cities. So another guy says, sad but true, as bad as apartheid.
That's so wild, right? You've got institutionalized, theft, like in the system of apartheid itself, and they're gonna see that as no, they're going to see that as a perfect world, no crime, nothing, because you've institutionalized the crime.
It was both blacks and whites are better off in every single way. So it has a meme basically saying, was apartheid better? Listing all the ways apartheid was better. So of course this guy is a centrist as well, but nice bit of irony there for you. Someone else saying it's fair to say most blacks are better off during apartheid. A guy with, I think, a British fascist lightning bolt saying apartheid was technically good and Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. His terror activities cost the life of 22 plus people. Here is another sentiment.
Yeah, so back in the day, while apartheid was still the official policy, Nelson Mandela was regularly called a communist, with all the McCarthyian implications of that in the U.S. press, right?
A lot that Nelson Mandela was an evil madman terrorist with no reason for doing what he did. So there's a subreddit I want to highlight that it is RSA, so Republic of South Africa. But there is a South Africa subreddit which is very popular. This one only has 10,000, so it's the politically incorrect one. And I'm guessing most people in here are white Afrikaans or white Westerners. So in one post talking about the EFF I was talking about, the more radical group wanting this land reform and being more outwardly hostile to white people. So someone says, are you trying to imply that the ANC is worse than the apartheid government? This guy's saying, yes, 100%. So the other guy's saying, so corruption is worse than treating innocent people like lesser humans. Aren't you worried that you're a racist? The other guy's saying, who said anything about corruption? I'm actually talking about the ANC's racist policies towards whites. I was born long after 1994, that's a surprise, which means that I was not even conceived when apartheid ended, but I'm punished because of the colour of my skin. You're the racist. Also, I'm talking about the ANC condoning the brutal murders of farmers. I'll go as far to say that they're the ones paying for it to happen, and I know that that's not something we're allowed to say. Gosh, a communist government who covertly killed its own citizens. Unfathomable. So another post saying apartheid flag is ruled as hate speech, and then someone saying there's no such thing as an apartheid flag, it's the Union flag. The flag has been around since 1928. Apartheid didn't start until 20 years later. Constitution gives everyone the freedom of expression. unless it advocates that hatred that is race-based. This flag has nothing to do with race. These idiots fail to realise that they're slowly chipping away at everyone's rights and freedoms. They also fail to realise that it will eventually include them as well. Now, just like America having all these state flags with the Confederate stuff on it, and, you know, the Betsy Ross flag that Colin Kaepernick was talking about, some of these flags don't have an explicit racial connotation, but a lot of them are Boer Republic flags. Places where there was insane racial discrimination against black people, and obviously taken up by nationalists who still wave these flags around. So it's not surprising that people would see them as racist, especially if it's from a relic of a system from the past. You know, he's saying apartheid didn't start until 1948. Well, what do you think it was like before then? Do you think it was somehow not racist? Have you even looked at any of the regions around them? Loads of them still had legal racial discrimination against black people and other minorities. So de Klerk apologises for statement that apartheid was not a crime against humanity. So de Klerk was the last leader of apartheid South Africa. He was a deputy leader under Nelson Mandela as well from the transition from apartheid. Someone say he shouldn't have had. Someone else say betrays his own people again. Not surprised at all. Pro-apartheid expats club that calls Mandela evil terrorist makes headlines in the UK. Look, these guys have that flag that was banned for hate speech, and a comment saying, how dare they use accurate descriptions. So again, the anti-communism stuff, someone else posted, just going to leave this here, and it's a Nazi swastika and the hammer and sickle of the Soviet Union saying, so if this offends you and this doesn't, you're a victim of the system and a prisoner of ignorance. So another post, British far-right protesters want London's Nelson Mandela statue torn down, and someone saying, your sainted Nelson was a terrorist and personally responsible for several bombings and the loss of innocent lives, but hey, you probably see Che Guevara in the same light. When Nelson Mandela's daughter passed away, people commented, my thoughts go out to that racist family in this time of mourning. Someone else saying she dead. So you have the South Africa subreddit, which is just a general South African subreddit. Not really that bad, especially compared to what I've been showing you. But it posts, a man rides a bus in Durban meant for white passengers only in resistance to South Africa's apartheid policies, 1986. Someone says, this sub is rabidly anti-white. How is that anti-white? Posting a very heroic photo of a man protesting apartheid at a massive risk to his own life. This kind of post is designed to inflame anti-white feelings in tandems with the clicks debacle. Someone asks, how is this anti-white? He says, because it drags out old scars and directly implies whites are rubbish, which this sub strongly advocates. It perpetuates a thread of distrust towards whites and does no good in any sense. So this is a funny post I saw in Bad History. Aside from racism, apartheid was a pretty good system. So someone commenting, actually, things worked a lot better during apartheid. Not talking about the awful race shit that went down. Everything worked and was maintained properly. Since then, corruption has skyrocketed and nothing works properly anymore. South Africa basically went from being run like a Western country to being run like an African country. So this guy is crazy racist and is saying that, you know, the racism in apartheid was bad, but now the country's bad because it's run like an African country. So you see a lot of this sentiment, and it has risen due to all the myth about South African farmers. When I read you the statistics about how much they still own, the South African white farmers, how much they're not being murdered, especially for racial reasons, and how much the ANC isn't actually doing anything right now, and then you see all this stuff, you just conclude these guys are just racist people who yearn for the apartheid era back, rather than people who have massive grievances with this farm stuff. This is just a propaganda issue. And now I'm not saying that ANC and South Africa doesn't have corruption problems, which probably feeds into these people thinking apartheid was maybe good. But again, how can you discount the awful racial discrimination? I also love the thought that somehow a government that is based on racism isn't corrupt. Again, you're literally not giving people economic opportunity or equality because of the color of their skin. And that's a fair system, that's not corrupt. But you know how Trump supporters are still trying to cope with him losing the election? iDubbbz are doing the same thing because they got their ass whooped by the communists during the Angolan Civil War. So this war went back and forth for a long time in the 70s and 1980s, and Cuba, pretty consistent with their foreign policy in Africa, sent a lot of support to the Angolan communists. Now, Cuba had already helped independence movements in Algeria and Congo, but it really doubled down on Angola, and 10,000 Cubans were actually killed in the conflict, which is a higher proportion of their military and population that died in that conflict compared to US forces in Vietnam. So these guys were very, very committed. And in terms of the propaganda, the Cubans said that, you know, Afro-Cubans are going back home to liberate their brothers from, the white apartheid rule. So essentially it was the Soviet Union, Angolan communists, and Cuba versus South Africa, Britain, and the United States. So a lovely apartheid military, the military of a fascist government trying to invade an African country to get rid of communists fighting for liberation. But these guys are all simps for the South African apartheid military. So although small, I found another subreddit called South African Border War. And like I said, they're trying to cope with being whooped by the communists. So you have various pictures of South African Air Force combat planes, different tanks that are being deployed in Angola at the time. Here's one that says, Cape Corp soldiers on riot control training. Back in the day, and still today, the ANC and their followers were extremely violent during riots. These oaks knew how to stop one extremely quickly, and contrary to popular belief, with few to no casualties, I'm sure the racist apartheid soldiers would never ever hurt the violent ANC protesters. So I just commented, glad Cuba whooped your asses. Someone said, stunning image, mate. It's probably to show you the political leanings of these people and how they are weeaboos. Here's another one. Rest in peace to this honoris crux decorated hero. Pathetic that a government can allow its veterans to be slaughtered by the same communist terrorism they once fought to destroy. So the South African right, particularly the white South African right, clearly have a problem with communism as well. Clearly, they're still coping pretty hard with being beaten by the Cuban and Angolan communists. And at the time, the border wars did send shockwaves through South Africa because this white army, which believed they were racially superior to Africans and to Cubans as well. Let's not forget how white supremacists often view people from Spain, Portugal, and Latin America, that essentially they're a mixture of, in Spain's case, Muslims and Jews. In Latin America, they're a mixture of natives and African slaves and white people. So you're not actually the same as real white people. But Mandela and Castro and a lot of people in South Africa and on the South African left do credit this sort of conflict with galvanizing them in the latter stages of apartheid, because it essentially showed the South Africans, with all their military might, you saw that there, with their Western backing, backed by the US to fight the Cubans, to fight the Soviet Union, to fight the Angolan communists, were beaten. And they had to negotiate peace with these forces, and they had to go back home. Again, the South African military had never been beaten in such a way, so it was very damaging to them, and like I said, still haven't gotten over the communist thing, being beaten by the Cubans. Now, to conclude the video, weeaboos and the like are far more common on social media and on Reddit. They push way more myths and they're way more popular, I guess because World War II is more popular. But weeaboos is still a thing that happens, and I think really it's been galvanized in Western circles by the land reform propaganda and the land reform myths, because it seems like when you really delve into the statistics and everything, it's quite a non-issue in terms of, is this really happening? But when you have the Western media and the governments of the US being sold this lie by far-right figures, far-right Afrikaans in South Africa, it caught on, like the new atheist movement started talking about this stuff. Loads of people started talking about this stuff like it was a massive reality. Like the white farmers who still control most of the agriculture were being killed at the behest of the government. Again, just not happening, but I think it has led to the rise of weeaboos. And you see a lot of the myths online that everyone, including black people, had it better during apartheid, apparently. And I wonder who's saying that. Like I said, I believe it's mostly like Gen Z, people who weren't around during apartheid, and they're white Afrikaans. Because I doubt most black people who lived through apartheid would say today, as bad as South Africa is in many aspects, yeah, I want to go back to that. But anyway, that is it for weeaboos. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Follow me on social media at The Tabernacle, Twitter and Instagram. Come join our communities on Discord and my subreddit, all that stuff in the description. Please check out my Patreon. Of course, this video is demonetized.
Okay, so yeah. This is the sad thing, right? Whenever you talk about anything serious, anything of substance, anything that's pressing, because this isn't just conservatives are wrong, right? They're wrong in a way that is trying to roll back any inkling of like land reforms in South Africa and portray a situation that like for some reason gets believed, right? And you got to ask, like, what I'm saying is, like, you got to ask yourself, why do Americans believe that maybe like the rollback of apartheid has gone too far? Why do white Americans believe that like white South African farmers are the victim of unaliving at the hands of black South Africans? And the answer is racism. The answer is racism, unfortunately. So, you know, you and this was the alt-right trying to use, I guess, you know, what would it be like political? Well, it has a twofold effect, right? It has, in fact, it has a multiple effect. Like, first of all, you know, you got the specter of communism, all right? Making Americans afraid of communism again. You've got the implication of deadly reverse racism going on, and you know, casting black South Africans in the light of being violent criminals. And then you've got you know, you've got the possibility under the Trump administration. You saw what Trump said. Trump watched this stuff on Tucker, and he said that maybe we should let's have Pompeo look into this. Let's have Pompeo look into this. And luckily, you know, there wasn't like an intervention by the United States. But yeah, you see what they're trying to justify there. They're literally trying to justify some kind of a return to apartheid. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck? The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Seriously, what is this?
Following all of this like drama with Shark.
What is this? It just says Ryan Beard. That is indeed Mr. Beard's name.
Do you guys remember how I had a good conversation with Ryan Beard a while ago?
Oh, okay.
Well, following all of this like drama with Shark, where like a bunch of the worst humans in the online left were like sending death threats to me and Shark and saying that Shark was a house N-word and a C slur. I can't even say these words. Ryan Beard took it upon himself to be some kind of neutral arbiter to mend the gaps between me and like the worst people on Earth. So a while ago, he made this big post, which is basically like, I think that Vaush should work to get along with these people, even though Vaush has bad opinions and blah, blah. But I had a good convo with Ryan Beard before, so I DM'd him, and we've been talking on and off for like a week. Like a lot of words exchanged. More from him than from me, because...
Okay, so this is from his stream today, a while before the Dat Katie talk. Do we have any insight about like what got Dat Katie and Vaush together to have a talk?
Maybe he types faster than I do. I type pretty slow. So
Was it like literally that tweet? Oh my god, I haven't even checked on this, right? Because I think there was some Vaushite creep that quote retweeted Dat Katie. And I got called a bootlicker somehow. I don't know how that happened. God damn. This has way too many likes on it. Okay, so Vaush replied to the Mr. Beard post. My actual final statement on the Vaush situation. Vaush replies, "Holy shit, dude! I spent literal days talking to you in DMs, explaining my positions and reasoning, and all I get out of it is you making another weird call out post when you willfully strip the context from something I said to you in private. I said a small group of abusive losers, there we go, have taken advantage of your empathy and gotten you to give undue credence to their terrible arguments. To summarize that as me saying you have too much empathy for the experience of black people is so dishonest. You effing snake, F off." Damn, I've never heard anybody talk to Mr. Beard like that. I'm guessing that he might have caught the block. Would you block him? If you were Ryan Beard, would you block him? I don't know where you can go from F off, you disgusting, you effing snake, F off. Yo, his chats, his reply people are saying, "Time to publish the DMs. I need to see some DMs. Get him, V." Oh my god, look at this parasocial personality cult. Well, I don't see, like, Vaush himself coming into Katie's thread to kick this off. I don't know. They've talked before, maybe it was in DMs. You're only 40% rendered? Yeah, I would block. That there's just like no moving forward. If somebody F off, you effing snake, there's not really a way to recover that. Interview? Did I say interview? Did I say interview? Yeah, it's definitely not an interview. I don't know why I'm saying interview. It must be that I've streamed for a really long time.
And not to type that much. But we've
like
talked
some
like a
kind
lot.
of subathon or something. I don't know.
He does this totally unsolicited public post again, where he's like, "We're okay." Just
unsolicited.
read this and see if you can.
Wait. Unsolicited is like a DM, right? Like in other words, if I talk about you on stream, and I don't DM you, and you come into my DMs and you're like, "No comment, chick. What is going on? How can you be so bad faith with me?" That's an unsolicited DM. Like what you did to Cat Black. Those were unsolicited DMs. It makes sense with DMs. That's a post. That's a post, and far from being unsolicited, Ryan Beard is being asked to comment, being asked what he thinks about this. In the past, he had given a very down the middle, kind of neutral arbiter kind of response, right? And after talking to Soul Bunny, he decided that neutrality was not appropriate in this situation. So there's your unsolicited response, right? It was a correction of the chat. I can't even tell. I might have said that, but if you're saying I don't, what's up, Spark? I'm just imagining someone walking a beard, like walking a dog for some reason.
Like pick at the tone, okay?
Huh.
My actual final statement on the Vaush situation. After having conversations with both Vaush and some critics of Vaush, it's abundantly clear that Vaush sees his critics as abusive reactionaries, and they see Vaush as a racist white supremacist, and neither side seems interested in building bridges with the other side whatsoever. And you know what? Sometimes that's how life goes. Sometimes
it's still
groups of
rendering?
people just have irreconcilable differences.
Well,
Unfortunately, this means I doubt this leftist end.
Yeah, like I said, I wanted to analyze what's going on. If as long as we're sure, I will cover that tomorrow then. As long as we're sure that this isn't going to add to any harassment of Dat Katie, because that's the biggest thing that I worry about with these things. When the wildfire starts, when the dominoes start cascading, I don't want to. I always want to be sensitive to like blowing up a drama that and like granted, like I'm like one little leaf in the forest, right? It's not like me covering it or not covering it that blows it up. I just don't want to contribute to. Vaush people flooded her chat. being more supportive than expected. Well, it's good to hear.
Infighting will end anytime soon. I told Vaush that I think he should have more empathy for the experiences of black people, and he said that I have too much empathy. If he has really doubled down on thinking all these black people are reactionaries, I love his framing. It's so honest. It's so honest. If he's really doubled down on thinking all these black people are reactionary, yeah, thank you, who don't deserve empathy. Yeah, don't deserve empathy. That's what I mean when I say too much empathy. Then there's not much to say at that point. It makes me sad, but hey, I tried my best. As for people who aren't Vaush, I think having empathy and compassion for oppressed groups is important. For oppressed groups. So notice we've taken like a comment about a small group of people, and now it's like, I lack empathy for all black people. Even if you disagree with some of their opinions. If you disagree with some black separatist opinion, that's fine, but I don't think it's fine to label them as black supremacist Nazis, say they deserve no empathy, and no matter what side you're on, all the petty insults and death threats and harassment are helping no one. The death threats are coming from the other side, and even he admitted that in DMs. I like how he's like, I want to build the bridge between these two groups, does nothing but criticize me, and then at the end, the one thing that he privately was willing to criticize the other side on, he just abstracts into the general infighting. Even if Vaush isn't interested, even if Vaush isn't interested, I'm interested in continuing to build bridges between various leftist communities. Except the other side also said they don't want to build bridges. So why the f is he saying here, oh, yeah, I just want to build a bridge between these two groups. If only Vaush would change his mind on this situation, and Vaush wouldn't do this or that, and Vaush's opinions on this are bad, and if Vaush doesn't want to do... Holy shit, this spineless worm, I could fold him into a pretzel. He has no spine. And then I responded, holy shit, dude, I spend literal days talking to you in DMs and explaining my positions and reasoning, and all I get out of it is you making another weird call-out post where you willfully strip the context from something I said to you privately. I said a small
okay,
group of
well,
abusive
anybody who
losers
left
have taken
already
advantage
is
of your empathy and
missing
gotten you to give
out.
undue credence to their terrible arguments. To summarize that as me saying you have, quote, too much empathy for the experience of black people is so dishonest, you snake, fuck off. If anybody wants to know, like, people are like, dude, why don't you settle this in private? I try to settle it. It doesn't matter. I go privately to people and I spend like days and hours talking with them to try to like bring about any kind of resolution, and it never changes anything. The like slimy fucking, not only to leak the content of DMs, I talk with Vaush and he said this, but then to lie about it? Like, I think in the DMs I said, I think you have too much empathy for these people, meaning the specific group of people we were talking about. Any interpretation of that as like all black people is willfully dishonest, because I'm not even referring to black people there. I'm referring to like this nebulous group of like abusive online people. And I'm pretty sure he responded by saying, haha, yeah, too much empathy can be a problem. So in private, he like fully got the point. But like now he forgets that. What a fucking worm, dude. What a spineless piece of shit.
Yeah, too much empathy or misplaced empathy can be a problem, right? The natural direction for empathy to flow is towards privilege, right? That's how Karens work, for instance, right? That's how that functions, right? So yeah, we've talked about today some negative ramifications for empathy, you know, misplaced empathy, but I don't think that towards a marginalized group is a misplaced direction for empathy.
I give way. The same thing happened with Noah Samson, by the way. Noah Samson made the first video I saw from Noah Samson was one in which he said my content was good, and then that spineless fucking worm made a follow-up because some people were like, actually Vaush is bad. So he made an entire next video where he's like, okay, I retract my position, these guys are actually pretty bad, you know. Then he made a video that was basically just a hit piece of me and Xan, which sucked so badly that he walked it all back when talking to me privately, except for the one faux pas, the one thing that the white, self-hating leftist can't get over, defending Professor Flowers. You know, you could show them, like, Professor Flowers saying, I think it's acceptable to ethnically cleanse all white people in South Africa, like, verbatim, and they'll go like, I don't think she meant that. He literally, like, you remember the conversation, right? We like looked at clips where she said unambiguously the thing he was saying she didn't say, and he's like, nah, that was fake. That was an illusion. That was a mass hallucination. Like, what do I do with these people? And then like a couple weeks ago, he's liking tweets saying I need to be killed. But I talked to him privately for a long time too. People are like, oh, why don't you settle things in private? I never burn bridges. It literally just does not happen. Okay. It doesn't happen. I try so fucking hard to reach out to people and to and to engage with them. It does not matter. The funny thing is like sometimes I bounce around Twitch and look for smaller streamers to chill in the chats of, because it's kind of fun, right? Because I get to say hi, and then they're like, "Is that the real Vaush?" Because it's fun, like, you know. And a lot of people get suspicious of me when I'm there because they think I'm there like.
If we get Vaush in our chat, I'm gonna assume it's a harassment troll. I don't know. I'm just gonna treat him like shit.
Looking for
like,
content.
oh, sorry, I thought you were a
debate,
troll.
which I'm not. Like last night, it was 3 a.m. I was playing Zelda. I was just like looking for just something to listen to, you know. Because I already listened to Joseph Anderson for 16 hours a day, so I gotta bring it out a little bit, and it was just so funny to me.
I don't know,
because people think
so
that
whoever
like
said
I'm
that he
always,
was
like,
in
crawling
what
around for debates.
ABC3.
I am so averse to like digging for content that I don't even like reach out to challenge people for debates. I don't email people, like, for the most part. I'm trying to get better at that. I don't like go out of my way to like choose people to be the victims of my negative attention. But meanwhile, like every other duplicitous fucking worm, snake, spineless piece of shit, when they do pretend to engage with me fairly and on equal terms, or only doing
so if you're
it
wondering
so they can,
what
like,
kind of snake
placate me, right?
does Vaush think
Noah
Mr.
Samson
Beard
thing,
is,
the only
a
reason
worm
he was
snake.
talking to me privately was
A
so he
worm
could
snake.
placate to, like, I don't know, try to, lure me into a false sense of security before making another dog shit video on me? It's insane.
A worm snake and a
They're
spineless
so
POS.
weak. They're weak. I could crush all of these people. They're Newtonian fluids. If you dropped Ryan Beard and Noah Samson and all these people into a container, they would slowly but surely just sort of pulp down into a semi-solid homogenate. They're nothing. It's ridiculous. The main thing that bugs me is when people say I need to reach. That's what bothers me, because you guys do that too sometimes. That bothers me. You can accuse me of being abrasive, because I obviously am. But the idea that I'm like produce some kind of obstruction to engagement or conversation is factually incorrect. Remember the insane effort we tried to privately have things with Noah and the end? He said it was for PR. Like, what? Yeah, these people are horrible. They're horrible pieces of shit. Vaush, you caught strays multiple times in Noah's new vid. Who cares? It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day,
Noah's
I
new
need to be
vid,
told
what was
by
that about?
you guys that these people
I'm
are
trying to
obsessing
remember.
over
Wait,
me.
wait.
I'm their fucking...
Wait, Noah's new vid, wasn't Noah's new vid the response to his video on, oh my god, what is it called? What is that? Think Before You Sleep, right? There was this the weird incel guy, Think Before You Sleep. It's a YouTuber. The video on Ash? Was that Noah's most recent? But he ends up talking about Vaush?
Nightmares. For no reason, mind you. I'm not... Like, these guys wake up sweating about the engagement they might get from me. When they put stuff about me in their videos, they're like, all right. They're like, full blast. All mods, get ready. Everyone. Maybe something happens, maybe it doesn't. I don't really care about them that much. But nothing they do affects me. And it never has. It's been 4 years of this nonstop. It doesn't affect me. I just grow larger and larger. It doesn't matter.
You don't. You've literally been stuck at the same level for like a year, right? You went after Professor Flowers. You grew from that. You went after EJ and Luna. I guess you grew from that, right? You went after J.K. Rowling with tactical misogyny. You fed the turf, right? And people started to pick up and take notice. Cat Black was like, we gotta talk about this. Cat Black just wanted to have a conversation about what was going on within her own community. You slid into her DMs, tried to berate her into not even talking, like she wasn't mentioning your name, right? I mean, yeah, like your discourse probably brought it up, right? And then with the Cat Black and ContraPoints thing, since then, you've been kind of capped. Like you've reached your zenith, right? You've pissed off so many people that you are at the very best, you're in a equilibrium. And like for a while, yeah, he was like losing subs, right? So, I mean, it's not Illuminati territory or anything like that, but he has been Destiny's been growing, FD Signifier has been growing, Vaush has stayed the same size, and I don't know what this cope is.
Boots, and I know
I'm not
it brings
sure what
them
he's
like a
talking
great
about.
deal of insecurity and fear when they do stuff like this, because to them it's out of character, right? I bet these people think day to day they're pretty nice people, and they're not. They're probably abusive. They're probably horrible people to the people they know in real life, and that's why it's like the Illuminati stuff, right? Like when you hear about like this, oh, well, I thought they were such a nice person. Nah, not really. But then you know, whenever I engage online, whenever I do this stuff, whenever I go online
that's
and have
not actually Illuminati's reputation, right? Illuminati does not have a reputation for niceness. Like, right, this you know, this wasn't the first time that, you know, something like this had happened, right? Vaush has less than 1/3 of the subs of Illuminati. Yeah, and I don't really see him getting more
disagreements with people. Nothing here feels unnatural.
I mean, obviously his channel's not dead. Obviously his followers are still engaged and everything, but he's not really growing.
This is just a logical procession of like being correct and going online and people disagree with you. I don't have to make an effort to do any of this. It comes easily to me. You know? It's so easy, but it's not easy for them. It causes them great suffering because they're acting against their nature, all right? We're going back to like ancient Greek philosophy on this, all right? It is in the prerogative of all living things to act according to their nature, all right? And my nature is to go online and be right all the time, relentlessly, without stopping.
Isn't that like essentialism? Isn't that, are you literally talking about like essentialism?
All the time in perfect fashion. And their nature is to be put into a container so they can sort of blend together in a soup-like homogenate as their Newtonian bodies kind of flow and eventually become a surface that you can kind of walk on if you move quickly, but, you know, you've all seen the starch water video.
Wait.
It's so frustrating.
Are you saying that we're quicksand? Is that what you're saying, Vaush? And you just can't help but walk on us?
I hope for better from them. I hope they meet at one point. I hope they in a dream they meet with God and God tells them what a fucking dick they're being. It's probably better just to cut off from all these people. Well, I'll talk to anyone. I don't care. I've talked like cordially to people that you guys would probably hate, that I know you guys hate. I don't care. I'll have a pleasant conversation with anyone. You know, I'm like that. That's the thing that makes me think like they suffer. You know what I mean? I can talk to anyone. They are seething and crying and shitting themselves through any kind of engagement. Life brings them pain, you know? They're like that SpongeBob guy with all the glass bones. A lot of it is I feel that a lot of neurotypical people just innately detest autistic people for existing. No. To be fair, I do catch like ableist strays now and again, but even if I wasn't autistic, I would probably be just as, if not more, abrasive than I am now, and I would still be right. Their problem isn't with autistic people. Their problem is with the sun. Their problem is with the divine truth that I reflect just a tiny bit in their directions. It wouldn't matter whether or not I was.
Is he getting high on his own parasocial supply? Is Vaush like in a parasocial relationship with himself? Like, what is this? What am I watching? Vaush is giving Jordan Peterson without the tears. Yeah, I don't know. Because the tears would be weak, I guess.
Autistic or not. They're just angry at the way the world is. And I am just a beacon of that. I could be anything, anyone. The only difference is that if I was black,
reactionary.
they would call me racial slurs.
You're just mad.
You're
just mad at the divine truth, the way the world is, the natural order of things, Mr. Anderson. I don't know. He's a comic book villain. When did he turn into a comic book villain? Ego much with this guy. He's looking directly into the mirror like Bateman. Nice.
If I was trans, they would call me self-hating. If I was a woman, they would call me a pick-me. But because I'm a white man, they just have to settle for accusing me of being racist.
Yo, that is some salt. That is some freaking like quality premium salt there. Like, that's the kind of salt you get at Whole Foods that costs like, it's like, you're like, really? You're gonna pay this much for salt? Yeah, it was like, it's apparently some fancy salt. Some very fancy salt. I don't know if it actually makes your food that much better, but people pay for it. He's making Lex Luthor look humble right now. This is wild. Wait, what is this? What's going on with Lizzo and Tim Pool?
This is from
is up with
Tim
this?
Pool's show on Friday. He is, they're mad because apparently people are saying that Lizzo is beautiful. I gotta say, I'm vaguely familiar with Lizzo. I don't follow a lot of like cultural stuff like this, but it is so weird
How obsessed they are with her?
how obsessed they are with defining what other people think is beautiful.
Sorry, not beautiful. Yeah, I don't. They're just horrified.
He said that Lizzo was gonna cause the downfall of society.
That someone who isn't a skinny white woman is being represented in music, and that there's a whole group of people that find her inspirational to have her be a pop star who's black and a pop star who's plus sized. That's a threat to Tim Pool somehow.
These guys have racist but horned up audiences. This is the same reason you have Crowder having to go through every time Cardi B or Megan Thee Stallion makes news. Like black women being sexy is something that is like really good for their engagement.
Here is Tim Pool. How does he identify politically anymore? Or is he given up that ghost?
I mean, he says he's a centrist.
Is he a centrist now?
He copped to the what people use as an insult as a milquetoast fence sitter. I mean, I'd call him as a laundromat for right-wing talking points, but he calls himself a sort of fence sitter.
Okay.
Fence sitter Tim Pool.
Most profitable.
Yeah.
If they keep coming out and saying people like Lizzo are beautiful,
Oh my god.
like this is going to lead to a high mortality rate for a lot of people. Once again, it is resulting in the loss of life on the left. The right is more likely to be like, cut out the sugar, stop eating seed oils. How many people?
Hold on. I'm old enough to remember when the right was really mad at Michelle Obama because Michelle Obama said, let's get active.
Yo, wait. Now, cutting out sugar like that you can do, right? If you want to give it a try, it's a little hard. You gotta like watch what you're eating like pretty closely because they'll put sugar in a lot of different things. But you can cut out sugar. Like you can cut out added sugar. Like right, obviously you're gonna get some sugars from just healthy food that you eat, right? But cutting out seed oils, that is some high level shit. That there's an argument to be made that you could see seed oils or oils in general or fat products that are like pared down I mean there is a principle of the expensive overpriced grocery stores called Whole Foods, right? But there is a principle, there's a reason they branded it like that. A whole food is like you're eating some cabbage, you're eating some broccoli, you're eating like a whole grain bread, you're eating like when it's whole and intact and you're not taking like the part of it with white bread, that's obviously not a whole food because you're taking a bunch of the stuff out of the wheat and sort of paring it down to just like the I don't know, the fluffy part, right? And so it's maybe not as healthy as like a whole grain like loaf of bread, right? So there's something to be said that like you could say that okay, seed oil comes, you take the olive and you pare it down into just the oil of the olive. It might be healthier to eat the olive, but that is some can you imagine that? Can you imagine living like that? Not many people do, where you don't eat any oil at all. You eat nuts, you eat olives, you eat like sardines or whatever things with fat in them, but you never like do the extraction of the fat, right? That is like more difficult legitimately than just cutting the sugar out of your diet, and not many people do that. Are right wingers really like, oh no, are they against the seed oil because of like phytoestrogens? Is it like a safeguarding testosterone thing? Is it a manliness thing not to eat seed oils? Is it one of those things? He's only saying this to be racist and fatphobic. You're giving him too much credit for caring about this. Yeah, it's not a right or left thing. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, like it's not okay. but I will warn you about something that is going on, right? And this is coming, like, I know about Whole Foods. I know about these kind of dietary principles. I, studied things like nutrition in school, for instance. And, in general, a healthy diet is going to be nutrient dense and maybe a little bit more calorie sparse, right? As opposed to something where when you kind of like pare down like foods to things like fats and sugars, that's going to be calorically dense and nutrient sparse, right? It's the opposite of what you want to eat. So, that's healthy. Now you can go from there and get to a lot of woo places. There's a lot of woo out there. There's a lot of weird theories. There's a lot of weird diets, that like are really restrictive and they promise immortality or whatever. And that's like definitely woo territory. But I will also say that like some of the natural health and natural living, because like that's what I try to not get into. When you start to talk about natural health, then you're getting into the idea of natural law a little too much, and you're imbuing like what I'm talking about is not like the power of nature, right? It's just a simple principle that you've got nutrients that you need and you've got calories that you need, but in general, in like American culinary, in America with American food, you're gonna get like an excess of calories and maybe a dearth of nutrients. So that's all I'm really talking about there. But there are a lot of people that want to see like this whole like nature thing as a good in and of itself. It's from the earth. It's natural. It hasn't been tampered with by humankind. I mean, I feel like that's a little bit of a slippery slope to some. I believe it has to do with tanning the balls. That's right. That's how you protect the male vitality, with your super male vitality and tanning the balls, right? So, I gotta tell you that like the reason that I don't keep up with a lot of people that I knew that were into nutrition is a lot of them have gone down that like natural living, mentality, that rabbit hole. And for some of those, that rabbit hole ends in QAnon, ends in, like sort of vaccine denialism. It ends in like, right, if you really believe, well, I guess the vaccine, not very natural, like it must be bad for you, right? It takes you to some pretty dark places. And the right wing has cultivated that. The right wing has colonized that, right? Like we used to regard this sort of crunchy lifestyle as like a hippie thing, as kind of like, some people even say like the alt left, and like that was a long time ago. There was a phrase alt left, and it meant, it was like hippie stuff, right? That was what that implied. A lot of that stuff is not left anymore, because the right wing just got too many tendrils into the natural health movement. So not that I'm saying that, like I still believe in, like I try to eat as close to like a Whole Foods diet as I can, but it's important not to get lost in the sauce, I guess, is what I'm saying. And especially when so much of the sauce has taken on a real right-wing character lately. Okay, anyway.
And let's have healthy school lunches. The authoritarian left at it again, telling us what we can and cannot eat. And now they're concerned about obesity being promoted because like there's a band nerd named Lizzo who got famous and sings songs.
It's also just sort of like, where is the concern?
I mean, I will say that, like, although there are some health risks that, like, come with, certain types of obesity, the correlation between health and, like, skinniness is overwrought, right? When we actually look at the data, the curve of correlation isn't really what you think it is. You don't see like negative outcomes in health as with as low rates of like people are kind of putting this on you know, body sizes that don't necessarily portend like negative health outcomes, and people over exaggerate the degree to which, you know, carrying like extra like a higher percentage of body fat on you is gonna, you know, affect you negatively. That's not to say that there's like there's no risk at any level, right? But it is something that gets used as a justification for fat phobia a lot, and it's, you know,
conservative movement saying eat less seed oil, or
that's a new like Tucker hippie reactionary thing that's coming around.
Right. It's the Roganification of everything, and
it's
like,
soy. I think sort of
soy.
like
They're worried about
like
right. It's feminizing everybody where there's no scientific basis to that. And then also,
is this part of the I need to?
Look, if eating like plant-based like seeds, right, which, you know, there's some phytoestrogens in there, right? If that was all it took to feminize a person, I wouldn't need HRT, okay? I'm a person who eats a lot of that stuff, you know, like at the exclusion of some other products that are pretty normal for people, right? And like I would have never needed to go on a HRT if that was really the case.
Tan my
ball sack,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
there's chemicals in the water. They're coming to feminize you. It's the version of Alex Jones's. They're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Right.
Once again, it is resulting in the loss of life on the left. The right is more likely to be like, cut out the.
I bet Matt gets winded walking upstairs while Lizzo dancing, twerking, and playing a flute without losing a breath.
Sugar.
Yeah.
Stop eating seed oils. How many people? How many times have you heard in the past week, stop eating seed oils? Like, come on. The right won't shut up about it.
That and the microplastics.
Microplastics. But see, like, the right, whatever that is.
They are so worried about anything that, xenoestrogens from microplastics, phytoestrogens from plants, from seeds, right? That's their...
I mean, you know what's fascinating, too, is that, microplastics like polysaturated, like, I mean, the ones that New York made illegal 15 years ago,
that we've been talking about at like tort conferences and stuff.
Yeah, I mean,
what was the chemical that Florida just made legal that you can pave roads with?
Oh, yeah,
immensely toxic.
The literally radiated roads that the EPA has said is illegal for 30 years.
Yeah, it's the left that's
this is fascinating.
wants to poison you.
Also, there's a lot of unfit right wingers. I'll just say that.
And let me say too, if you're taking any of those
I am noticing too that there's a certain degree to which this right wing hippie crunchy, like lifestyle kick corresponds with the anti-vegan movement. If you don't know, obviously there's a vegan movement. Most people are familiar with that. It's, like I don't eat animal products myself, and have like known a lot of vegans. I've seen some vegans that like I think like do get kind of they do put it forward in a way that's maybe like not helpful, or even borders on racism at times, right? But I've noticed that there's like a correlation between like this, like be careful about plant estrogens. Does anybody know a name Lear Keith? Does that mean anything to anyone? Anybody ever heard of Lear Keith? There's two places you might have heard of Lear Keith, right? Lear Keith was part of the anti-vegan movement, and Lear Keith's also a TERF, right? That's the cross-section of those two things right there. Lear Keith, I think, wrote a book called The Vegetarian Myth in the, was it the late 2000s or something like that? And, would scaremonger about things like phytoestrogens from seed oils. The phytoestrogens, according to Lear Keith, were going to make you infertile, right? She was involved in this organization called the Deep Green Resistance, along with a guy named Derek Jensen. Previously, you would have thought he's kind of a lefty, right? Got in with Lear Keith and started this organization And like basically it's an environmental organization that is like staunchly anti-trans, and they kind of go at it from the angle of like trans people aren't natural. So, that's what I mean when I say that the natural law arguments can end you up in some really weird reactionary places. But this whole no seed oil, soy is bad. Soy is something that vegetarians eat, right? Everything, Jordan Peterson, eat your meat. You got to eat the meat. Don't eat the apple cider. Don't drink the apple cider. Eat your steak. Steak is good for you. If you eat doesn't he have some weird diet where he's eating like nothing but steak? And first of all, that's got to be incredibly expensive, right? I think even keto is pretty expensive, but like the way that, whatever diet that I don't know if he even still recommends it, right? But it was basically, what was it, like rainwater? And like, it sounds like something out of Dr. Strangelove. It sounds like, yeah, I'm talking about Jordan Peterson. I'm talking about the good Dr. Peterson, the good Dr. Jordan Peterson. He just wants you to eat your meat. You got to eat your meat. Never drink the apple cider. The apple cider is horrible for you. Yeah, it like there's a correspondence there, right? And if you think about essentialism, right? If we want to essentialize food, then maybe food that nothing dies to create is girly, is feminine, is bad. It's the dragon of chaos. The dragon of chaos right there in your salad bowl, right? And then food that is masculine and has to be hunted down and requires, if you're in your essential like palingenetic mindset, right? You're thinking of the men of the tribe getting together and hunting down like this animal, like, right? It kind of there is like there's something there, right? There's something there.
Supplements from Rogan's website or Alex Jones's website, very underregulated. You have no idea what's in there.
But it's just so fascinating that how. Okay,
so I don't want to say this. I'm making a claim, but I seem to remember, allegedly, one of Alex Jones' nutritional supplement yeah, I think it was the bone broth, right? Was it the bone broth? It contained high lead levels, right? This bone, it's natural. It's traditional bone broth. Let's get some bone broth. Well, turns out your bone broth product, Alex Jones, had a ton of lead in it.
Oh, desperately, Tim wants the conservative movement to be something that other than it is. As if the conservative movement was defined by don't eat sugar. That's just insane. Continue.
How many times have you heard in the past week, stop eating seed oils? Like, come on. The right won't shut up about it.
That and the microplastics.
Microplastics. But see, like,
it's Rogan
the
stuff,
right,
yeah.
whatever that is trying really hard to be healthy, to be responsible. I got glass bottled water here. We get it for all our guests. You do have plastic because we're not that crazy. We just try to do better. But if the long run, the trajectory just seems very simple. The left starts.
Did he just admit, too, that he's on the right? Didn't he just admit to being on the right?
Tim, did we say the quiet part out loud?
Right? Yeah. Didn't he just say,
thanks,
the right's trying to be responsible? I got glass bottles. Go back a little bit. I mean, I'm just curious.
The right won't shut up about it.
That and the microplastics.
Microplastics. But see, like, the right, whatever that is trying really hard to be healthy, to be responsible. I got glass bottled water here. We get it for all our guests. You do have plastic because we're not that crazy.
What is the big thing that they're taking care of? They're protecting masculinity. Like, this is some Colonel Jack D. Ripper shit. Like, this is some purity of essence, right? This is wild.
Yeah. We just try to do better. If the long run, the trajectory just seems very simple. The left starts to disappear and the right expands.
I get what you're saying, but like historically, when we've seen these kind of ideologies try to push for influence and stuff, there's mass deaths. So you could be right. There could be a lot of people that end up dying. But that's also something that happens.
Mass death in which direction?
I mean, well, if they get in control, if they get into positions of power and actually can make policy, then you're going to end up seeing a massive push for the reduction of carbon usage and and that means reduction of energy usage. They don't want to use petrochemicals to fertilize eating plants and stuff. So you're going to see famines. You're going to see death of not just conservative, or not just left, but conservative.
That's weird. Okay, so like that's an anti petrochemicals to fertilize. I mean that's like an organic. Wait a minute. No, this is like is he afraid that organic farming is going to take over the industry? Like the extent to that organic farming even exists is the extent to which they can sell the product. They can add a price to the product, make it cost more to buy like organic produce. And obviously, like eating pesticides just as a general principle isn't great for you. However, I feel like if you're concern about pesticides translates into you eating like less fruits and vegetables, that's a mistake, right? That's if that's what's getting in the way of you eating like more healthy, that's definitely not gonna redound in the way that you think it is, right? But yeah, I don't know. This is it's a weird, because like before we're hearing some sort of natural health mentality. It is a very specific type of natural health, but it's the kind of like Sally Fallon bone broth, thing that I encountered, when I was studying like nutrition, and it's silly and everything, but what's weird is to hear it paired with like, I don't know, an argument for like petrochemical, fertilizers, which aren't going anywhere, right? It makes the yield higher, so you can produce more of a product. It doesn't make sense that the industry is like gonna the kind of farming that he's worried about will somehow take care or take over, and I don't know what cause. Is this where we get the communist famine? Is this where we get the communist famine from?
Why conservatives? Because it would be a worldwide death, because you'll see significant famine. It's not going to start with the U.S.
Now this is fascinating because I don't know who this dude is. Who is this guy?
The history understander. Sorry, I didn't have him on the sheet. He's Phil Labonte, Sam. He's a singer, former member of the band All That Remains. He's now a Timcast.
I don't know any of that
contributor.
But
anybody know the band?
I haven't heard that band. But
All That Remains.
What's fascinating is to watch Tim catch up with what this guy's saying, because this guy is saying, well, that's all well and good that conservatives are now concerned about things like the environment and health, but what if it becomes like the EPA and the FDA? Like, what if the conservatives actually attempt to make
the thing that he's worried about is something that the regulatory capture that the that industries are able to do on like the FDA, the USDA, the EPA, etc. Like this is gonna this would preclude that. The fact that the way that that influence runs these regulatory organizations, you're not even getting the basic as far as regulation, let alone like some kind of wild like vegan crunchy anti, like we're not going to convert to biodynamic. Well, God, that wouldn't be vegan, would it? I forgot about that. Biodynamic farming uses like some animal I don't even understand biodynamic farming. So it'll get sold to you as a step beyond organic, but really it's like stuff like taking like something and burying it in the horn of an ant. Like, I mean, it sounds like woo, like pure woo. I don't really know that much about it, but this is all Lizzo's fault for being beautiful, right?
The world a healthier place. Then it could go too far and kill everybody in a famine. But I got to see if like Tim actually catches up with where this guy is going, because Tim is on one hand saying like we're much more conscious of the environment and health, than the left is.
There's a discrepancy.
Yeah.
Here.
They're killing themselves, those idiots.
Yeah,
That's what
and
I was
then the guy's
noticing.
going, but we don't want to in any way spread that as a government policy because that will lead to.
Look, give Tim some credit. Like, he can just ignore this, right? He can just absolutely reject information that makes it sound like their views are not in alignment, and just at the end of the day, we will just blame it all on the left.
Famine.
No, because it
Blame
needs
all
to
on
be
Lizzo.
individualized. This is like, hey, listen to my show. These are the tips that you need to make sure that you're not getting poisoned. But when it becomes government policy, that's authoritarian.
Incidentally, we're selling glass bottles at our merch store. We're not. But
No.
okay, good.
Conservatives, because it would be a worldwide death because you'll see significant famine. They're not going to start with the U.S. It'll be in places where there's already on the edge of famine. That's the
American
first place
conservatives will be the last to go.
Sure.
And then what happens? 20 years later, conservative United States.
I mean, maybe.
So
He
we
doesn't
can
believe
put it this
any
way.
of this.
Wait a second. Wait. But he doesn't get what the guy's saying. He doesn't get what the guy's saying. He doesn't understand the guy in the white shirt is trying to say, like, but it's
cataclysmic.
We don't want any of these people who are trying to push this stuff get into power because then they'll get rid of fossil fuels and then we'll have famine. And then but Tim is still on his shtick where, like, I think what Tim's trying to argue here is that because conservatives are on this big no sugar kick, which incidentally, I've got to tell you, Tim needs to get out of his compound a little bit more because he should check in on parts of it, what's going on around the country. I think he's going to find
it's all water bottles.
I think he's going to find that it's not glass bottles. It's so funny. He's adopted all of the sort of criticisms of the elite, the coastal elite, and doesn't recognize. If you want to look at sugar consumption around the country, I would not want to bet that it falls on ideological grounds. But he's watched 3 videos this week that tell him, and so it impacted his full worldview. But in his world, because he's seen Joe Rogan talk about don't take sugar for the past 3 weeks, he thinks that only conservatives are going to be alive in 30 years. Because all the liberals are killing themselves with sugar.
And Lizzo. Let me just remind you that this segment started with him complaining about Lizzo.
And part of him, like, I think he knows what conservatives come to him for is a bedtime story that will make them like drift off to a happy sleep. So that when you get catastrophic, like the libs are going to get in charge and then lead to famines, that's not really like what they're there for. They want to hear that they want to hear from a centrist that they're winning and everything's going to be okay.
Exactly.
Will be the last to go.
Sure.
And then what happens? 20 years later, conservative United States.
I mean, maybe.
So we can put it this way. Let's say there's 2 potential forks. The left sterilizing and aborting their kids. They're promoting unhealthy lifestyles and promoting sterilization of individuals. Over a long enough period of time, they just won't exist. Well, let me finish. That's one potential. The other potential is they gain massive political power over the institutions, take over, and then start culling their opponents. Either way, the Great Famine, whatever ends up happening, as we often see with big communist regimes, the Soviet Union lasted about 69 years. And then what happens? It falls apart. If it does, conservatives, who tend to have their own sources of food to a greater...
Okay, so something that I was talking about earlier was like the difference between biochemistry and organic chemistry. It's kind of a difference in focus, a difference in terminology, and such. But like, one of the interesting differences that I find between biochemistry and organic chemistry is the way that we denotate structures, right? So think about it this way. Biochemistry is so focused on like on organic structures, right? That it makes certain assumptions and it streamlines everything, right? So like, let me give you the second one. Dimethyl ether, the C2H6 O, right? It's essentially two methane molecules that are bonded together at an oxygen model, right? So with organic chemistry, we make sure to denotate all the atoms, right? Now they're getting sloppy up here. They're leaving out the carbons. They're kind of like assuming the carbons, but that's more the province of biochem, right? So here we have, a carbon and then three hydrogens and then three hydrogens here. And then like the bonds, single bonds to oxygen. Oxygen has, two bonds and it's one to each carbon. That's the link in the chain, right? Over here, look at this simplified structure. We don't see the hydrogens, we don't see the carbons, we only see the oxygen. And that is because when you have like a point like this, like an end point, you make certain assumptions, right? You only draw the bonds to like that which is not hydrogen or carbon, right? So basically we're seeing the same structure, but we make the assumption that the terminus, right, the end point of each of these lines is a carbon atom that is, saturated, I guess not technically saturated, but right, has like all of its remaining bonds are taken up by hydrogen, because that's just the most normal configuration. That configuration is so common that if we don't draw anything else, we assume that it's there. So carbon here with three hydrogens, carbon here with three hydrogens. We look at isobutanol. And remember that these things generally have a different name under biochem, which I never like learned a lot of. I did know the biochem names at some point, but like, right. So, we've got basically a 1, 2, 3, 4 carbon structure. And literally, so in the middle, we've got one carbon that has 1, 2. Wait, what's going on here? That's got like bonds to 3 other carbons and to 1 hydrogen, right? So we see that center right there, that point, that implies a carbon. We see we draw 2 bonds or 3 bonds coming out of it. That implies that one of these bonds is to hydrogen, because we know that carbon has 4 bonds and one of them is going to have to be to hydrogen, right? And then this carbon here, we see 2 bonds, one to the oxygen, one to the carbon, and the carbon has 4 bonds. Once again, we know there's 2 more bonds to hydrogen. So it's like all this stuff that you end up drawing in organic chemistry. In biochem, you streamline it. Now look at this one, octane, right? This is a simple alkane, as they call it, right? This is a chain, a hydrocarbon chain. Generally, these things are, act as fuel in some way. And we go ahead and draw the carbon with 1, 2, 3 hydrogens, and then the carbons in the middle are attached to 2 hydrogen because they're attached to 2 carbon. On the other hand, we're attached to 1, 2, 3 hydrogen. Here, look how simple it is. It's just a squiggle. It's just a squiggle, right? That meaning that, like, just like in octane, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carbons, and we don't draw in the hydrogens because since this one has 1 bond, it's got 4 minus 1 equals 3 bonds to hydrogen. This one's got 2 bonds. It's got 2 minus 4, or 4 minus 2 equals 2 bonds to hydrogen, etc., etc. over here. And then 3, 1 bond means we've got 3 hydrogens here. So that is why you'll see where it's interesting is when you got double bonds, right? They're denoted like this as like double lines, right? And all this is like so this carbon, since it's got 1 bond, 2 bonds, 3 bonds, it's got 1 hydrogen hanging off of it, right? And then if we have something like, up here where we had the hydroxyl group, we draw in the O and the H, because that part is not assumed. Oh my God, sorry. I just like I had to talk about oh, there we go. There's stereochemistry, yeah. And generally, like stereochemistry, if you don't want to get deep in the sauce, like do not take any class that involves it, right? Because once you get to chair configuration, get your chair diagrams and stuff, like it's oh my god. Wow, this is just like a nice little review of organic chemistry basics here. Anyway, chat. Anyway. Did I fall asleep and wake up to a perfect dream of you streaming biochem? Well, I was just talking about the differences between biochem and organic chem, and the primary one being the structures are going to look a little different. Biochem is kind of built for speed, is built for efficiency, and in biochem we make certain assumptions so that we don't have to. Biochems, think of it this way, biochemists are a little bit lazy. They do a lot of these things all day long, and they don't want to have to draw in every carbon. So they want to say that when you see a line, you see a point, and you can see like how many bonds there are. Well, however many bonds are left when you subtract that from 4, that is how many bonds to hydrogen. So it's just they make certain assumptions, right? Thanks for elevating the Mr. Video.
This is so like
the MR video.
It's honestly as if like you.
I was like the Mr. Video. Is that like Mr. Beard's friend, Mr. Video? No.
Were to give a like a 7-year-old some type of like word generation machine.
Mm-hmm.
So incidentally, there's 2 options. Let's just be clear. Let's just review here. One option is that somehow, regardless of what the demographic trends are, because Joe Rogan says don't eat sugar, that all the liberals are going to die out. It's going to become a conservative country. The other is that no, 100% opposite thing happens that is in some way untethered from my theory about nutrition.
I mean, they're not consistent, right?
That they're going to take over
instead of dying out,
and instead of dying out, and cull everybody else, their opponents. However, the mass sterilization that apparently the liberals promote, incidentally,
through abortion.
What would they? Well, nobody's talking about. He's also talking about trans.
Oh.
What was the figure of people not surgery, but got trans care under the age of 20 was somewhere like 4,000 in a country of 300 million.
Yep.
I thought it was like less than 2,000. I'm trying to remember. It was like this was what he caught. This is what Joe Rogan actually caught Matt Walsh on, right? Jamie, bring up the figures, right? And they asked Matt Walsh to estimate how many, trans, kids do you think there are, right? And Joe Rogan says like 2 million. And I think it ended up being like something more along the lines of 2,000, right? And Media Matters is gonna eat this right up. They're gonna love this, right? I don't know. It was
And this guy's building a futuristic trend. If the trend continues at this rate, they're gonna get and incidentally, also he should look at abortion statistics.
Yeah.
Because I got news for you. It's not just liberals who get abortions. Like all of this stuff is so.
It's bullshit.
It's abstract on purpose.
Wait, I just don't even think you can't lie like this unless you are just completely uninformed.
Yeah.
It would be too embarrassing to have these words come out of your mouth if you had any awareness of anything.
Yeah.
He's like a human chat GPT. He's just talking.
Yes, without the inputs.
Yeah.
But he know. Well, the inputs are this new
Crowder.
kind of
exactly.
anti-science skepticism of what's in your food. You're gonna get empowered about your healthcare, medical freedom, but that just means buy my supplements and mistrust the government. That's what they're leaning into here. And so those are the inputs, and then he's just free flowing. But like
he listens to not just Crowder and Rogan, but
And
also
Jones.
Alex Jones.
he does, yeah.
And therefore, he's putting this together. All right, so let's now which I don't know what scenario we're on. The one where liberals completely fall apart because they're eating too much sugar, or the one where they cull the herd of conservatives.
But then that comes back around because there's the Great Famine that we all know is coming.
Right.
Obviously.
Power of the institutions, take over, and then start culling their opponents. Either way, the Great Famine, whatever ends up happening, as we often see with big communist regimes, the Soviet Union lasted about 69 years. And then what happens? It falls apart. If it does, conservatives, who tend to have their own sources of food to a greater degree than liberals,
been culled,
the pressure is still apparent. The left taking over means famine and death. But it's the people in the cities who are urban liberals who are the first to struggle and have no access to resources. Conservatives are going to be out in the middle of nowhere with chickens, goats, guns, and a garden. At the very least, not every single one will strive. Well, I'm sorry, will thrive. But many of them will be okay. Plus, all the preppers are right-leaning.
I think this is just like, honestly, like it's hard to imagine an adult talking like this and it not being a bit. Was there a part, let's just be fair about this. Do we know if like 2 minutes later he goes, I'm just
JK.
I'm joking.
I mean, so wait, the segment started with Lizzo. I'm just returning to that. And now we're at Soviet Union levels of famine, where
because that's the first part of a communist revolution.
Yeah.
Lizzo being in a dress.
Existing. Yeah. She played the flute too.
It really is. I think you have nailed it though, Matt, in terms of like this is bedtime story.
Yep.
Program.
But it also fuels what like the kind of survival kit conservatism.
Yeah, but it's like that you're gonna win. Like,
yeah,
but it's like
get all your guns and hide in your bunker like Tim.
How are you doing?
They're doing a race war, which, by the way, we're gonna win. It's gonna be laughable because they're all like pink hairs.
And the Democrats are having soy, so they're weak.
Yeah,
like, why are you guys worried then, dude?
There's another thing Lizzo did that sort of put her in the news recently. This was from oh crap! Do you have the details for this, Bradley? This was in.
You went on President Sunday after Vaush. How was the? Oh my god! Well, I heard that Vaush is you got some sympathy actually from Vaush's chat of all places, right? You have not slept yet.
I'm pretty sure. Recently, this was in.
It was from
in Nebraska.
From Friday in Nebraska.
In Nebraska, yeah.
A concert that she did.
I saw this. Good for her. This is part of also why she's a threat.
And anybody who comes to a Lizzo show should know that I am for people to have the right to have
It's a big Nebraska crowd.
And at times I get very political, and as adults, we feel it because there's children here today. And it really breaks my heart that there are young people growing up in a world that doesn't protect them. So, let me be your safe space tonight and just tell young people don't let anybody tell you who you are. Don't let any laws tell you who you're not, bitch. You are inside.
Speaking of nighttime, it is about time. Is it about time for me to get some sleep too? If you are still up and you still want to check some stuff out, we have got My friend Willow playing Tears of a Kingdom. I haven't not seen this game yet. I might stop by and watch a little bit of gameplay from Willow. Willow, unlike me, is actually good at video games. I can't see my ticker. I can't see the timing, the countdown. So you're gonna get sucked away from me any moment. But thank you for being here. We're gonna have to do another subathon tomorrow, right? Katie, is it okay if we watch your debate tomorrow? I never know what's going on. I've been on stream the whole time. Like, are you under like a wave of harassment? Is me covering your debate gonna cause any problems for you or anything like that? Is that gonna be okay? Right? I just don't want to, like, if you're getting that cascade of hatred after going up against Vaush, I don't want to make that any worse for you.
For anyone whose inner child needed to hear that, you deserve to be protected too.
Too bad all those people are going to be dying of either too much sugar or the coming liberal procured famine.
And that was just always after Nebraska Senate voted to further restrict access to abortion and gender
thank you, Willow, for the shout out. I guess we've
and,
already rated out. I didn't even see it happen.
If you're an entertainer that plays in one of those states,
but
that is, you know, an awesome.
I'm gonna say good night to my bodies, and I'm gonna say good night to my YouTube audience too. Much love. Meow meow. See you tomorrow, I think, right? We'll check in with Dad Katie and make sure that covering this debate is the responsible thing to do. But I'm curious what happened. I'm curious what made Vaush's chat a little bit empathetic towards Dad Katie. So we're going to see more about that. Maybe we'll see if we could. Let's talk to Mr. Beard. Let's talk to Mr. Beard tomorrow. I bet we can make it happen. Anyway, NCC did not.